Well, there's
10
somebody.
minutes late.
We weren't
We're about
talking
ready
about
to
you
get
at all.
off.
We weren't even thinking about you. I don't think about you at all.
Sorry.
And you always say sorry.
That makes it all
Oh.
better.
Well,
Late.
if you don't care about my sorry, then I don't mean it.
I am at 97% of 1974.
Your leveling is not
I
as
remember
important as Moth's.
1974.
I was a
Kyle, I don't know how I'm doing this, but look at me walk backwards. Oh, no.
sophomore in high school in 1974.
Magic.
I don't know what I was doing in 1974.
And
I was in
Mom would have
junior
been in
high.
74.
Yes. Yeah, I was like.
What year did you graduate?
I graduated from.
80.
Yes, so I
So
graduated
in
8th grade in
70
'76,
In
and you graduated high school.
74, in 74, you were in 6th grade.
Okay, yeah, I was 12.
Wow, I was a sophomore and you were in 6th
Okay,
grade.
dear, 4 years.
I married a little girl.
That's gonna be sound clipped.
No one's here. Don't worry. No one's here.
I mean, I've recorded it. So.
I told you, just don't keep going with that.
Yep, okay.
We're gonna be trying Southern Elsewhere,
Not
but I don't know
funny?
if Jared has it.
Do I not have what?
Trying what?
I want to do Southern Elsewhere dailies. I don't know if Jared has it, so I'm gonna run a test. I don't remember
Is it
if
Northern Elsewhere that I don't have?
no, I think it was Southern. So
Well, yeah, Southern's the
give me a second.
micro one. Okay.
Someone threw flowers and completely missed everybody. It was just a pile on the ground.
Lately,
Hi, I'm Southern
my game's
Elsewhere.
been freezing up when I start out for some reason. I think it's because of the update.
It's good old Todd Howard.
It's all Todd Howard. Okay.
Kyle needs to be made leader.
Oh,
Jared, try
I
to
see
port to
him
me.
in Southern Elsewhere.
Yep. Give me a sec.
Another thing I need to remember to do is get a new mouse pad. I still haven't done that. I need it.
A mouse pad?
Mouse pad.
I bought my
pad,
mouse
real.
pad for
he wants a
$2 or
graphic one.
$3.99. Oh well.
Yeah, so
I
this
just
is a
blacked.
Dragonhold
See that
Zone
ceremony
DLC.
for the Dragon Guard?
Okay.
Very important.
I guess
I
it
need
makes
to
you play
purchase-
better.
Well, yeah, it does.
Having a graphical mouse pad makes my desk look better.
Okay, so we can't do that. Give me a second. Let me think. Mama, you want to scroll us running right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I got about an hour. It's fine.
I dare not choose random dungeon. That would be good EXP though.
Mom is AFK.
Oh.
No dailies here, no dailies there. We could do this. You know what? We'll do it. We'll do High Isle dailies. It's been a while. Oh my goodness.
I have surveys in High Isle.
Sorry. Okay. But
Give me a second. We're gonna do High Isle. I'm hoping to get a little bit. Hoping to get original dailies. Our mission is to get Mom as close to level 50 as we can, if not level 50.
oh, that's not gonna happen today.
Can anyone check the Wi-Fi to see if anything's going on? It just dipped significantly.
Michaela's computer is not on, I don't think.
I also dropped during the USP stream twice.
Oh,
Yeah, her computer's not on.
Okay, well I'll keep my eyes on the Wi-Fi.
I'm not done.
Well,
with
it does look like there's a small download. Well, now it's getting bigger.
From
100
her
meg or
computer?
so. Let me see. It takes a while to scroll
The local
through
lord's
all
having trouble with
these.
the pa-
It's too
No,
bad I
I-
can't just make a list of
Most excellent. A mage named
or
Firefly
sort
again.
by usage.
Yeah, I'm jumping like a bunny
Jacob's
rabbit.
Omen.
Take the
oh, maybe he got on because I asked if he was gonna play.
Jacob's
Yeah,
Look,
Omen.
we
I
can't
think
keep
I'll
doing
allow
this.
Yeah.
We can't keep doing
Let me
like
ask
I just
him.
suddenly
I
decided.
know he likes to. He doesn't
Uh,
like to feel pressure. You know how that is.
Yeah, if
No,
you
he
wanna
can just do
port
a
the files,
download
you
and
can
wait.
block. Kyle, why aren't you telling us to give it Gonfalon?
Go ahead and come to Gonfalon, but I'm not gonna. I don't want us to get moving until this. Till we get some answers.
Storm blows over.
Okay.
Hello. The two dailies I got were the dailies that we did last time, but I do like them. We might as well just get them out of the way. And then maybe see if we can get another. Check this out.
Ooh. Yeah, I've seen that one in the store.
Your
But
tail's
you
still
can,
moving.
you're still moving. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the I forget what it's called, living
Living
statue.
statue.
or-
It's because I'm like a performer, but we can use magic, so I can look like a statue. I'm the Sirabane statue in Artaeum. It's a very niche reference. I mean, you think they would pick something like the Gonfalon Colossus over there.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, but no, they went with the Sirabane statue, which honestly, I like better probably. So yeah, if you go to
Oh,
Artaeum,
I was
you
just
see
getting ready to enjoy the show.
you're just gonna enjoy the show of a statue that isn't moving.
Watching paint dry.
Yeah, you're just staring at me, waiting
He's
for me
not-
to make a move.
Look at
He's
this
not
bear.
seeing my messages. If you want to go and pound on his door and say something, like tell him he's downloading something on his computer to please stop and ask if he wants.
Person's name 3 orbs of yarn.
Oh, it's taking me forever to get there. There we go. Is that all he does? Just stands there?
Cut this guy. Look.
Guy's just looking at us like,
Roll
what?
for a jump scoop. Just wave.
Huge ESO update, massive. I don't remember it being this large. When did this happen?
Oh, he hasn't played in a while.
There was
Well,
a little teeny tiny one
He's
a
a-
few
yeah, I
days
had a
ago.
time.
I mean, it was he was at 6% the entire conversation I had with him. But hello.
Surely this isn't the big.
I mean, like the last massive one was Q1.
Relax.
Why do I never hear a ding when Jacob gets on Discord?
I heard one.
I do.
Oh, that's weird. Maybe I have it turned off.
Anyway, what's the percentage?
6.
Okay, look, see what's up.
This has got to be the big one.
What do you mean the
It's
big
gotta
one?
be the-
He's been here since.
Did they give me early
I don't
access?
think so.
He's been here.
What big one?
Has he not played
The dungeons?
since February?
Kyle's missing.
Well,
I wouldn't be surprised.
I wish I
That
could
doesn't
check,
seem
but
right
now
at
that I
all.
opened the launcher, I
no,
don't say I
he's
last played
more
it today.
recently, February. Kyle, I don't know if you're watching your screen, but we've got.
Oh, this other guy sat down too.
I wish I could check, but now
I'm
that I
used to
opened the
being the
launcher,
center
it'll
of
say
attention.
last time I played was today.
You don't even have to do anything. You could literally just go
Just
rock.
did it.
Yeah,
Being a
he's
statue.
doing a sit. He's doing a sit drink too, like I am.
Yeah. See, Kyle, you don't have to do all this like entertaining people on stream. You could literally just be a rock, and people would still just.
Yeah, I mean there are people that get significantly, like 1,000 times more views just by filming themselves
What?
sleeping. It's true.
Oh, I was gonna say,
On
just
bridges?
take a rock,
On
stick
bridges.
some googly eyes on a
On
rock,
bridges.
and put it on the webcam. Maybe put some headphones on it, and then just have that be your
Right.
your face cam.
Little glasses on a wizard
Yeah,
hat.
Put little glasses on it. Put a wizard hat.
My
Where does
next
it save
April
your
Fool's.
screenshots?
Screenshots. Go into your Steam library. You can just track screenshots from there.
Screenshots.
Do I sound robotic to anybody?
Nope.
No.
No, you're passing for human.
I
He's
wouldn't know if
talking
I was a
about- He's
robot.
worried about lag.
Yeah, I'm just worried. I'm just worried if
It's
I
not
was.
your test.
Well, it looks like my last screenshots. January.
Oh, that's
Mhm.
fine.
Are you
But I
kidding
don't
me?
take screenshots. I don't take screenshots every time I play.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm
you
sure.
probably-
I'm sure I would have something. This guy's just waiting for me to break. I refuse. I like how I can still move my if I'm moving my camera around and I'm looking at individuals, my head focuses on them. Not for you guys, but
Oh, I see. Yeah. 'cause
it's so funny that I start looking around. But my tail is moving. I need to
I
get
will
that
say,
under
yeah,
control.
you're really not trying with the tail.
No.
That happens in 14, except everyone can see it. So sometimes people are just staring at you.
Yeah.
Comfortable.
I will keep that in mind.
Don't stare at everyone.
So you just rubbed your nose. You just rubbed your nose.
Did I?
You blew it.
Wait,
Yep.
there's an
Open
animation
the
where I
back
rub my
wall.
nose? I've never seen
Yeah,
it.
every now and then you'll
You
rub
went down
your
and
nose.
rubbed. Yeah. It's also in case people don't see your tail moving or something. They go like, "Oh wait, that's just the guy playing."
It's not
statue."
it's not fair. I have a tail. Oh yeah, I do scratch my nose. That's funny. That is good. All right, well.
That's
Let me-
okay.
Wait,
Maybe next.
Vexus.
Wait a minute.
Okay, are we off?
I feel. Tricked.
Are we
think your
supposed to
money
be
for this.
following you now?
Did you accept every share?
Hmm?
Yes.
No.
I got like 3.
Okay.
Right? Which one are we gonna do first?
I've decided Firepot first, which will be Castle Navir. To the south.
Wait a minute.
Hold it.
I have arcane research,
Avarice of the Elder Tide,
Evertide, inventing the threat.
Right, okay, we need to have a talk, alright? Just really quick. It doesn't. You don't need to have it active. It's you're still on the quest. You know, we can set it active
Right, but
when
I
we
don't
get there.
have what you just said unless it's buried.
It'll be arcane research.
Ah, then say arcane research.
But it's like it's not not
That's the
necessarily
title.
important.
I'm not.
It is to me.
I mean, Jared's just taking it as we go, because it's like, you know, you don't have to be on the quest to do the
that's-
quest, right?
We know that.
But I like to keep track.
Where are we
Where
going?
are we going?
I marked it on the map.
Remember, my map is cluttered.
That's not my problem.
It's like a personal.
It is your problem.
Is that what you want me to name you? 1, 2, 3. Okay. If we're lucky, this vent will go off, but
That sounds unlucky.
yeah, but we have a quest. A quest. That
Twist.
vent has gone
Sorry,
off
my brothers.
like 6 times in a row. Once. We're gonna be wanting to go lower. This delve is very cramped
I don't know
with
what that
very
means.
low
I'm
ceilings
claustrophobic.
and
Well,
tight
I'm not
walls.
interested in purchasing a cramped delve. I want one that has room. Are you showing me a cramped delve?
Yeah,
As
kind
soon
of
as you enter, you'll
underselling it.
say, "This is the crampedest delve I've ever seen."
It's supposed to be like, and this is the spacious corridors.
Yeah, I know.
Kind of set the tone.
Yeah, you're undersell.
This delve has been on the market for only 3 days. I better snap it up. Got a lot of
Yeah,
people interested.
Nice spacious foyer.
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 That's French.
Oh.
I thought it was Italian.
Foyer.
This. Oh, were you being sarcastic?
No, it's French.
No, not you. Kyle. She hasn't loaded. Has she loaded in? Yeah. See, the joke he was saying, it feels like we're outside how open it is. So he was talking about how cramped.
Oh, that's called sarcasm.
Okay, but
No,
this
it's
has
French.
got too much of a yard
That's
to
Italian.
mow.
Oh my. We're gonna go around. We're gonna pick up this one. Jacob, percentage.
I was hit with a rock on my head, and Ember says, "Don't give in."
She's talking about your
Strong.
skull.
Don't give in.
Hey, Dad, check it.
Oh, there's a book.
Huh? Oh, wow, I
You
didn't
want a
see
book,
it.
Kyle? Someone just left a book on the floor.
Yeah, I think I think there might be a book about Ammonites here too.
Oh, I'd like a book on Ammonites.
Yeah, I was recently doing some research on Ammonites. I think we have a whole USP page
No, they're
about them.
actually, yeah, they're mollusks.
I wonder
They're
why I
mollusks.
didn't notice it glowing. Maybe you buried it. I don't know.
It's a
Oh.
unique Cosmoda. It's like a subspecies.
There's an oddness about Ammonites in the Elder Scrolls because they like house amounts of magicka, kind of like a soul gem, but you can only use them like once. No one really knows why they have
Like-
this magic like imbued in them. Why Ammonites?
Because they're extinct.
They give me the shivers.
I think it's because it's a very eldritch thing, the fact that they're ancient
Maybe.
with looking.
Again, they do scare me.
Why?
I don't know, they're creepy.
He doesn't like that they float. It's like he doesn't like Nautilus, and Ammonites are just.
I just got to 1975, I think. Yep.
You know, we were watching. They have Nautilus in the not the Dallas World Aquarium, but the Dallas Aquarium in Fair Park, and they'll just they just bump into the walls. They can't see where they're going. They jet backwards, so their shells
Right,
go thump,
right.
thump.
And that unsettles
Bothers
me.
you?
It unsettles me.
I don't see-
I don't know, like,
It was a very diverse and strong lineage for millions of years. There's only Nautilus are left. You should feel sorry for them.
I don't hate them. I don't want them dead or nothing.
You want
There's a
to celebrate
difference.
when you go extinct?
I definitely would not celebrate an Ammonite being crushed or anything of the sort. That's not what I'm
What about
not.
the giant? Remember the giant ammonite shells?
I didn't know you had an ammonite phobia.
Oh, I'll send him pictures of all the curly shells, all those weird varieties of ammonites.
Oh, dear.
But do you remember the giant one we saw at the LA Museum? The one that like the shell was the size of a Volkswagen.
We're gonna go this way.
Mm.
Maybe.
I guess it wasn't that terrifying if you forget.
I don't have a good
Are they
memory.
Are they less scary if they're big?
No, I don't think so.
Well, they don't. The fossils in ESL are obviously way bigger than they really were, but there were big ammonites.
Chest on the left. You snooze, you lose. I'm gonna give you 10 seconds to find it. 10.
Just thing on.
Uh-oh, I need to... Oh, dang it.
The
I
hell?
need to sell. Don't run off without me.
Jacob, percentage check.
Are ammonites the only Mesozoic era creatures in Elder Scrolls? I know I looked up if they were.
Did you say 6?
Jacob, there's something wrong.
It hasn't moved.
It stopped. There's something wrong.
Yeah, there's something.
No, it's still. I mean, the percentage hasn't moved. It's still going down.
I haven't had a download like that ever before. There's something going on.
It's going at 25 megabytes per second. That's not.
It could be because we're all playing, so we're taking up.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
25.
We're competing with him, and he's
It's
competing
25 a
with us.
second bad. I thought that was fast.
Also, if you look at the coral on this Hashimoto's back, it's perfectly symmetrical.
Yeah.
It's impressive.
That's
Alright,
like
thank
100
you, I'm
megabyte
done.
per second.
He's got a designer shell, cost extra.
Okay.
By the way, you guys check your endeavors today?
Did it?
Did you
no,
make
they don't.
sure to do the right ones?
Oh, I didn't know there's
As in
right
right
Guys, we
ones.
keep. This is. Look,
What are you talking
We
about?
keep discussing-
I just did what I could do, and I don't care.
we've been
Let's
discussing this
see.
for a while now, right? I mean, I have it on. I have it on record.
Patronize me. I did what I wanted to do.
So what should we have done? Tell me what the right ones are.
Stealing 5 items from the environment is 100 endeavor seals, 10 times more than the average.
Did it?
Yep,
Okay.
did it.
All right. So you are keeping track of the right
Because
ones.
that's one of the
No, I
three.
didn't pay any
It
attention
was
to the
mainly
amount of time.
right because it was one
I
of.
did what I could do.
There were basically 3 that we could do, and that was one of them.
Okay. Well,
So-
you guys are gonna. You should keep
Like
an eye out.
yesterday was like 80 for Dark Sacrament or whatever.
Yeah, I didn't
but
do
we
that.
didn't do that because can't do it.
Follow me.
Didn't have the time.
But I
I
have
didn't
more
like it.
endeavors than I've ever had in my entire life. So I feel
Oh, I'm
rich.
not there yet. I've gotten rid of about half of mine using them, but
So I am not feeling lacking in endeavors.
I have more gems than I've ever had in my life. But it's still lacking there too.
No, not here.
This doesn't look
You gonna
safe.
try to jump from here to that one?
Ooh,
Do you feel like you can do
it's
it?
not safe at all.
I can do this.
Jared,
Are we
don't-
going down?
don't-
I can drop. I can drop and then go over. I guess.
Okay.
Are
I'm
we
up
going
there.
down there?
Yeah.
I guess that's a yes. So we
Watch
go
out, there
down
is a
here.
hole here that your model might get stuck in.
And I just went through it.
Oh
and
my
I'm in a
God!
Hole.
He went through the hole.
I almost fell in
He
the
went
hole.
right
And
into
I
the. He went right into the exact hole that you pointed
That's
out
like
to
what
not
I
to go
wanted
into.
to-
Yep.
Yeah, like
Hang
the,
on. I guess
Like a
what?
golf
Well, if
ball.
I try to port to one of you,
Oh
I'm not
my
getting out of here.
god.
And Miri came down here and joined me.
Are
Who
you-
did?
Miri's down there.
Miri.
Someone should have pointed out that hole.
He
barely
slipped.
saw the thing as I was
slipped.
jumping. It was like,
That's like.
And then there
so
were
this
three.
is like, there's no way I'm getting out of here.
You want to report this?
Technically, it's
Should we
Kyle's
should we
fault.
put in a
Kelly-
ticket?
How do I record it?
I've got
You
it.
got it here.
I wonder if Dad can't like teleport to an enemy, can he? Yeah.
To an enemy? I don't have that.
Okay.
I could port to one of you, but that's going to take me to the beginning of the right.
Well, that's probably your best option.
That's probably my own option. So
Will you find your way? No.
I'm trying to remember where the entrance is.
Ugh.
Entrance is
Yeah,
here.
well, I'm headed to Kyle. Ha, 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 ha.
All right.
And here I am.
Oh no, it's here. Gosh dang it. Okay. Yeah, just keep going north. Take the
I'm gonna have
path to your
kill
right.
things. Take the path to my right. And try to avoid the imps. Hang the far right hand side. Oh boy, there's imps all
Yeah,
over
you're
the
gonna have a lot
place.
of enemies.
Keep running.
Should-
Just keep running. Don't bother.
I guess you can't head back to help him, Kyle.
No, I'm just really lazy. I
Just keep
Port
running.
to where it is,
Okay.
Kyle.
felt
So,
confident in his abilities.
Now I gotta run past
He's
these
fine.
huddle
Run there,
monkeys or
Kyle. Just
whatever.
port to where he is.
Look, Jared, I'm looking right at him.
Alright,
How much
there
do
we
you
are.
know?
I just thought it'd be bad.
All right. So the idea here is to grab the
Oh,
sky
he
shard before we
disappeared. Where's
leave.
he coming up?
Yeah, what's that?
First, I have a bad
Okay, we
feeling.
got another one fired. Hang
Look,
on.
don't bother.
That one. I killed him.
Bad
Okay.
feeling that Mom already has.
Well, now
it.
we got more people here. Everybody's here.
I don't have the sky shard.
I don't want a rock on my head.
Jared doesn't have the sky shard. I'm not entirely sure how.
I've never been here in my life.
Really, you haven't?
That, it's High Isle. We like that's fairly.
Oh, so
new.
this was where we were trying to get? Or was it? I don't remember. Okay, he's way up there.
Make a
I'm
right
sorry
here.
about the delay.
It's fine. There's holes sometimes. Holes happen.
I probably wouldn't have fallen into it if somebody hadn't pointed it
What?
out.
Don't fall in this hole here.
It was actually kind of impressive.
hole?
I got pictures.
I went right to.
And I just saw like Kitty in the cup.
Well, I saw the little slit and it was like, oh, I'm headed right into it. It's like, oh well, nothing I can do at that point.
Hole in one.
Just enjoy the ride.
Jacob, percentage check.
Percentage of what?
7.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
It's-
I'm glad
again,
you're
it's
here
probably
with us
the-
anyway.
It would probably be quicker if we all got off and let him finish.
It would. It would.
It
It
would.
will still take. No, it'll.
Me
Probably
streaming
take
is
30
probably the
minutes easy.
strongest opposition.
You're streaming.
Okay, so this is a boss, right?
If you want to call it that. Imagine hearing that. Imagine being the boss and hearing that. This is
I
the
know.
boss, right? If you want to call him that. And then gets defeated.
Oh, I thought you were referring to you. I said
Well,
you're
I used
streaming,
I
but you
used
said
my
you wanna call
ultimate
it
on
that.
him.
Oh, there's big
They're
whale
here.
skeletons.
And
One.
don't fall in the lava.
2, 3. Everyone have their buddies.
No one's my butt.
No one wanted to be my baby.
No, this is you're standing on a ledge. a one-way ledge.
as opposed to a two-way ledge.
Careful not to fall into the hole. Well, the geyser's not active. It looks like Flooded Coast is active. Amanos, northeast. I'm gonna go there.
Oh, you missed the book on Amazon.
And by the time we get there,
Tell me when you're there.
I'm there.
Scribbles? I had to draw that map because you left the road to chase a fictional giant. It's not my fault.
you and I were in unison as we were doing our little start.
Aw. What do you call that?
Coincidence.
What's it called when
What do
we
they call it?
leave? When you teleport to somebody?
Synchronized.
Synchronized what?
Synchronized
boarding?
teleportation.
Synchronized teleportation.
If you guys are done being sappy, we got a geyser to, or rather, a vent to miss out on because it's done now. Hold on, hold your horses. Hold your horses. It might turn back on. There's a chance. But I would be ready to use the way shrine. I'm gonna keep an eye out.
Why did I just get off? Why did I do that? I was on my mount.
Ooh, it just kicked me off. How weird.
Yeah, I jumped off and drew my bow and shot.
Yeah.
It was like I did not hit anything.
Remind me not to stand in front of you.
Those people are
These
running
people seem pretty excited.
somewhere.
Still nothing.
And here they're coming back. They went, nope, nothing there.
Alright, it's gonna be the one to the south of us. It's gonna be this one.
So
So
we're gonna go to the way shrine.
I'm gonna way shrine down to the Broke Rock way shrine, which is directly south of our position.
Pick up the pace, Squire. We must hasten to our next adventure.
I don't see a
So we're
way shrine.
going.
Oh, I don't have that way shrine. Here, let me-
There's no. I don't have a way shrine there either.
That's odd.
I have all the way shrines here, but there don't. Where you indicated, I have. There's a geyser, but I don't see a way shrine.
not there. The closest way
No,
shrine
it's
to
already
the geyser's position.
Tell me when you're there.
I'm there.
No, it wasn't that far away. Okay, I'm here. I'm here. Kyle's here.
Am I? Are you guys ready? Questions still remain. Let's go.
I'm not there.
We know that.
I can't help it.
All right, follow us.
Let's roll.
Just keep going down the road until you're gonna make the first left.
I just kept going
I
straight.
need to remember to keep upping my speed.
It took me many years. But that's only because I'm stupid.
You could have done it quicker if you just did it every day. It's only 60.
Yeah, you can get it done in a couple months.
Keep it up, Imbrave. Lend me your strength. Quell this earth.
Less talk, more action, lady.
She's doing druid things you wouldn't understand. Ember was standing in the lava.
I mean,
A little bit more.
I'll close off the main one.
At least there's a bunch of people here.
It's too much. I can't hold it.
Oh, she can't hold it.
Must kill it. Hurry!
You know, I could understand the first few times, but after she does this,
There, we
this
don't
many
need to
times-
comment on it. It's what they do every time. Ouch. Owie.
25%. If anyone has any execute abilities, I would wait until his shield generators are. Never mind.
Well done. Now's our chance. I have sealed the fissure for good.
Okay.
Great work.
Hooray!
But questions still remain. I shall return to my order and report all that has happened. Until we meet again.
Hooray!
Now we should get out of here before that happens again.
Because she said she sealed it for good.
Yes. How many times are people gonna make these comments? The next, you know what? Let's just kind of take a jaunt to the next one. Follow me. If I get too far ahead, let me know. We don't usually get to walk through here, so.
If you'll just listen.
Oh, look at all these resources I could be getting. Oh well.
Where you at, Jake?
Oh,
Eight.
follow the rest of the people.
8.
Since you stopped, I'm gonna get my rune stone.
Alright, this way. We're gonna make a sharp right turn.
Amongst all the waspies.
I'm spending no time here. Because, you know, this is a prison island and I'm a good person. Imagine if, like, when a prisoner is just listening in to us hiking through, like, I don't visit here enough. This place is beautiful. And they're like, we're stuck here for the rest of our lives. Alright, coming up here, we're going to go through a hidden path.
The one where the path reads light to it.
Somewhat. Would you look at that?
If someone wants it, they can have it. I've already got it.
Is there an endeavor for it? No. Eh. Mom's opening it from down there.
How did I do that?
Good job. This is a crafting area. The hidden foundry.
I just realized this whole time it's been doing the applying patch thing, which means it must have already downloaded it,
Oh.
and it has
Yeah,
to
yeah.
apply
That's why I'm not robotic. I
Right.
guess.
The
'Cause it started at
patch
it
is all
started
hard
at-
drive.
It started at 70,000 megabytes, which is 70 gigabytes. So it's like the whole game.
Oh, that's kind of cool, seeing the lightning. It's storming for me. We're gonna make a left. For this one, it's going to be Avarice of the Elder Tide. Dark Geode.
Yeah, okay.
I'm gonna grab the geodes.
I think he's there.
There may be more geodes
Yep.
hidden below.
Alright, so this boss fight has AoEs, donut holes, you know. Just kind of make sure to watch where you're standing.
Drones are for fools. This is true power.
This doesn't feel fair to them.
Be gone, or I will destroy you.
Nice. Hi, Craze, how you doing?
How many big bosses are there? Just 2?
Yeah,
3?
2.
Hoping to get one taken down right there. He's down.
Good job.
Okay.
Flee while you can. We may spare you.
I like Miri's telling me it's all in my head. Keep fighting. It's all in your head.
Single digits. 5, 4. Nice.
I couldn't wait.
Happy New Year! Just overstimulated mentally? Well, I'll try to keep it chill. I am very simple, so...
My signature kick.
Hooray.
Right.
Now we just gotta get those turned in. Mom, you still on a scroll?
Yes, 13 minutes.
Then we'll teleport.
Tell us when you's there. Is you there?
Not yet.
Wow.
I'm tired. I'm very slow. I'm there. See, she's so small. Look how small she is. I mean, really.
And with hardly a
Ah.
deepest apology.
House Dufort.
I got Steadfast Society axes.
Didn't we do 3 quests?
We did.
Yes.
Where's the third one we turn in? Oh, this one.
I got metal boots, metal helmet, axe. Those are the only steadfast ones I got.
Sorry, say that again, Dad.
I got steadfast metal boots, steadfast metal helmet, steadfast metal axe. I got a Sistry's ice staff, epaulets of High Isle, and Sistry's helm.
But you did say axes in there.
I got a
Steadfast.
steadfast metal axe.
I don't. Is steadfast metal?
Mettle. Steadfasts,
Metal.
plural. Metal, or possessive. Steadfasts, metal axe. Boots and helmet.
The yarn person is still here.
What? I'm so. I'm
What are you
Wow,
confused
here's-
about?
Here's you all in black over here.
I'm confused because there is no steadfast metal. It's not coming up.
Hey, look at your dark twin.
Hey, yeah. Look at that. Being all edgy and whatnot. Different hat,
Looks like
though.
he went through a fire,
I wear the superior hat.
and the fire shortened up his gown.
Anyway, Dad, is steadfast metal like an outfit style? you sure?
One-handed, steadfast society.
Right.
It's an axe.
Yeah, steadfast society is one thing, but you kept saying metal.
It is. It's part of the steadfast's metal.
Oh yeah,
set.
no, I'm outfit styles.
I don't have an outfit style. Oh.
Yeah, steadfast society axes outfit style. I'm wondering if anyone has that.
Axes I don't care about.
I'm in the middle of opening all my stuff.
And you're wondering if anybody has the steadfast.
Yes, because I would like to trade it, or give it to anyone who doesn't.
How do I find that? You and outfit styles and steadfast. I have steadfast society hats.
I have steadfast society axe.
Jerkins, breeches, epaulets, shoes, gloves, and sash, so I have the whole outfit.
Weapons.
Weapons, I have the axe, one-handed, two-handed. I have the shield,
How do I get
I
to
have
there
the
again? Just see if I have
bow.
it?
I do not have a staff. I
You
don't have any staffs.
and then you see the the little coat in the on the
Yeah,
hanger at the
out the
top.
stuff. So I'm looking for what kind of axe? Kyle?
Steadfast.
Steadfast. STEED.
All one word.
Let's see.
I have everything but staffs.
I do not have Steadfast Society battle axe.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
I'm down here at the armor selling.
I mean, I don't have a style page for it. I have the actual axe. Are you saying you have the style page?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, all I'm missing is staves.
Sorry. So- Thank you.
Welcome. There's got to be a better way to do that. They need to fix this up. You know, I'm getting a little bit peeved. A little bit peeved.
So you hate the game?
I think that they're like, oh, different characters can eat all these style pages is nonsense. I mean, it shouldn't even be an achievement. Collecting every style page should not be an achievement. It's messing it up for everyone else. It's just such a mess having to go like, let me check to see if I have it on this character, or oops, I just accidentally ate a 4 million gold style page on this character. You know, it's
That's why I only have one character.
yeah. Well,
That's totally why.
there goes the Argonian. Look at him. He's writing. He's walking by and writing. Wait, what if I let's personalities scholar. I'm gonna go bug him.
I don't see anybody else around you. I just
Yeah, I don't know what
see
you're
you.
talking about.
I was the most annoying child on the playground.
Oh, you're kidding.
He put it down. He put it down. I think he's done with me.
How do I equip? How do I customize my companions?
Is this his girlfriend? Is she gonna stab me? Your companions will be under allies.
You talk to your companion, and then go to
She is.
companion menu and equipment.
I'm a little bit nervous.
There we go.
I think you're being annoying, and I think you better.
I think you
walk
should back
from it.
away.
I don't think they're having a good time with you.
I guess I'm headed home.
Yeah.
Thank you for a good night. Had fun.
Night. Same.
Yep. Back to.
Well, it just finished.
Well, I'm still here.
Chris. Good timing. Well, you'll be ready for next weekend. Maybe you'll play with us tomorrow, Jake.
Probably be a big update between now and then.
The next,
Well,
I think,
then I'll be doing it.
the next big
You'll have
update
a
will be
See, I need to eat.
on the
Yeah,
June,
usually
June
when you guys
10th,
are
I
playing on
think.
Sundays.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Those
Sunday
world
night.
releases. No, wait, sorry, the 3rd. I think it's like a couple days after Jared's birthday.
Oh, I thought it was the first.
No, it's a couple days after Jared's birthday
Oh, okay.
for PC.
Mm-hmm.
She's just sitting here reading. I don't know if it's aggressively, passive
Aggressively reading
aggressively
with her knives.
with her very sharp claws. No, I don't know. I'm.
All right. Well, see you tomorrow.
See ya.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye.
Had a good time.
Same.
Bye.
Bye.
See you guys
Bye.
tomorrow.
See you
Bye.
tomorrow.
See ya.
Love you.
Love you too.
Bye.
Bye. Night. I'm going to turn around now. You think that invading
wish I
someone's
could
personal
sell it.
space would be? Sorry, what?
I sure wish I could sell all the stuff that's unsellable. A lot of the consumables, like Sparkling mud crab apple cider. It's like I have 4 of those. I just want to sell them, but they
You should be able to sell all of those.
cannot. It's marked with the big red no symbol.
What'd you do?
One of those
Steal
things
it?
You have to type in. No,
I can sell mine. I bet I could, actually.
you can sell a mud crab apple cider.
Let me try it.
I'm gonna assume you can.
You wish to see?
Sell consumables. Huh. The heck? I wonder why.
There you go.
I can't sell my ambrosia either. Well, not that I would want to.
Yep, there's a lot of that stuff. I'm just, and that's
Just
why my
get rid of it
inventory
then. Unless you want to
is
take it,
so
it's stamina based.
full. Well, the thing is, I have to type destroy, and that gets. I just copy and paste it, obviously, but it gets so tedious.
This guy looks awesome. Yeah, he's got a really cool style about him. Suddenly I'm having spikes.
Or not. Okay, I don't actually have to type destroy for those. That's nice.
Jacob, are you doing anything? Any downloads?
Nope. I just finished for like an hour.
Are you logging in or something? Something, because everything's falling apart.
I am already in. I logged in. So unless I'm ruining my being logged in,
I don't know, but it's all. Hold on.
I can hear you. Huh?
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not falling apart. I'm resilient.
Well, I went back down to 60, but I'm gonna give it a second. Nope, 550. Something's up.
I'm fine.
I'm going to check my Steam. Steam says nothing. I'm not doing anything aside from playing ESO.
You can't even just type destroy. It has to be all in caps.
What I like to do if I have to do that a lot is I type in destroy all in caps and then I copy it and then I paste it.
Yeah, I know. I do that too usually.
Destroy, destroy, destroy. Oh man, I accidentally used a damage ability. I want to use a healing. Fortunately for me, damage ability and healing is often the same thing. Like when I commit my Wall of Elements, it drops a healing AoE. Hold on, Jacob, keep blocking.
Oops.
Shit. Keep blocking. All right, no, hold on. Now I want to do something. No, the effect just goes away. It does. I was hoping that it would like pile on or something. I got this emote yesterday. I can't move. Let's see. I also got I got this emote. I like to wait around with this one.
Your hands are on fire.
Gong.
Looks like you were gonna light the bear on fire.
I don't have that one. I don't know where that one comes from.
apparently, I looked at the Star Wars comic panels they sent you with Lando saying beat his ass too.
Yeah.
That's not an edit.
Yeah, it's just one of those. It sounds like one of those things that they would just drop in Star Wars every now and then. They're just kind of like, I'm just gonna toss in a swear.
Oh no! Reading the novels, they swear all the time.
How far do they get?
I mean, ass, hell, damn.
Oh wait, hold on. Shit's canon because of Andor.
Yeah, well, yeah, they say shit. I don't know where, but the F-bomb has definitely been like it's canonized that is a swear word, but they never actually have it written out.
Yeah, I could see that being a thing.
Well, I mean, I would assume every English word is probably a word in Star Wars. It's just, you know, it's kind of like, you know, the F word always exists in the MCU even before.
Even before Guardians of the Galaxy 3, which they probably did to break the mold because they knew that Deadpool was coming right after.
Speaking of which, did you see the most recent Deadpool trailer?
Yeah.
That looks so good.
It looked pretty good.
I was more just like, okay, I get what they're gonna do.
It kind of felt like they were laying down the swears a bit thick, but you know,
I wasn't even paying attention to the swear. It's just the whole.
It's like, look, we swear now. Don't be scared.
Well, yeah, I mean, they made a joke about the Feige joke. Michaela thought they said Foggy, and so she thought they were referencing Foggy from.
She's not the only one. I've seen someone else at least say the same thing.
It's like they reference Foggy from Daredevil.
But no, it's Feige only allowed. I mean, that's fun. I think that it's in good hands. I think this is honestly, it's weird because it's a weird idea because this might be the best time to do it because the MCU is definitely a joke for a lot of people now, and so this is kind of the prime moment to make those kinds of jokes about, like, they're gonna go like MCU ass dialogue.
Oh,
or whatever.
I don't know. Well, when they were writing this, I don't know if they could reference the current dynamic shift on the internet's discourse on the MCU.
I think they would probably have the time. I see them doing that.
They did. It was evident that the what's the smoke monster that was in Loki, the being that's at the end of time in the void.
I could tell you any other day.
Well, it was in the trailer.
Yeah.
So they're not just like casually being like, it's the same location as Loki, but we're gonna make the rules a little bit different.
Hold on, give me a second.
Also, I looked up the main antagonist, and I had no idea who this character was, but that is a genius.
I did. And,
like, for this to be, like, a continuation of the original... I'm surprised he didn't use this in the original X-Men movies. Like, the concept that Xavier has a evil sister.
Yeah, I guess they just didn't have the time.
Well, now's a good time to use it, because, like, not only would she be dealing with multiverse stuff, but, like, now you have, like, a tie to Xavier. Apparently her favorite variants to kill are Xavier variants. Like, she gets to throw a lot of killing variants of her brother.
That makes sense.
Goes around and kills Xavier's. Which is, a lot of people are like, okay, we've seen Xavier die so many times already. Like, in every movie, Xavier dies.
I'd like to see him again, because I want to see... I mean, we've been... When we see him lately, he's always dying. And I want... And I'd like...
Well, people are saying they should mix it up and instead have the McAvoy Xavier. If they're going to kill Xavier again, do the McAvoy Xavier. Because we've never seen him die.
Right. Yeah. But also I'm kind of sitting there like, I kind of want to see Patrick Stewart get a chance to do the Thing again without dying horribly. You know? I just want... Because it's like it's just sad. I like seeing...
His death in Logan was good.
But it was sad. It was fucked up.
It was sad, but the other times where Xavier dies, people were mad that he died. Like, people felt like they messed up how he died in Dark Phoenix, and then obviously in Multiverse of Madness, everyone hates how easily he went out in like 2 seconds. It's Xavier.
Everyone went out easily.
Yeah, they just, like, he should have been able to, like, beat her up a bit before.
By the way, you guys can report to me just for funsies.
Michaela and I still haven't seen Deadpool 2, so I added that to our watch list. And if whenever we watch Deadpool 2, if you want to watch it with us.
Oh yeah, that's right. I've only seen the first one.
Yeah. And I heard the second one was really good.
It's very hard for me to appreciate Deadpool. You need to hit a certain note. I'm just that kind of guy.
You've heard that Deadpool 2 was good.
You've heard that it was good. I mean,
Well,
yeah,
you told me that.
but
that
people,
told
but
you.
we all people like different things. We all like different things.
Like, the people that told you it was good were people that you were like, yeah, it sounds like it was a good movie.
I mean, what is this, gaslighting? I mean, who said that?
I'm just saying that last time you talked to me about Deadpool 2, you made it sound like you had positive feelings.
I feel like I feel about Deadpool 2 probably the same way I felt about the first one, which is that I was like, this is definitely a good Deadpool movie. You know, it's not my favorite kind of comedy at all, but this is what a Deadpool movie should be like, even though it's not something that I would appreciate 100% myself. It's something that I know that Deadpool fans are probably really loving.
I actually think what they did well with the first Deadpool movie, and what I heard they did even better in the second one, is the fact that it wasn't just straight up a Deadpool. Like, they actually made it semi-serious, because my concern with the Deadpool movie was, okay, are we just going to be... You know, like a Deadpool comic can be just kind of like, you can write it off. It's just like, okay, I'm going to open it up, and from page 1 to page 20, it's just going to be inconsequential, irreverent humor. There's not really going to be any stakes. You're not really going to care about. It's just Deadpool's going to be commenting on everything. But the first movie actually had, like, they made important stuff happen, and then they didn't, like, make a joke out of it. Like, they knew that they... Which is something you wouldn't expect for a Deadpool movie. You'd expect them to just be like, we're going to subvert...
I've seen stuff from Deadpool comics that have messed me up. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that he experiences.
Yeah, Deadpool does have serious moments. There are particular Deadpool comics that take themselves... they view themselves more as like, okay, we can actually have something to say in addition to having irreverent humor.
In my opinion, if a comedy character is always comedy all the time, then it just becomes boring,
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, like, in the first Deadpool movie, like, the romance was, like, they didn't make a joke out of it at all. It wasn't like, see, they really... it's like it was a good...
Deadpool likes a girl, isn't this funny? I don't know how they would make that a comedy.
I meant that they put it in that they actually sincerely seemed to have sincere emotions. Because the whole thing is, like, you would never trust Deadpool's emotions, because you're like, it's just, he's doing this for a joke.
Yeah, I mean, like, and it looks Deadpool like in the trailer... The trailer shows that they're continuing that trend, and it's about like he's.
Well, from what I heard, the second movie really handled like having serious, like actually good character dynamics, and not just being like, you can't have like Deadpool talk about like having a favorite person in the world, and then they die, and he's just like, I don't care because I'm Deadpool.
Yeah. But it's a very thin wire to tightrope for me.
Yeah.
Maybe not for some other people, but it's like, you better hit that note correctly, or I just get kind of eye-rolly.
Well, I know the kind of movie that I expected Deadpool to be, the kind of like...
This new one definitely... The what?
Like the scary movie genre, or whatever those films are that people watch that's just straight up just like... You're not really watching a movie, you're just watching a bunch of jokes about movies.
Right, there's not like a specific direction. It's
It's
like you're just watching a joke book.
Yeah, the Deadpool movie felt like I was watching an actual movie. It had jokes about movies in it, and made it broke the fourth wall. And that's something that I remember the discourse before the first Deadpool movie came out. There were people concerned about like, okay, the fourth wall breaking works in the comics, but if they overdo it, like, it's gonna make the film, you're gonna be exhausted.
Well, I agree.
That kind of like, okay, everything's meta now, we get it, you're meta. But I feel like they nailed it. They didn't overuse the like, oh, he knows he's in a movie. They only actually really made like a couple jokes where he like referenced things.
Yeah, there was a balance.
Well, that's the thing is, you wouldn't really care about the story if you're like, okay, he knows he's in a story. None of this really matters.
Right.
You can make the occasional joke about like, okay, he's referencing Kevin Feige, so he gets he's in a movie. But if you do that the whole time, it's kind of like, so why is he doing any of this? he knows he's Ryan Reynolds. So am I watching Ryan Reynolds play Deadpool, or am I watching Deadpool?
Yeah, but I mean, like, fourth wall breaks, I'm cool with, but if, I mean, like, obviously in Deadpool's case, but if it's the level, it is the level of irreverent jokes and violence at times that can turn me off of watching Deadpool or experiencing Deadpool things. So
Well,
like, I mean, the movie didn't really do that.
Yeah, I was gonna say I have the same concerns, and after seeing how well they handled the first movie, that's when I was kind of like, okay, I get they're not gonna do some of those Deadpool comics where you're just kind of rolling your eyes the whole time, or it's uncomfortable to read because he's like, I'm gonna blow up an orphanage, and it's like I get it, like, how far are you gonna go?
It is uncomfortable to watch though with other people. I mean, it just is. There's you're not gonna watch.
I would not take Mom to this.
Yeah, it's always like, you know.
But I don't. Yeah, I was gonna say I wouldn't take Mom to see Logan, but I actually think Mom would.
Mom would love Logan, but it's dark.
It's very violent.
Yeah, it's incredibly violent, but it's not. I think she can take the violence, but like when you start getting my 7th grade brother would find this funny humor into it. That's when it starts becoming like
immature would be the word.
You're right, immature. So when you get mature and if there's violence and stuff, I think she can handle it, especially if she wants to watch Fallout, which I've heard is incredibly violent. So
yeah,
well,
it's
she's
not like
cool with
other
that.
It's not like other MCU films aren't immature in their humor.
Yeah, they can be.
I mean, like, you watch Love and Thunder, so like
I did. Look, I'm the only one here who watched Love and Thunder, right? Did anyone else?
Yeah, I'm just using context clues, but on a scale, I can go ahead and assume Deadpool 3 will probably be more tolerable to experience than Love and Thunder.
Yeah, yeah.
It does seem like they are leaning. They've made it very clear that Logan as a film is still important. They're not undoing Logan. They actually said Logan. The plot of Logan will be very important to this film, so I feel like thematically this is like a spiritual sequel in some ways to Logan. It's like Deadpool 3 and Logan 2.
Okay. Yeah, I was rewatching some Logan clips because it's I don't know. I remember because we were talking about you watching a movie with. We were talking about you watching Civil War with Steven, and then we talked about Steven's opinions on movies, and then we said something about him not liking Logan, which I completely forgot about. Like, he didn't like Logan, but
I particularly remember. Yeah, he thought Logan was
I thought it was so good, and it's just I can't believe that he didn't. I mean, because I was
he didn't like. He walked out of Mad Max rolling his eyes too. It's like, fucking
do you not like?
It's a glorious day.
I mean, like, I don't know, Mad Max is just it was like a summer flick. It was fun. It was action packed.
Mad Max was it was like insane. It's just like the cinematography, everything was like practically done. So it's like that, you're viewing it from just a filmmaking standpoint. Yeah, I still remember so much of that, like the sandstorm that they're going through.
Yeah.
Just like the wide shots. The music, particularly the soundtrack of Mad Max, is insane. But yeah, no, Logan is one of the best Marvel movies.
It's got Stephen Merchant in it.
Yeah,
was
just the
cool.
fact
That
that
was
they
fun.
were able, they had like they made a mature, they had like a sign off that they could make it an actual rated R film, and then they did everything they could with that to like. In like a respectful way, not like we can blow heads up now. They made a good.
Right, I remember being very nervous. I'm being very nervous about like how where they were gonna go with they're like this is gonna be R-rated and.
To be fair, Wolverine rather is technically, I believe, the first Marvel character to say fuck, because the X-Men universe was using that way before the MCU was.
Yeah.
I don't know if maybe there was other, because I know Blade came out first, and Blade was rated R, so maybe they had upwards in the early Blade movies. But now if the X-Men films are retroactively part of the MCU, well, I guess the Blade films would also retroactively be part of it.
How did you find
There's something very, though, like in actual MCU terms, there's something very satisfying about how they pulled off their first F-bomb. That.
Well, it's because it's the last place you'd expect.
Right.
It'd be like if it popped up in Thor: Love and Thunder, and you're like, what?
I think I don't know. Like, as someone that's seen Love and Thunder, I do not feel like that would have been welcome there at all.
It would have been just as unexpected. Because
Sure.
you don't go into the movie being like, this is the one they might do it.
Yeah, but I mean, like, to have the Guardians of the Galaxy have that they've always had that irreverent, sweary, naughty vibe.
Yeah,
to
I
them.
would have put my money on Rocket if any of the Guardians.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. By the way, we're not going to talk about Guardians 3 too much, but
no.
I mean,
is it common knowledge that there's?
Well, no, we're not going to. Jacobs hasn't seen it. But in my opinion, I did really like it. I mean, like, that was a really good theater experience, and
yeah.
I mean,
I
would say it might go like 3-1-2 for me, or 1-3-2, in terms of quality.
Yeah.
Oh God, we made it
I
out.
definitely like the first one's just classic, just for being as unexpectedly entertaining as it was, and setting the entire tone for the MCU space aesthetic that, like, going forward became extremely important.
It was very unique. I don't know who had the idea where they were like, we're gonna combine 70s.
Yeah, the way space works in the MCU, the challenge of making it stand out and not just feel like Star Wars or something, like the MCU now, because of Guardians, has a very unique. And I guess, they had the comics for a lot of inspiration, obviously, but.
Right, but I do think that sometimes they need to remind us that space is horrifying and scary, because a lot of times I'm like, they go a little bit too zany, because I'm like, oh, it's a weird thing in space because space is weird.
Well, that's how they set the tone apart, though. That's how it stops being. It's not the Alien franchise.
I know, but like,
space, no one can hear you scream.
But like, when they bring up stuff like, God, those Thanos and those creepy things that Thanos brought to Wakanda in Infinity War. That kind of stuff. That's the kind of stuff that I think they need to focus more on, so you can feel scared of the threats out there. A lot of times, though, they're just kind of like, look, this thing's weird. It's got a face on its hands or whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
face is full of goo.
I do like it when they get more serious, because I want to be reminded about how scary things are out there.
Well, it's based on a comic universe. Then in Marvel Comics, like, things are crazy. It's zany in space. It's wacky.
Yeah.
Again, it's not cosmic horror. They'll play up the scary stuff for, the villains. But yeah, I mean, you have to remind yourself that space as a concept in the MCU, like, you're first introduced to it, I mean, I guess if you don't count Thor, in Avengers with the Chitauri, then it's like, okay, these are what aliens are like in this universe. But then with Guardians, it just opens up and it's like, you go from movies set on Earth to, like, here's an entire film set in space. And, like, it feels normal for the MCU to do stuff in space now, but at the time it was very, like...
Yeah, at the time it was... that's what I liked about the MCU, though, is that it started, well, aside from Thor, it started very small.
Yeah.
And then when the Avengers came out, which is when I started watching MCU stuff, because you were like, we gotta watch all these movies, it became like, oh, we're dealing with big things now, aliens, like an alien invasion. And then they had that deleted scene from Endgame. I think it was deleted, where they talk about the Chitauri. Do you remember that?
I mean, Endgame was way after the. What are you talking about?
So there's this I believe it was a deleted scene from Endgame where they're talking about the New York invasion and having to fight off the Chitauri and how difficult it was and everything. But they're doing all of this in front of Rocket, and he's like, the Chitauri. Like, that's the lamest army of all time. Like, how did you struggle?
That was not. That was not in the film.
It's a deleted scene, I guess. He's like, how did you struggle? Like, they are a pushover, and they're all like sitting there, like, what?
That might have been a reference.
Yeah, so that's probably why they dropped it. But
yeah, I'd be like, oh, so this Avengers is lame.
Just like, oh, okay.
technically, I mean, on a similar note, the Sakarans were the main enemies in Guardians of the Galaxy, and you don't see Sakar, like the planet Sakar, until Thor Ragnarok. That's the junk planet that he's on.
Yeah. Ow. That was because Jacob wasn't here. I was like, that was harder than the other one. Ember should be getting up by now. But no, I'm not put off of watching Marvel movies after Love and Thunder, because I know that everyone else feels kind of the same way about the movie.
Different. Yeah. It does make me feel like, because I had heard that the movie would be that way, and then hearing from you as a trusted source that it's kind of that way, it's like, okay, so I kind of feel like that probably means a lot of the other stuff I've been hearing about more recent Marvel movies might also hold.
Here's the thing, though, is that even when Ragnarok came out, I was not a fan of his directing style. Taika's directing style always, again, I think it was the over zaniness of space that made me. I was like, I don't know. There was almost like this is funny on Earth, so it's funny here vibe to it that made me feel like it was less alien. They're using phrases and stuff. Yes. I'm like, how would you even know that phrase? Like, how do you know what a camel is? I don't know. So it was kind of like that. But it was like, okay, that's expense of the bit.
I feel the same. It also dates it because it's like, okay, this is funny in 2000.
Right.
19 or yeah.
So there was some of that. I mean, the improv can be funny. I liked Ragnarok. Love and Thunder was like pretty much everything that I was afraid Taika was gonna do.
Well, I will say, plenty of people love Ragnarok and hated Love and Thunder.
I know that's because he overdid it and kind of was like, he was like, how can I do lightning in a bottle again? And I mean, he couldn't, in my opinion. But the third act of the movie's good. I get at least the art direction and action and stuff. I feel like I'm like, if this movie was like the third act of the film, then it would all be good. But it's just, ugh.
That was some of the best stuff in Ragnarok. Was the action and art direction and stuff were really good.
Yeah, hold on, we're gonna.
And the Thor Loki dynamic and Hela and stuff I felt was good. I didn't have, outside of humor and tone, I didn't have any issues with Ragnarok.
Something that I had something going on with Thor. Can you interrupt? Bash. Never mind.
Oh. I didn't know if you were talking about
It's fine.
I was like, why would I interrupt you?
So yeah, this is a boss that I can't solo because you need to interrupt or you're dead, or unless you have so much health. It's very, very hard.
Why have health?
This is the group event. Anyway, so something that I didn't like is what they did with Thor and Thor's. I liked him when he was a fish out of water, but not like. There was a point where he stopped being fish out of water and started being more like, oh, I know what this is, but his opinions on it and whatnot were still very interesting or comical, and the way that he spoke was always fun to listen to. And then he just kind of entered the. He just kind of felt like another MCU character over time, and that started with Ragnarok.
Yeah,
I mean, you could see it a bit. You could see it a bit in Thor 2, but Ragnarok was like.
No, I mean, he was less of a dude bro in Thor 2. I feel like that sort of character turn was kind of abrupt.
It was more abrupt than people give it credit for. People don't talk about it enough.
Like, he was more like a stoic hero in Thor 2. He wasn't like, you know, it was sort of that thing where like he had a frat with a guy named Daryl, and it's sort of like, oh, okay, I can want to make him into a. He started being a little bit more Chris Hemsworth and less Thor. Yeah. Well, I don't think Chris Hemsworth acts like that.
Well, he's more earthy. He's more human.
Yeah.
He's more like because they have an improv, you know, and.
Well, again, it's that moment where like you start making fun of yourself, and they're like, it's, you know, Thor's.
I'm dead. Interrupt. Can you interrupt?
I am.
I'm okay. Oh god. Come on. Come on. No, interrupt. Oh god. Oh god. I'm dead. I'm dead. Can you hit her? Hit her, hit her. Oh, Jesus. Thank you. Ugh. Okay then. Cool. Jacob, if you were here earlier... I've got someone that wants me to, heal, Dreadsail Reef. And I said that I was going to be ready at around this time, but I'm not going to be like in a voice call or anything. At least unless they demand me to. But here's Fez. Oh, wait, no, you can't use the Fez. I'm sorry.
Why can't I use the Fez?
Because we're not a group anymore. I had to leave.
Then you're my enemy.
Ah!
Oh my god, speaking of enemy.
Are you shitting me? Is she back already?
She's right behind you, not to pull an MC.
Oh.
She's right behind me.
He's behind me, isn't he? Really?
Are you trying it again? I just left.
There's people here.
Why do you want to kill her again?
2 people. They need help.
We got what we needed.
What did you need?
I don't know. We killed her. I assume that's why we were here.
The group isn't complete yet. There's only 6 people in. That's about halfway, so I have time. Good job. Good job. We totally got this. All right. If you guys get a purple Hajimoto lure,
no.
Bank that.
Wait. I got a Hajimoto lure, coral Hajimoto lure earlier. I don't know if it was purple.
It's purple. It's a purple item.
What does it do?
I would just put it in the bank. If you get enough of them, you get a pet.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm not gonna sell it. But...
I got 2. I accidentally used the first one because I was before you said to put them in the bank.
Wait, you can use them? Oh fuck, you can use them.
I don't know what it
Okay,
did.
never mind. Never mind.
They're lures, right?
Wait, should I use that?
I had no idea you could use them.
What does it do?
If you use it, does it count or does it go away from?
It fills in. It must fill in a meter in your achievements.
Yeah, I just pressed use and it went away.
Yeah.
Oh.
I had no idea. I probably have some in the bank.
The second one?
Yeah, go ahead and keep eating them. Keep eating them.
Yeah, let me use it. Okay.
They must go into a meter.
Yeah. And wait, am I luring a Hashimoto?
No. Give me a second. I need to get water. This group is filling out like hotcakes.
Hotcakes fill up?
Get out of here, man.
Well, I just almost tripped and spilled water all over my computer. Alternate universe me is pissed off right now. Thank you so much, Charman, for the raid. It's appreciated. Sorry, Crazy. Yeah, we didn't really need that much help. We were just kind of messing around. Okay, I got a port in, or they're gonna get mad at me. But no, I didn't see Ant-Man either. I told myself I was going to. I did not.
Sorry, I was watching a trailer for this comedy called Dune.
Is that not the most MCU?
I only got halfway through.
It's just so good.
Just editing, like they're not even adding any jokes. They're not like doing. It's not like bad lip reading where they're adding new voiceovers. It's just how it's edited. It's very.
It's very fun.
But no, I have not seen Quantum Mania either.
But I do agree with. I mean, I don't know what they keep in or what they take out, but I do think that
for some reason.
Oh, so you did watch it? Okay. So you've seen Quantum Mania, and I've seen.
I remember the reason. It was because I was gonna watch Loki season 2 and thought it would be semi-relevant, and it actually wasn't really.
Oh my god, they need to keep things relevant.
No, it's like, well, all the rules are gonna change between stuff. It's like things will work this way in Loki, things will work this way in Ant-Man. For instance,
Although
like,
I
I
did-
found out.
Sorry to read run. That's okay.
apparently There's a line in
Have a
Doctor
good
Strange
sleep.
where they talk about how you can use sling rings to travel the multiverse, and they throw that in there as a rule in the first Doctor Strange movie, and then they never use sling rings to traverse the multiverse. Again, they just pretend like.
Doesn't technically the multiverse not exist because of the sacred timeline?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Is like, is that the multiverse, or is that just branching timelines of the same universe? It's like,
Wait, if you're gone, do we just go anywhere?
If
You
I'm
abandoned?
I had to leave the group. I mean, like, we're still in voice, but I did have to leave the group. This probably won't take very, very long. I'm with a group that definitely knows what they're doing, besides me. But they needed a
Yeah,
heal.
I liked Loki season 2.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I didn't see it, and I don't really know much about it. But, like, I heard people going, like, this is great, and then, like, it ended, and people were like, this is shit.
yeah. I mean, I know some stuff that
I don't know. I do like. I think Feige said something like, we want to slow down and stop doing so many projects, and I'm like, good. That's a very good idea. And
I mean, they completely restructured stuff. I mean, I haven't heard anything about some of the shows they had announced. I think Armor Wars is still in production, but yeah, they announced a lot of shows all at once, and some of the more recent ones had conserving viewership. They're like, well, if no one's watching this, then they're definitely not going to watch the rest of the stuff that's coming out.
I was never really on the What If train that much, and also Marvel Zombies does not appeal to me either.
Maybe not. I will say What If was definitely way more of a must-watch than I was expecting.
It was okay.
The first.
You know what's really good? You know what is really incredible that Marvel put out and they just don't do much with it? Moon Knight. Literally one of the best things to the MCU to ever make, ever.
I have a semi-relevant thing to bring up in a similar theme, but you were going to ask Jacob something about Quantumania.
Right. I was gonna say I saw Love and Thunder and you didn't. You saw Quantumania and I didn't. So it's like, would you say like Quantumania deserves the Love and Thunder critique, or was it just kind of one of those Marvel movies where it was just kind of like, I don't remember much about it, it wasn't that important? Because Love and Thunder was just pretty bad.
Is it more like Thor: The Dark World, or is it like?
Yeah,
it was more forgettable than bad. I would remember it more for being forgettable than for being.
Okay, yeah, because then it's more like Dark World. Because Dark World wasn't like the most important, but I like it. And then there's Love and Thunder, where I'm just like, I can't really like this.
I'd rather a film be like Dark World, where it's like, I get why people don't talk about it much, but that makes it seem more like a micro niche thing to pay attention to. And then I'm like, well, then I like finding ways that it might be more important retroactively.
Quantumania felt like it was tricking people into thinking it would be more important than it was. I was like,
I know that feel all too well.
Important.
That exact quote I have heard, the whole Kang thing, and then having it all resolved in one movie makes a lot of people.
It's like movie clickbait.
Movie clickbait. I mean, I get that. Where it's like,
do they have a bunch of weird stuff in Quantumania, or is it like
they do? One of the best parts was like the creature design and backgrounds and visuals
I looked
were
up
pretty
concept art, and people were saying it was it was just like, because Ant-Man and the Wasp had insane concept art for crazy creatures and stuff, and they didn't put any of it in Ant-Man and the Wasp. And people thought it's because they were all saving it for Quantumania. And I saw a bunch of people saying yeah, the concept art for Quantumania, it's the same thing. The concept art was way better than all the stuff they didn't really do that much in the film. And I was afraid it would be like a Multiverse of Madness situation, where it's like, you build it up in your head, and then what they actually do is kind of like, oh.
I'm always cleaning up after you, Lie.
because I mean, the bits that we saw in Ant-Man and the Wasp of going that small, it's crazy.
They deleted a whole scene where they encounter an entity in the quantum realm. That was an amazing scene. It was completely alien, seemed weird. And they just cut it. And people were like, oh, it's because all that stuff is going to be in Quantumania. And then people came out of Quantumania like, yeah, there wasn't really that many weird creatures
Because I mean, it's not a setting that you can say is overused at all. I mean, it's this idea that is very unique, and honestly, it's like, oh, I could watch a whole series about this, and you really don't want that ball to be dropped.
Yeah. I mean, I remember people pointing out the city, Chronopolis, was
Yeah.
in Ant-Man the Wasp, and everyone was hyped up. It's like, we get to see that in Quantumania, so like, I really hoped that it like paid off.
That movie's the only movie I know Walton Goggins from. I was like, Goggins, where have I seen him? Oh, he's that guy from Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Yeah, I've seen Goggins.
So anytime I see him, it's what I think of.
Yeah. But yeah, as for it not tying into Loki Season 2, I never really expected the shows to tie... Like, after Multiverse of Madness, they just have one line about WandaVision. I'm like, I see how this is gonna go. They'll throw in a line, but the people that watch those shows are like, I get what that line's about. But they don't want to they don't want to anchor the rest of the audience to having to follow. It's not like Star Wars, where like you're watching a show and you're like, you can't watch Book of Boba Fett as a Star Wars fan and not understand like the rest of it. You're like, who's Cad Bane?
If you're gonna make a series like the MCU, you can't be afraid of people not knowing what you're talking about.
They kind of have to be, because the MCU's gotten so bloated and it needs to appeal to the least common denominator to maintain its level of success. They can't really do as much fan service stuff as like Star Wars can. Star Wars can make niche, deep cuts. Like, when was the last time the MCU made a deep niche cut to like a past MCU?
I definitely can't act like I'm a comics fan.
No, not a deep niche cut to the comics. They'll do that, but like, when was the last time the MCU made a deep niche cut to another MCU property? They're always like very surface level about it. They're never like, you know.
I never really consider the lore that deep.
There was that guy in Far From Home who was getting yelled at by Jeff Bridges about the box of scraps.
Yeah,
showed
okay,
back up.
yeah, that's the sort of stuff I'm talking about. Where that
was
level
pretty
of,
fun.
Like, Cad Bane showing up in Book of Boba Fett, where it's like, oh, this is like, you know.
Didn't they have that exact clip too? They reused the clip.
They reused the footage of being yelled at.
That's what kind of elevates it away from niche status. Is like, okay, that's an internet meme, so like, they kind of.
Wasn't much of a meme though. I thought it was just something we particularly found funny.
I'd say
I have seen many YouTube videos use the in occasional box of scraps meme.
I'd say it's a meme. I don't know if it was used because it's a meme or if it was used just because they were like, we got the same actor.
Well, I mean, it also they were probably thinking about like who are employees that may have been screwed over in Stark's past, and obviously, Iron Man 1 characters would be first on that list. Yeah, Spider-Man. That's another property. Like, any new Spider-Man films, like, are A-okay, no matter how much the MCU falls out of public.
I think
no matter how many people mock the MCU.
Far From Home is kind of like now that people have, you know, No Way Home. People, it's hard to sell people on Far From Home.
Well, the way movie franchises work is you only have as much public goodwill as your last project. So like, if the last thing was good, everyone's goodwill will be intact. So
that's why I like a movie that ends well instead of like has a good middle and ends badly.
Well, that's why everyone, like, you know, you hear about the Rey Star Wars movie and everyone's like, this is gonna suck, because they all are convinced the last one sucked. But you hear about No Way Home, and it's like, that movie was great, so people are like, the next Spider-Man. I mean, they're still gonna be like, it'll probably suck because of the preemptive criticisms, but most people will be optimistic because they felt like they enjoyed the last one.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely very much enjoyed No Way Home. I knew what was coming. I mean, I think a lot of people knew what was coming, because, you know, people were picking apart that trailer where they edited out the other Spider-Man, and it was very obvious that they were edited out. So it's like I knew it was coming, but I didn't know how it was going to be presented. And so to watch the film and to expect some cheap cameos, but instead getting like cameos that weaved itself into the plot in like a really clever way.
Just give you footage from another movie and like have Andrew Garfield nod.
Yeah. It was like we're gonna have almost like a, it's like a, you know, I'm you, but like this happened to me and this is how I reacted. And
well, not only that, but for fans of the other two Spider-Man, it functioned as like Amazing Spider-Man 3
Right.
and Spider-Man 4.
yeah,
I saw someone flipping out. I didn't even make this connection, but someone was flipping out that Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man finally got to fight the Lizard, because they said ever since Spider-Man 4, Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 4, the plot was going to involve the Lizard. You know, they set up the teacher in earlier Spider-Man films, and they said ever since then they were always excited to see Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man fight the Lizard. And they said after they gave that plot to Andrew Garfield, they just kind of that movie always just kind of lived in their head. It's like, oh, I'll never get to see what this Spider-Man 4 would have been. And they said that the most important part of No Way Home was that they finally got to see Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man fight the Lizard, like they always dreamed Spider-Man 4 would have.
yeah. I didn't know that was supposed to be the fourth one.
It was supposed to have Vulture and all that.
Craze, no,
Vulture and Lizard were going to
stay here.
Um,
You'll be fine, I
and
promise.
that's actually why Lizard was the enemy in Amazing Spider-Man 4, because they just kind of reused. You know, they were like, okay, this was already in line to be the next villain, and so they just kind of reworked it as a and you never saw Amazing Spider-Man 2. Not that it was the best Spider-Man movie, but like having No Way Home play as a continuation of it, I feel like it would have been pertinent.
Oh, I already knew. I knew like everything about it. You know, at that
Yeah,
point.
but you say that. That's kind of like, I know. That's like when you said you didn't want to watch Star Wars Rebels because you're like, I already saw Star Wars Rebels on YouTube in a 30-minute video, and it's like, yeah, but the show is way longer.
I've seen, I think, what's important for No Way Home. You know, like.
I mean, Electro was a major villain in No Way Home.
Yes.
It's like, did you watch everything involving Electro and?
Probably at some point.
Okay. He was better in No Way Home, to be completely fair.
Yep. Yeah, he had a better, cooler aesthetic.
Well, yeah, he looked cooler, and also he acted cooler. His character, and you know.
He was supposed to be like a dork, you know. He's not a dork in No Way Home. I haven't seen X-Men '97, but that's doing very, very, very well. Second season's already green lit, and
I actually saw people talking about how, I saw a couple people saying how they were talking about how the trailer for Deadpool 3 would have blown their minds if X-Men '97 wasn't out, because they're like, it's giving the trailer for Deadpool 3 was giving them everything that their kid self would have wanted in an X-Men property. Except they just got like a double dose of that in X-Men '97, and they're like, that already fulfilled.
They're
so many
spoiled. We're so spoiled.
They're like, you know, it's amazing to see Hugh Jackman in the yellow suit fighting alongside a accurate Deadpool. But they're like, I already just got so much from X-Men '97 that now that hits less than it would have.
Like a rich kid on Christmas.
Yeah, X-Men fans are happy. I would have thought, I thought Xavier showing up in Multiverse of Madness with the original X-Men cartoon theme playing as a cinematic orchestra, that would have been like the moment that X-Men fans lost their mind. But like that was, it was literally the first time a character from the Fox universe, that whole thing with Quicksilver showing up in WandaVision.
Oh God!
Like I felt like Xavier showing up on Multiverse of Madness would kind of click. So that's like the big moment. That is a character from the X-Men films, the Fox cinematic universe. Playing his same character, showing up in an official MCU property.
And the reason why I don't think it got a lot of fanfare was because when they did the Quicksilver fake out, I told people, I said, now that you've done that, the hype, you've killed it. You're gonna build it. You're gonna build it again. It's gonna actually happen, but you've killed it. Yeah. And that did not help. So
Deadpool 3 will probably redeem the, people actually be hyped that mutants are in the MCU after Deadpool 3, probably.
Probably, but I mean, again, if that actually was Quicksilver and they were gonna do a multiversey thing, I feel like that would have been the best. That would have been like...
It would have been like the floodgates open, and then when Xavier shows up, it would have felt like an escalation. Like, now Xavier's showing up, like, after the Quicksilver.
It was only logical. I don't know what they were thinking. I do not know. What I consider to be probably one of the worst writing decisions of all time.
Well, you know what? You know what? If it was this is how people talk about, like, actual long-running sitcoms, so I guess it fits into the WandaVision sitcom.
You know what? I guess
it
does. It's their cousin Oliver. I don't know.
Yeah, that's it. They jumped the shark with they purposely, it's meta. They did it on purpose.
Yeah, they're gonna be like, yeah, that's meta. We did that on purpose. No, I mean,
I had WandaVision news, but
WandaVision news.
Yeah, a sequel series to WandaVision, not the Agatha series.
Wait, what?
They are making a continuation of WandaVision called Vision Quest. Same font, at least the working font.
I think I heard about this.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I think it's obviously going to be more Vision focused, but...
Which is good. I mean, like, Vision's always been... there hasn't been an MCU thing where I haven't, like, seen Vision.
Yeah.
I've never felt like he's been a note that they missed. So... yeah, I could look forward to that. Oh shoot, did I do the wrong thing? Ooh. I never know what to do here. But yeah, WandaVision was like, that was a different time. You know, it was one of those, like, you had to be there. Because, like, Disney Plus was starting its Marvel stuff. And it was like, okay, so this is, you're now watching this Marvel stuff in your own home, and it's exciting, and
any character can show up.
And what?
Any character can show up. It's not like Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. where it's like when they get Sif to show up, it's like, I get that was the best they could do.
Yeah, because you're like, this is Vision, this is Wanda, they're actually here.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, Vision was debatably there, but like, it was exciting, and also, as someone that's really into old comedies, I was like, hey, it's Marvel and old comedies together. This is like the best thing that I've ever seen.
Van Dyke is canon to the MCU.
Yeah, but I was like the Dick Van Dyke Show's important lore for Wanda Maximoff. I could not believe what I'm seeing. So that was pretty awesome, and they also got Dick Van Dyke's input on some of their things for the first episode. So you know, I was like, this is thrilling, and then, you know, by the end, I was just kind of I was slowed down a bit by the Quicksilver stuff.
Well, yeah, because that became a jaw drop. Like, oh, I see where this series is going. Like, this is going to become something bigger than the sum of its parts through this Quicksilver plot. It's like, it makes so much sense that this is how they would incorporate her dead brother and, you know, kind of expand the universe of the MCU. And then, no, that's not.
It was, you know, it was a play on the audience, which you know, you can play your audience well in writing, but that is the opposite of how you play your audience well in writing, because it doesn't work if the audience is oblivious. Like, Mom didn't know, and
you know,
so...
actually, a better thing, not to interrupt, would be if they added him, right? They don't talk about Evan Peters being Quicksilver. They just have Evan Peters as a character, and you're kind of like, wait a second, this is the guy that played her brother in a different universe. And then you have the audience subverted expectation by, you know, later confirming, oh, this is Quicksilver. You know, you make it a thing where, like, the audience doesn't think he's Quicksilver. You're kind of like, maybe this could be Quicksilver, but they're not.
I guess, but a theory based on an out-of-universe choice, like a casting choice, I don't know how I feel about that.
Well, the thing is, it wouldn't be meta because he would have been Quicksilver from the Fox universe.
Yeah.
So you'd be like, oh, it makes sense because he's now crossed over. You know, it's the same character, that's why it's Evan Peters.
It's definitely a better idea, because...
Well, then it makes more sense why it's Evan Peters. Now it doesn't make any sense.
No, I don't...
Yeah. It's just like a cosmic coincidence.
It's a very odd coincidence, and then you're like, why did we do this? What, like, where...
Yeah, it only matters if you're an audience member.
I don't feel... Sometimes I feel like, oh shit, plot twist, like, you know, like when you're watching a mystery movie and you're like, oh, I totally thought it was this guy that did the murder, but it was totally different. And the audience the audience feels fooled, but they don't feel like cheated or manipulated to the point where they're like, oh hey, I thought this because
the answer is still satisfying. The answer we got
yeah,
in WandaVision was not
well, it's not satisfying at all.
It also is worse because ever since the MCU started, you know, I forget how many years. It was 2008, and then WandaVision came out over a decade apart. For over a decade, people have been talking about how great it would be if an X-Men character showed up in an MCU film. I remember people picking apart the Age of Ultron trailer, and there's a shot where Hawkeye extends like 3 arrows from his quiver, and you only see in the trailer, you only see a fist with those 3 things coming. Everyone was losing their minds, being like, "Oh my God, is this Logan or is this Wolverine showing up in Age of Ultron?" And like ever since then, people were always popping theories on like when the X-Men would show up, how they could do it, and after 11 years of that sort of like hype building up for when the X-Men would officially appear, like that's what it led up to in like the like a franchise as high profile as the MCU. With that being one of the biggest fan discussions, I feel like turning it into a joke was
reckless, very reckless.
Probably the worst thing you could do. Like, were you aware of how many people's hopes were riding on the hype that this would be a thing? And you had the goodwill. Like I feel like they legitimately pulled off the moment where the audience gasped, and you feel like this is happening. And
I mean, it was all over the internet. I mean, like reaction videos everywhere.
You could have ridden that wave all the way to like 5-star reviews by just keeping it.
Yeah, and then like every episode, every week, it started becoming less likely and more disappointing to the point where I wasn't as interested in it because I was like, it's starting to look not true at all.
Yeah, you're kind of getting the whole thing of like, oh, this is all.
Yeah, it's like this answer is not interesting or satisfying, and I just kind of I feel like my excitement was wasted.
Yeah.
Like, why would you want your audience to be disappointed specifically? I mean, you can choose to not do something, but to jingle keys in front of their face and then rip it away, you're like, ha, I fooled you. It's like, okay, but who wins?
It's that same sort of joke of like handing someone a fake winning lottery ticket.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, they'll be real excited when they think they won the lottery, but won't it be funny when they find out it was a joke? It's like, no, they'll be sad.
I mean,
it's only funny for you,
you sicko. It was just weird.
It's that exact same kind of bait and switch humor where it feels mean spirited. It's like, you guys were excited, weren't you? No, of course not.
No, of course not. We're not doing that. And so, I don't think they recognize.
It's more frustrating because like they could. It's like, we didn't do that. We wouldn't do that. But you could have.
Yeah, it was the time to do it. I mean, like it was viable at that point.
Well, everyone knew they bought Fox, and it's
right.
kind of like everyone just waiting for something like this to happen.
And I mean, but the creators knew that. They knew that everyone was kind of waiting on that, and so they're like, we're gonna use this. We're gonna use. I mean, there's just so much context, and there's so much context that is gone now if you rewatch WandaVision, because the internet debates and stuff, those are gone. The fact that they just bought, the X-Men or whatever, that's not a thing. Or I mean, it's a thing, but like it's not new news.
It wouldn't be a type. That's the other thing is it makes the show hard to watch a second time.
Yeah,
it's just like how.
Because now you got to waste your time on this plot.
Yeah, if it was a big hype moment, I'd be like, this is one of my favorite parts. I loved sitting week to week and watching this dream come true. But now it's like, now I gotta rewatch. This is the part we had
it's I mean, oh Jesus, what? I just took like 21.5k damage out of nowhere. It killed me. Okay. But yeah, so they haven't done anything of that level since. They didn't do anything of that level before.
I mean, they probably heard how well it went over. I can't imagine Deadpool 3 is going to have a moment where it's like, oh, that wasn't Wolverine at all. It was Agatha.
It wasn't
some guy with an appropriate name.
But isn't it awkward to watch with your family? I don't know. It just made it weird. It's like not only does this not work, but it's also just fucking weird to watch with other people. It's like it almost seems like a he-she. It's like,
yeah, it was like a parody.
it was very much like a parody, and I'm like,
like a robot chicken joke.
yep. And I guess they thought, I mean, that was intentional. They thought that
Well,
would be
so,
funny.
At least if he turned out to be something else, right? Who was the devil character that everyone
Mephisto.
thought was the top of? Mephisto. What if he turned out to be Mephisto? Then it would be like, okay, disappointed it wasn't actually Quicksilver, but it was Mephisto the whole time. Like that was a big thing, right?
But no, he's just a guy. He's just a guy.
Well, that's the thing, is the fact that it was just a guy. You know,
Yeah.
payoff was not entertaining as they thought it would be. If it
I like the
turned out
show
to be-
though. I like the show. I mean, like, if I push that out of my mind, the show is
I mean,
very
yeah, the
top
show-
tier.
It is. You do have to kind of realize, like, okay, where did we start and where did we end, and then realizing that basically you just end where, okay, everything was fake. And then it's like, well, then you kind of in hindsight realize that not a lot of it really mattered.
It's kind of weird because you feel really sorry for Scarlet Witch at the end, and that made sense. I mean, she obviously, what she did wasn't ethical or anything, but that's the thing. That's what made it interesting. Is like she's hurting, everyone's hurting. There's just so much pain, and then Multiverse of Madness happens, and suddenly it's just like, oh well, I'm out of the I feel sorry for her stage now, and I've entered the God. Like, there's no turning back. There's no redemption for this character anymore.
There was it's.
I've never
I said,
seen
there's
Robot
a big
Chicken.
disconnect between what happens in the shows and what happens in the movies. I still feel. But yeah, obviously the show was dealing more with like almost like an SCP theme, like what happens when a reality bender is experiencing grief, and it's like obviously weird things are gonna happen, because it's like that's what a human would do if they were experiencing grief and they had the ability to warp reality to cope with it.
Yeah,
I feel
and
like
that-
we're all just stuck with it. We just have to live with it. But this character can kind of like do whatever they want.
And I think they did a good job with it. I think that like the jokes that were like presented as actual comedy jokes, like for sitcom-esque humor, were pretty good quality. I think that the jokes like outside of Westview, you know, you got Ray Park as the police officer. That was funny. I like the characters. I thought it was pretty well done. Aside from the Quicksilver thing, very cool. I don't think it could have lasted any longer than it did because they couldn't keep that mystery going forever. It's kind of obvious.
No, that's the kind of thing is they kept building out the mystery. Like I even remember people talking about like, oh, who's the beekeeper? The guy with the hazmat suit went in, now he's beekeeper. It's because everything's fake. She's obviously just warping whatever goes into the field to become something that fits her narrative. It's like,
It definitely was pretty creepy though. Like,
yeah, it was creepy, but like people were treating it like what's happening is she's warping reality to fit her narrative. Like that's not a. I'm not really on the.
because why does she like bees? Why would she choose bees?
Well, again, it's because it fits his
right.
It's lots of a morph.
What the heck?
But no, it did work. That's a very good like SCP series too. It was a very like containment field sort of. It had a very interesting vibe. I remember that first time they panned out of Westview and you see the zone they have set up around, and there's like
Right,
no
it's
walls,
playing Daydream Believer from the Monkees.
Yeah,
that was good.
But like the material on the outside of her dome looks like TV, the RGB
Yeah,
lights.
I like that.
Yeah, the music choice was good, only surpassed by the Moon Knight car chase scene.
Moon Knight had some really great music. I think that what was cool about Moon Knight music is that they, like for the credits and stuff, they just use like modern Egyptian music. They're not like we're gonna make something that sounds like ancient Egyptian music. They just pick up actual, real music, and a lot of Egyptian fans were very thrilled with that.
Yeah, I mean, Cairo's a real place. Like, you don't have to keep.
Yeah, but
it's like putting a yellow filter over Mexico. It's like Mexico's real. You
Right.
don't have to keep treating it like it's Rivendell or something.
It's because it's cool. Like, you know, they go to Cairo, and it's like, you know, it just kind of looks like other places because it's, you know, it's the modern day people, and so they did a great, because I mean they had a lot of Egyptian people on the creation team, and that was a good idea. That was a great idea.
Like the lore is actually all actual lore. I'm sure it's in the comics too, like having the Field of Reeds, you know, the whole afterlife mythology.
Yeah, I won't say that they didn't change things. The MCU's not new to changing things, but they obviously did. They simplified Moon Knight's personalities a lot. They changed things like Mark, I believe in the comics, is more like a Bruce Wayne figure.
Yeah, he's got money. He's got the you know, the Moon Knight movie.
And he's like a total loser in the MCU. But it's like it's the MCU. It's Earth 616.
Would it have been as entertaining to watch if he was just Batman, but with a white color scheme and black?
But the thing that people I think are disappointed with is that I think Mr. Knight is supposed to be kind of a clever, the more like he's like a detective, works with the police and stuff. But what they don't see is that Mark as Mr. Knight, he is smart. People don't pay attention to the fact that he's clever. He knows his Egyptian lore. He can translate things that like.
Also, season 1, like he just found out this stuff. Like you're seeing in the comics, Mr. Knight, like who's been doing this for X amount of years. You know, I'm sure day one, Mr. Knight wasn't like he had the cops on speed dial and he knew how to solve a mystery.
I keep saying Mark. I meant to say Steven.
Yeah.
Steven's the smart one. Hold on. What do they need? Let's see. I gotta go through what these people need. Riptide, Coral.
Also, part of the intrigue of the show was Steven was the audience surrogate, and you're uncovering this what the fuck is going on through his perspective. If he was, you know, calm, collected billionaire Bruce Wayne, there's really no mystery in the comics of like what's going on. Like I feel like in the comics he's pretty much like I am a shattered personality who changes periodically. It's not like this kind of like frantic, like he's manic in the show. He'll just like wake up, not understand what's going on. I feel like that's much more of an intriguing hook than if they had just adapted the comics panel for panel.
Yeah, but they did do a lot of things. They did do a lot of things very much akin to the comics, like the shot of when, like, you know, he becomes Khonshu's representative. That was like the angle and everything's right out of the comics.
Yeah. Well, I feel like the way they had to introduce all these weird concepts to the audience meant that they had to have at least one of his personalities having to be learning about this for the first time with the audience. You can't just have him know what's going on and the audience not know what's going on, because it's such a weird idea for a superhero.
Right, and
like you gotta have it uncovered over a series of episodes.
Keeping everyone keeping everyone like waiting for Jake Lockley to show up was pretty fun well. Everyone's just waiting each episode. They're like
was an actual payoff at the end, because I was reading articles.
Oh yeah,
are they even in Jake? And I was fully convinced. I'm like, yeah, it makes sense. They just wrote Jake out. It's too much to deal with having an additional psychopath personality. But yeah, then when it popped up, it was like, they got me.
Yeah, no, that was definitely what the Quicksilver thing should have been, where you're like you're feeling it, you're like it's coming up,
and you're like is he Quicksilver? And then you kind of lead the audience to think like, no, I guess they just cast Evan Peters as a new character. You know, it's kind of like it makes sense. It just happens to be that he played Quicksilver, which is kind of weird because. And then the last episode, like, oh my god, it's because he is Quicksilver.
Yeah.
Which I guess they could still do.
They could. I think they could.
In the Agatha TV series, they could be like, now you were, now I get to finally uncover that the whole time you were a double.
I thought about them doing that, like have him be a variant, you know?
To a better place. Yeah, it would be better than where they left it, but it would still kind of be like that was a mess.
Like it would be like we know why they came up with this, but it was
kind of like it would be like in the back of your head. But they've done stuff like that before, where it's like they kind of realize retroactively what would have been better, and so they go back and make it that way.
What? Okay.
I had mentioned I had something on a Moon Knight adjacent theme to talk about. Steven had messaged me, which on another note, we should probably get getting in touch with him about Baldur's Gate if we're going to do that. He messaged me that there was another game, and this is a game I've been aware of for a while. This isn't like Steven just pulling something out of his hat. There's a game on sale currently for $7, and the gist of the game, and I've already bought a copy because I've been interested in it, and it's on sale for like $7. It's a 4-player game, puzzle solving / horror, that takes place completely in Egyptian tombs. It's like an Indiana Jones style. You play with yourself and a group of 3 other people solving puzzles. It's very, very dark. It is scary. There's a slight horror element, but it's entirely ancient Egyptian tomb themed. So like your enemies you're dealing with are like ancient Egyptian things like mummies, stuff like that. I also bought it because it is playable in VR. It's not, you don't have to play it in VR, it's just one of those games where, like Phasmophobia, where some players can be in VR and some cannot be. But if you go to the store page, it looks fun. They just had their 1.0 update, so I guess they updated it to a point where they feel like it's completed.
What's it called?
Oh, it's called Forewarned. I can send you a link.
I can Google it.
Yeah.
Forewarned survival game. That's a scary mummy.
It's not like survival like like Ark or Valheim. It's like a puzzle game. You're like all 4 of you go in. You're trying to get out of an Egyptian. I haven't seen a full gameplay loop, but you're exploring. You're explorers or archaeologists inside of ancient Egyptian tombs. Again, it's on sale for less than $8 currently. I figured that the dual fact of it being VR along with Egyptian aesthetic was enough for me to buy a copy.
But when would we play it?
Well, again, Steven and I and Michaela are frequently available to play. Like I could say we could play it tomorrow at 2 p.m. I could say that, and that would be true for 3/4 of us. So it's less of a question of when can we play it and more of a question of when can you play it.
Okay, so like this has gone from let's play this cool game together to now.
No, it's still let's play this cool game together.
No, now it's like we want you to get up 2 hours earlier than you usually do to play a game.
Is there another way that situation could go?
I mean, like we stopped playing anything. We started playing things Friday night. We don't do things, I don't know.
Well, I mean, you get home at past 10 o'clock on Friday nights. I'm home earlier on Friday nights, but you and Michaela aren't. But we have plenty of time most Saturdays. I mean, just
it's like every other
Saturday,
week I do the USP stream. I do my own. I've got what the heck?
Steven, Michaela, and I were all playing Barotrauma recently, and Steven was trying to get me to see if you get on. I'm like, he's not.
He's asleep. So sorry. He likes to sleep.
Just gonna play games without him.
Potat.
I mean, when I mentioned 2 o'clock, you said that's 2 hours before you get up. So on,
Sorry, no, I wasn't paying attention. What time?
Like I could say any time. It really doesn't matter what time I say. What times are you available?
What the heck?
I mean, you keep asking me for times, and it's like I feel like I'm just gonna keep saying numbers and just be like, won't work. So why don't?
That's because you don't like my answers.
What are your answers? What time would work? You haven't said anything.
Well, let's see. If honestly, like our best bet's probably if we were to actually, play Baldur's Gate more often and get it finished, we could do these things more often.
I don't think we're in a position to even start thinking about Baldur's Gate being quote unquote finished.
We
You know,
would
we haven't
we would
even
be
gone-
twice as far as we are now if we didn't stop playing on Fridays.
Maybe. I don't know about twice as far, but yeah, we would be unequivocally a bit further. But yeah, we haven't even reached Baldur's Gate in the game called Baldur's Gate. So like, I think we should try to find a reality where we can play Baldur's Gate and also maybe have time for other stuff. Kind of like with the Bad Batch. You're like, oh well, we can't watch another show because we're already watching Bad Batch. It's like in most people's worlds, you can watch more than one show in a day. You know, I feel like we.
And
can play Baldur's
I'm
Gate.
like I live my life when everyone's asleep. All right, you need to realize that my time when everyone's awake, I've got a small window.
Why
I
don't
work
you
second
do your
shift.
streaming why don't you do your streaming when everyone's asleep, and then with other, with us when you're awake?
I mostly do.
Well, then when you're awake and not streaming, why don't we play games more often?
Because that's a very small window. I spend most of my days at night.
But it is true that you want to play more games with us. Like Steven wanting to do a LAN party and
Sure,
stuff
I
like
sure
that.
wish I had more time.
Yeah,
But I've only gotten so long. I've only had so much a week, and I don't even stream every day now. Like I get home.
Yeah.
And I mean, like lately, think about this. I've been playing a lot of Final Fantasy 14 lately. Like I've got other games.
Yeah, but you're doing that with Jacob.
I'm doing that with
right?
Jacob,
So
yeah,
you're
because Jacob's around at night, right? So if you guys were, then we could play, but we're
Well,
not
I might
because
not be forever.
our times are different. All right, I work second shift.
Michaela works second shift.
Okay, but I'm not awake during. I don't go to sleep early and then wake up and then do stuff before work, and I refuse to. That's not an option. You will never get me to do that. I do not. I can't even imagine, like, it's for me. It's get up and then go to work. I can't. I don't do things before work.
I can't convince you otherwise, because that's what I do. I get up and I have like 20 minutes to get ready, and then I'm out the door and I go to work, and then I do.
Because things just don't feel enjoyable. It's like I want to get work done.
Yeah.
You know?
You want to come home. And
Right.
decompress.
I don't want to use, and mom was like, you should try to get up earlier and do stuff before work, but it's like I can't, like I tried doing that. I tried doing that.
I was gonna say.
I woke up, I woke up for a 4th of July party, or I think it was Memorial Day. I woke up for the eclipse, and it's like, I mean, obviously it's like the eclipse, of course I was enjoying. The party I was kind of annoyed because I was like, I couldn't even, I had to like stuff my face because it's like I've got such a short time before I got to go to work.
Yeah. Maybe you would do better on first shift.
No. It's not worth it. I definitely like where I am.
Well, again, we're only really talking about 2 days of the week even being an option to play games with Steven. It's either going to be Saturday or Sunday anyway, so your work schedule is only relevant in the fact that it kind of sets your schedule for those weekend days anyway.
And usually my schedule on the weekends, as as annoying as it is for people, it's like, because I have a body clock, and my body clock on the weekends
that's
is
what I said.
It's
set
like
by your work schedule.
kind of, for the most part. I only go a little bit off on weekends, like, because on weekends it's like I'll go to sleep maybe at 8 a.m. and then wake up at 4 p.m. and then stream for the UESP. And then on Saturdays I might be up until 8 or 9 and then wake up 4 or 5.
See, going to bed at 8 a.m. is where I would be like, it's kind of like that wit Twitter. Was that you?
Nope.
Okay.
Was
like
that you?
The Win-
Yes.
It's like the Wint's Twitter thing where he gives his financial thing. He's like, I'm out of money. Where someone tell me where I can buy, or where I can cuts some losses, and he like lives. He's like $30 for food, $20 for this service.
So we just went
$500
ahead
for
and
candles.
We just went ahead and talked about my body clock and how that's just the way I work.
No,
and now
no,
you're
you-
like,
well,
oh,
you-
but you have to change it.
You threw out, I go to bed at 8 a.m. and that's where I was like, well, buy less candles.
I'm not going.
Like, don't
What
go
you're
to bed at 8
you yeah, but that's the thing though. I just said that's my body clock, and you said I understand that, and now you don't.
Well, your body clock is set by. I understand your body clock being set by your work schedule, but going to bed at 8 a.m. is not dictated by work. That is something.
No, that's me. That's I go a little bit off on weekends. I stay up.
Mm-hmm.
I stay up. I stay up a bit longer, but I can't stretch too. I can't change it too much, or I'm confused. I'll maybe go like an hour or so out.
Well, if you know how circadian rhythm works, your body's internal sleep-wake
Hello.
cycle. Welcome back.
Something
I
must have
actually heard
happened.
the droid that time.
Oh, Jacob, you're muted. I don't know if you know. Just saying.
But with readjusting your circadian rhythm, that whole feeling you have of like jet lag, if you even adjust things by an hour, that's temporary. Like that'll happen for like maybe a day or two.
Then it's not
and
worth
then
it.
Well, I mean, but like you would make that a permanent thing. Like try going to bed at 5 a.m. You go to bed at 5 a.m., then you can get up 3 hours early. Then that's 3 extra hours during the day.
You'd have to fall asleep. I can't fall asleep at 5 a.m.
Well, so here's how it works. It's not necessarily about when you fall asleep. It's about when you wake up. So, you go to bed. You tell yourself, I'm going to go to bed at 5. You lay down. It's understood that you're probably not going to fall asleep at your normal time. It's going to take you longer because your body's used to being awake at 5 a.m. But the entire thing is to reset your circadian rhythm is you just do it anyway. And you just tell yourself, like, you don't stress about it. You're not like, I need to go to sleep right now. You just tell yourself, I'm going to get as much sleep as I'm going to get.
On the weekend?
Your alarm.
Well, Jacob's
have
having
your alarm.
trouble.
Yeah, I got that. But the thing is, it's more about when you set your alarm to wake up. So you just set your alarm for 8 hours later.
An
wake up when
alarm
your
on the weekend.
The thing is, it's just important to wake up when that alarm goes off. You live your day like you normally would, and by the second day, you'll be more tired when that 5 a.m. time comes around, and then it'll be easier to go to bed at 5 a.m. And then every day you do that, eventually your circadian rhythm will learn. Okay,
If I'm tired when I go to
sleep.
sleep, I tend to oversleep.
Well, the alarm kind of counteracts that. And again, the whole thing is that you wake up when the alarm goes off. And if you stick to that and you really wake up when the alarm goes off, then the rest of your day will go fine and your sleep schedule will go to whatever you want. Like, the thing is, you have to be in control of your sleep schedule. You tell yourself, I wake up at this time, I go to bed at this time. And that you'll kind of find that you'll have more time in the day and your life will have less scheduling.
I'm too old for that. I'm 30 years old now.
I'm older, and I've had, this is easy to me. I've never, all I tell myself is, as long as I get 8 hours of sleep, or even 7, some nights I go to bed an hour later than usual, and I just get 7 hours of sleep. And
just get 7 hours.
You can get less, technically you'll be fine with 6 hours even.
It's my average, unless it's the weekend.
If you wake up when your alarm goes off, as much as it sucks in the morning, you just kind of fight through it. And then the goal is just do the rest of the day what you were going to do anyway, after you force yourself out of bed. And then you'll find, like, you could have an additional, like, 4 hours in your day. You game with Steven for a couple hours, you still got 2 extra hours in your day. And you're still getting 8 hours of sleep.
You're making me choose between sleeping and playing, and I'm not sure if I'm convinced I want to play.
Only get 8 hours of sleep. Definitely don't sit there in bed for longer than 8 hours. You're just wasting. You only need 8 hours.
Oh, that sounded a little. Don't lay in bed for more than 8 hours.
Have you been sleeping for more than? Is this?
If I want to sleep for more than 8 hours, I will.
Yeah, but then now it's obvious why you don't have time because you're just in bed.
Maybe I like sleeping. I do a lot, probably like significantly more physical exercise a week than you do. I like to sleep. I mean, I do so much physical exercise. I've been having problems with my foot, and I had to get that fixed using inserts, which, thank God, is actually working.
You can still relax over the weekend. You don't have to, like, run around. But
Relaxing and having to dedicate myself to a playtime.
Well, the thing is, when you're playing, you're sitting in a chair. Like, your feet aren't going to regret you being awake. Your feet, as long as you're not on your feet walking around, it doesn't matter whether you're asleep or not.
Well, no, I'm not going to be playing it in VR.
No, I'll do that. But the
hold on, like. I don't know what could be wrong with Jacob's Discord. Can't hear us at all.
No.
I'm like, you're muted.
I haven't been having any internet connection issues either.
Only the call Discord sound effects are fine, just our voices.
I've had that happen before. He might need to reset his...
What if we both left and came back?
We can try. I'll do that.
Bidding? Hello! I'm here now. Hi! We just had to leave and come back. I guess it was our fault. I'm sorry.
I restarted Discord like twice.
I knew that if you tried everything, it was definitely us.
I've had stuff like that happen. On a last note, Kai, I was not to get existential, but even if you get 8 hours of sleep a night, the average human spends a third of their entire conscious existence asleep. And that's when you just get 8 hours of sleep. If you're sitting in bed for 10, 11, 12 hours, that you're half of your life.
I'm not sleeping for 12 hours.
No, but anything past 8 hours means that over a third of your life is being spent unconscious in bed. And that's time you could be doing things with people.
I'm doing things in my brain. But also, I value my time to do whatever I want, and I don't like having scheduled. Oh shit! I have to be up. God, I have to be up at 6. We're gonna be playing a game. It's like, no, I don't do that. I do not vibe that way.
I think that's that mentality though, because I've just always fought through that. My mentality has always been like, I understand that when I wake up, I'm not gonna want to be awake. It's gonna suck for maybe the first 15 minutes. But that's only 15 minutes. Then once I'm up and around and doing stuff, like right now, you're not asleep, but you're okay with being awake right now, right?
No, that's an assumption. I'm actually exhausted. I mean, especially after I eat, I'm like food coma.
But you're glad that you're doing stuff right now.
I don't know if I'm enjoying this. I mean, sure, yes. I wish I had more. I mean, because a lot of times during the week I'm napping. Like I take 2-hour naps. And I mean, during the week. So it's like I get home, I usually eat dinner, maybe I do some ESO, and then I take a couple hours sleeping, and then I wake up, do stuff, but
yeah. Well, I get life is hard, and it's easy to just want to sleep and recharge, and it's comfortable. But I value conscious experiences. I like, if I have to wake up at 8 a.m., it's because I know I have something to do that day. It is an experience I will have that I will not have if I just stay in bed. If you stay in bed and sleep, it's the same thing every time.
Yeah, but you should know by now that I really value same thing every time.
But you're not, you're gonna look back in 10 years and been like, wow, I could have been playing Terraria with Jared.
False. I have no memory of the past 10 years. I don't remember.
Sometimes it's about the journey anyway. It's just you'll eventually think about all the stuff that you could have been doing when you were just in bed sleeping.
No, I mean, if anything, I feel like I should be getting more rest than what I'm actually getting. I'm quite often tired.
not to sound selfish and make this about me then, but I, in 10 years, will look back and be like, gee, I wish we had been doing stuff instead of Kyle sleeping all the time.
But we're doing stuff now. I mean, if anything, we could be playing Baldur's Gate.
Well,
but
yeah, I mean, Steven just texted
how often...
me, he says, sounds great. When I... No, what were you going to say?
But I mean, like, how often do you get on Steven for like, oh, he missed this week? Steven, we need to keep going. You're gonna regret this in 10 years.
Steven and I play games almost every day.
Okay.
So no, I do not. I will not look back and be like, wow, Steven was really just kind of letting life pass him by.
Well, I think maybe you should focus on that. That you guys get to do that. I don't have that. I don't have that luxury because I have a different schedule. He doesn't have a schedule at all, and you have like a totally different one than me. So.
But my schedule could be like yours. I could very easily I could come home and just sleep all the time. But instead, I'm
not asleep all the time. The hyperbole is not assisting you in this argument.
Okay. Yeah. Instead of hyperbolizing, I'm not asleep during hours that I know I could make adjustments to do stuff with people. I make a committed effort to be awake for as many hours as possible. I try to get 8 hours of sleep a night. And that's it. Sometimes I get less because I'm doing stuff with other people. I'm like, if I get 7 or 6, that's fine.
If I want to...
and the whole mentality is that it's not going to kill you. You know, you're kind of like making it sound like it'll be horrible if I have to do this. You set
I have a certain amount of free time. It's not, this ain't the pandemic and it ain't when we were kids.
You have even more free time easily.
I have more than I did when I was working, well, no. I probably had more free time when I was working retail, but it was more miserable. But I have a decent amount of free time, but it is all spent when everyone's asleep. And if right now you wanted me to wake up earlier tomorrow, then it's like I gotta cut stream early, I gotta go to bed early, I gotta wake up early.
You're telling me that you go to bed at 5 a.m.
I did not say that. It's actually it's usually much later.
Or 8 a.m. Sorry, I said 5 a.m. would be decent. Sorry, that was my attempt at fixing your schedule. Is 5 a.m.
I mean, that's too bad though.
People wake up at 8 a.m. You can go to bed a bit earlier and then wake up, 3 hours earlier, and that would give you enough buffer room to where a lot of these problems would go away. You'd be awake.
Yeah, I don't really know if it's a problem though. I mean, you're painting it as a problem because you want to do this thing. I don't know if I want to. I mean, like, do I want to wake up several hours earlier I can do this?
The thing is, it's not just about doing stuff with, it's not just about watching a show with us or, having time to game with us. That would be every day. You would have those hours to do things earlier. And if you're not doing stuff with us, you could even be streaming during that time earlier when people are actually on Twitch.
I have a schedule. It's written out.
Well, I mean, just kind of make the schedule offset by 3 hours. Going to bed at 5 a.m. Is not typical. Like that is still an extreme time to go to bed. So like I feel like you could, if you're insisting on going to bed.
Typical is such a strange thing to say when people have different jobs to do at different times. It's like...
Yeah, but you get home at 10, right? Let's say 10:30 you're home, and you go to bed at 5 a.m. That's 6.5 hours on weekdays that you have time to do stuff when you're home. And again, I'm only talking weekends, but if you're doing this during weekdays, that's basically the amount of time I have when I get home. About
okay, what's the point?
Hours. It's a nice schedule to have.
It's maybe I want more free time than that. Maybe I'd rather the projects that I have and things I want to do. Plus, I do.
The main thing is, if you get 8 hours of sleep, you're going to get more free time anyway, because sounds like you're sleeping more than 8 hours.
I like my naps.
Yeah, but like most people would kill to have even 8 hours of sleep. If you're able to sleep for 8 hours, like you're good. Anything past that point is you're just overcharging your phone at that point. Your body it caps out at like 8 hours. You won't feel more energized. Actually, scientifically speaking, 8 hours is the sweet spot because if you sleep longer than 8 hours, studies show that you'll actually feel less well rested. It's if you oversleep, your circadian rhythm kind of is like, oh, that was too long. And
I haven't had 8 hours of sleep in forever
well, just try to get
because I have to keep waking up for things. All right, it's like gotta wake up because I have to wake up to get people dinner. I gotta wake up to get
well, again,
get
a lot of
do
that's
the
because
USP stream.
You're only awake during the night, but you might want to take a put all 24 hours on the clock and kind of view. Do some serious time management. Be like,
No,
I had 8 hours.
I don't like the idea of management and schedules.
But the idea is that you want to be in control of the hours of the day.
Life you cannot schedule life. So much comes up. As soon as you do that, you are in to just frustrate yourself. Things will happen. You'll be off schedule. You'll be uncomfortable all the time.
The thing is, the off schedule is anomalies. You'll have the occasional anomaly come up. I'm talking about like just at a baseline. You're already on a baseline schedule.
And again, like I said, I have a hard time doing it. Because sometimes it's like I get frustrated with myself. Like I said, the UESP stream, I ended up starting that 30 minutes late. No, I'm not happy about it, but it's frustrating.
Other than you was frustrated by that.
No one is because no one even knows it's gonna start. But
yeah, it sounds like you have a lot of rigidity in your insistence, like on this has to happen this way or
everything needs to be more open-ended, but also the same.
Okay, well, I feel like some of this needs to be examined. Like you need to internalize maybe where some of that thinking is coming from.
I think it's pretty simple.
Why you feel that way?
I mean, it's just kind of like I can have schedules for things that I like doing, but those are things that only I am focusing on. If I'm late to the UESP stream or late to my own streams, who gives a shit? I'm not sitting there with 10,000 viewers. Mm-hmm. So it's like that's something that if I slip that schedule, whatever, it's not as important. If I'm doing schedules for meetings with other people, parties, play sessions, whatnot, I don't want to do that. If it's a schedule where it's like you need to get involved or you will disappoint yourself or miss something, I get frustrated. You might have noticed the same thing when we go on trips and it's like, oh, or maybe a movie, we have to see a movie. I don't take that well because it's like, this has to happen now. I don't like that. So it's like, sure, I'll set a schedule for myself. And it's like my job. My job is also the same way. I have a schedule set that I'm given a project, and it's like I just have to do that project within a certain amount of time, but I schedule the time, right? That time is all dictated by me. And if it's like I'm too slow, but it's like, what if I'm having a hard day or whatever? And it's like, I want to wait another 15 minutes before I get started on the project. That's up to me. It's not up to someone else who's going to be going, you start that now.
Provided that there's not a time crunch where he's like, do this 30-minute task in 10 minutes.
Right. I've got like a series of around 30-minute tasks. And so it's like I can gauge my own time, and I'm responsible for my own, and I've been doing that fine for about a year, it just goes okay.
My job's the same way.
So, but the thing is, it's like that's all about me. No one's watching, and I take personal responsibility about it.
All they care about is that the job is done by the end of your shift, no matter
how
you get it done.
So my streams are the same way. It's like, if I'm an hour late or whatever, because like sometimes I am. If I'm an hour late, it's like no one's gonna really blame me on it, and because no one really cares. They know I'm a person, and things come up at points, and so a stream isn't as important. But if we're talking like remember I was 10 minutes late to the fucking play session today. Everyone's like, we're waiting here for 10 minutes. It's like, I'm sorry, like I had to go to the bathroom after we did our walk, and it's like I'm sorry, that frustrates me. I didn't want to be that late, but
it turned out okay.
No, but I
You know,
didn't
nothing
like
more.
it. I did not like having people go, "We were waiting on you."
That we were doing that in jest, but I do think a lot of the language you're using of like "I feel this way" makes it sound like a lot of it's your anxieties about other people.
Well, I mean,
like feeling like it's depending on you.
have you ever heard yourself when when we have to watch a movie, and you're like we're like, oh my god, we're 2 minutes late to see the previews before the previews.
Understandably, you know, I want to be secure in knowing, you know, I like having the security that like, okay, I'm not gonna miss. You know, I paid X amount of dollars to see the film. If I can get there early, I'm gonna.
If we have reserved seats, that's not something you really need to worry that much about.
No,
But-
I mean, I might
So-
be overreacting, and we haven't ever had a problem with that. So,
And
it's
I'm
not like I have a history of, you know, that being a problem.
I'm the kind of person who delays things. I'm like delay, or we can wait longer, or 5 more minutes until I wake up. I'm that kind of person.
That's an avoidance strategy.
Well, we don't need to talk about that.
We'll talk about that later. I think two philosophies to keep in mind that might, in the future, help when issues like this come up is one, knowing that if we do ever like schedule something, no one's going to berate you or get mad at you if like we can keep an open window. We can say, let's try to game between 2 and 3 p.m. And we don't need to like set a time where like, oh, Kyle needs to be here at 2:30. We said 2:30. Where's Kyle? And like that way you feel like you're messing the whole schedule for 3 other people up.
But they want me
with
there,
that-
right? They
Yeah,
would
well,
prefer
like,
if I was there. And if I'm not sure, they might not be like, we hate you, but they'll be like, sure wish he was here.
That's one way to look at it. I'm more thinking of making it to where we just wait till you're free. We say, let's try to game between 2 and 3, and then we just kind of wait to see when in that window you might pop on. It's the same thing with Bad Batch. We know, Michaela and I know that at some point on Saturday or Sunday, Kyle will be free for Bad Batch. And when you weren't free for it today, I wasn't like, well, now let's just not do it. Like, we don't need Kyle around. He's just keeping us waiting. We just kind of went like, okay, I guess we'll do it Sunday.
I mean, I had the USP stream. I wanted to end it a little bit early, but by that point it was late.
We don't know. We don't always know what you have going on. I forgot that you had the stream.
It's like every other week, so won't be next week.
But that's the thing. It's like we are more casual about it. If we schedule a time to game, it would be the same thing. We'll be like, let's game this weekend, and just kind of leave it at that. It's like then we see when you're free for it. We don't really, like I said, Steven, Michaela, and I are free all the time on the weekends. So like it's really more about just you being free at any point. We don't want to set like, okay, Kyle, it's at 2:15. You need to be there at 2:15, and then because that'll just make you stressed out. You'll always be thinking about like, oh my god, at 2:15, I gotta be ready. If I'm not ready at 2:15, blah blah blah. That kind of makes you catastrophize, the event. Then you're not looking forward to it. Then you're just stressing about it. This is more just like being casual, just being like, it'd be nice to game at some point. It's fine if it's Sunday, it's fine if it's Saturday.
Well, I mean, look at it right now. Like, it's like we all know that we're like Michaela's ready, and you and I are ready for Baldur's Gate. It sounds like Steven's ready, but it's like it's not happening.
But it's more casual. I mean, I'm about to message Steven to see if he wants to get on. But in addition to that point I just made, a second point would be, and this would be harder on yourself, but kind of trying to take more control and realizing like the hours you have in the day free are more flexible. Like, in your head it's gonna seem frustrating to be like, oh, I can change, I can make changes so that I have more hours in the day. Like
I know I can.
That's gonna
I know I can make changes. I mean, like I've had to.
It doesn't even have to be drastic.
I had to wake up for the eclipse, and I didn't get to sleep. I don't go to sleep after that.
But stuff like that gets. The thing is, you're talking about it in the way that I used to talk about it, which is making me realize that it gets easier over time the more you have to do stuff like that.
But I'm also
you're at the point where like that's, it's hard.
It's a sacrifice though, because I'd be lying if I said I didn't enjoy my staying up until early morning. Like, it's quiet, it's the sun's coming up eventually, and it's like I and sometimes when I'm very tired I get more creative. I design more things, and
no, that is normal.
So and it's like it's kind of like this. I got this flow going on that I'm like, I'm like, just a little bit longer until I go to sleep. And
Yeah.
so I don't like to break it up with sleep. And then it's like I go to sleep and I wake up and it's like, oh shoot, that's right. So it's usually for me, like Friday nights and Saturday nights, it's just a really long stay up. I spend my days at night, you know, like my Saturday and my Sunday are mostly early morning. That's how I spend my weekends. So it's very hard to get myself to lay down, go to sleep, wake up, and be like, I'm up earlier now.
Yeah, but I mean, you're also self-aware that the circadian rhythm, it's just like jet lag. You do that, and then it adjusts over time. So you kind of have to just fight through the pain of the first couple of times, and then usually by like the second time, it's easier. Because you weren't always. You have to think about it in terms of the fact that you weren't always on this schedule, right? You fell into this schedule because you adjusted it.
I used to work for a shift at a Kroger.
Well, yeah, I mean, you've always had more of a night-leaning schedule, but this specific schedule, where you go to bed at 8 a.m. and wake up at 4, was something that you adjusted to. It wasn't, you weren't born doing this.
I don't think so. No.
Well, when you were a kid, you were awake more during the day. So that should be evidence to you that you can, adjust to different sleep schedules.
I think it would help if I knew a good energy drink. That might help.
I mean, coffee is what I use.
I know. I talked about last night. I don't do coffee. I need something else.
I flavor it up. But yeah, I mean, if you need to find that, I guess I need to be self-aware of the fact that I'm probably better at waking up because I use coffee.
Yeah, I haven't had coffee since probably 2017.
Yeah. It's also just one of those things where, like, if you do a routine for long enough, you get, like, you're sunk into it. You're like, I've done it always this way, so it's like, it becomes frustrating to think about adjusting it. I understand.
For me, I like my weeks the same, It's like I go into work on Monday, and it's like I do work on Monday, and then Tuesday is like I go out to eat on Tuesday, and then Wednesday I usually have the leftovers from what I didn't eat. Thursday is like nothing special. Friday is Friday. I have the same schedules.
I understand weekly routines where you have like a beat rhythm where you're like, this is the day I do this. I always do this at this time.
I mean, I'm comfortable and I'm making money, so it seems pretty obvious.
I think part of the psychology behind that is once you do something for enough weeks and it's working and you're relatively happy, like, why change it? You don't want to change it because you're like, this is like I'm making money.
Yeah, no, I don't like change. My life is, I like doing things. I like everything being the same but with small variances. So it's like, oh yeah, sure, my work schedule, everything at work is the same, and then like maybe every now and then on the weekend I'll do something fun, like something different. I feel a lot more frivolous with my free time like that. So I'm not like everything. I'm not like obsessed to the point where I have to do everything the same. I'm just kind of like, I'll do different things in my free time, but nothing to the point where I'm gonna change. Like, oh, I don't stream this weekend or whatever. That's a big change. That's not something that I prefer. I'll do little changes, tiny changes.
Yeah. Sometimes though, like, I guess one way to get to big changes though might be to utilize your ability to do small changes and use those small changes like erosion to slowly work your way up to a big change, like down the road, slowly over time. Like if you're not comfortable waking up an hour earlier a day, like maybe wake up 15 minutes earlier a day, and then like slowly do that over time until it becomes an hour.
Knowing me, if I try that, it's gonna end up being 3 hours. It's gonna be like, oh shoot.
Even 2 steps forward, 1 step back, you're still making progress. But yeah, I mean, eventually your psychology will adjust to like being more spontaneous. And I only say that because I remember when I was extremely stuck in routine and very much not open to adjusting. It's like I do this at this day, I do this at this time. And then just over time, now I'm like, oh, I like it better when like I can look back at a day and be like, oh yeah, I did that on that day. That's not something I normally do. Because like days blur together, and when every day is the same, that's when your memories start to blur together because you're doing everything's the same every day. The days that I remember are the days where like it's punctuated by novelty because the brain always looks for novelty. Things stand out to you when something changes and it's different. If the brain is experiencing the same thing in the same predictable pattern, that's when it kind of blurs, that's when it just erases stuff because it's useless information. It's like, okay, we always see this. That's why you kind of zone out when you're driving to work because it's the same information every day. But if you go somewhere new, then your brain remembers that route and that time you drove because it drove somewhere new.
But when it really comes down to it on an existential level, is it like what memories stand out to you, or is it if you enjoyed your existence? Like, oh yeah, sure, I remember getting stranded on the side of the road and having to wait for roadside assistance, or oh, my life sure was happy because I did things the way that I wanted to do it.
I will say a lot of that is attitude. There was a time Michaela and I were stranded on the road waiting for roadside assistance, and it actually became a very happy memory because we had. That's
because it was a sitcom episode, probably. You fell right into this classic scenario.
Yeah. A lot of it is attitude as well. Like, if your attitude about stuff is like, this is gonna suck, I hate this.
Hi, Shutter, how are you?
Then yeah, obviously, like, go just, keep doing what you're doing, I guess.
I tend to be that way if I have to wake up earlier than I want to.
Yeah. But once again, it's important to be self-aware that everybody hates waking up. Like, it's gonna suck, but the chemicals in your body that are doing that, because that is just a hormonal response, they only stay in your system for like 20 minutes. So like, just kind of be like, this sucks for like 15, 20 minutes. And then afterwards, you're good. Your brain kind of forgets. That's why when you're awake, you never think about how crappy it is to wake up, because it's like, you're currently awake. Your body has the wake-up chemicals inside it. But the rolling out of bed, your body's still full of the sleeping chemicals. They need to be turned over. And if you force yourself to wake up, then like those hormones go away. Then you'll be out of your bed and you're good. You just gotta overcome that. Like, don't be afraid of the uncomfortableness of waking up.
It's gonna be considerably harder when I get my new bed.
Yeah, we need to get a new bed too. Maybe it's easier for me to get out of bed because of our mattress.
I did my measurements the other day to see, because mom found a bed. She was like, "How's this?" And I was like, "This looks great." And we did the measurements and so I text her the measurements at work, and I tell her like it's pretty big, but I'm gonna have a little bit of space. We're talking 2 feet between my bed and the computer, and 5 feet between the foot of the bed and the door. And she's like, "That's way too small." And I'm like, "Yeah, but I can deal with it. It's still enough room to squeeze through." And she's like, "You can't squeeze through that." I'm like, "Yes, I can." She goes, "It's 2 inches." I was like, "No, that's the symbol for feet." I'm like, she thought that my bed was gonna be like 2 inches to my PC. Like, no, that's feet. That's little, the one apostrophe is feet. I was like, there's at least a little bit of space between my computer and my bed, and so I'm pretty hyped because like probably after the stream, heck, I could probably do it right now. I gotta purchase that bed and then we can put it together. And again, in terms of beds, I've had 2 beds in my lifetime. About 30 years, I've had this small bunk bed size, because I used to have a bunk bed where you and I had a bunk bed, and now I'm just having the bunk bed without the top bunk. And then I've also had I've had my crib.
Oh.
Those are the 2 beds I've had in my lifetime. Okay, I need a big bed. I'm very big.
I've only gotten 1 bed up on you then, because I had obviously a crib, that bunk bed, and then the bed I'm in now is the same one that Michaela's always had since she lived in Commerce, and so that's the only bed we've ever had together. So I've only ever had 3 beds.
But it's larger. I mean,
yeah, it is larger.
So, so when I get that, I'm probably gonna be hard to pry out of my bed. I need to sprawl my legs. It's so small. So I'm going to be doing that.
Yeah, I need to use that measuring tape while it's still out and measure ours, because we're going to get like a whole frame and everything. I want to get one that's more Star Wars looking.
The Star Wars sheets.
Well, we have the sheets and everything. That's all good. And I've got stuff to put around the bed area to make it look Halcyon-y, but we need to get I'm thinking gray padding, like a gray fabric padding would be nice. Checking to see if Michaela's up for Baldur's Gate. I think she might be sore for tonight.
Be too sore.
She is in pain from her legs, and it's easier for her to lay down in bed than sit in her chair.
I need to get a new chair too.
Yeah, the gaming chair is also a good investment for someone that does as much streaming as you do.
You said that she has her chair. She might get a new one, and I might get hers, or what? We talked about this.
I'm trying to remember, because...
I'm okay with getting one for myself, but...
Yeah. Because I don't... I know the current chair hurts her if she sits in it for too long. But I don't remember if we ever had a discussion about getting a new chair. I guess we could.
I got this.
A new chair?
I got this chair at I think it was when I was driving home from work, probably in 2017. I think it was earlier than that, so it might have been. I was probably out doing something else.
Yeah.
And I found this office chair.
Office chairs in particular, are very obtainable. Like, they're not hard to...
Yeah, I've got a lot of years out of this.
Yeah. I think you're well beyond the time where it's acceptable to upgrade chairs.
I need something with more padding.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can look in the gamer chair market. The thing is, the chair Michaela's currently in, the problem is the padding. It's not something that either her or I have found very comfortable to sit in for many hours, so I don't know if that would be a solution for you. My recommendation, I'll admit, I got this current office chair because it thematically looked like a Star Wars pilot's chair, but the amount of cushioning on it is way more than you're going to get in a gaming chair because this is an office chair. It's designed for like what someone in a corner office would get. So if you can still like looks can still play a factor. There's plenty of different colors and shapes of office chairs you could look at. But I would recommend, if you're looking for like comfort and padding, looking in just generic office chairs rather than like the gamer chairs. Because gamer chairs always look like race car, like NASCAR chairs. And they aren't very like cushiony. They're always very like tough looking.
I can imagine comfortable office chairs probably took off around the pandemic significantly.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna see if there's like articles, maybe like best office chair.
Yeah. I mean, my experience with actual gamer chairs is limited, so maybe there are also gamer chairs that have, better ergonomics.
Trying
to
decide if I want one with like a lot of open space at the bottom. I do tend to bend my legs under. Maybe that's bad for me. I don't know. I want something that really helps my posture.
Yeah, I mean, all chairs are probably built with, some sort of specifications for good spine management. I don't know if you want one that has the footrest, like the ability for a footrest to stick out of it.
I probably wouldn't use it much, but
yeah, you gotta keep it away from the desk because the feet would bump into the desk.
Well, it's not bank breaking.
No, I mean, yeah, maybe. I mean, you could spend, hundreds of dollars on one, so I would have maybe a couple hundred set aside, 300 at most.
I would probably like going a little bit over 200. That's probably where I would put the line.
Yeah, and that's about what I paid for ours.
This thing because someone was tossing it out, this office chair, and so I took it out back and cleaned it up manually. It was a DIY project.
Well, that already means probably the best chair in the world.
Yeah, I mean there's not a single thing wrong with it after all these years. It's the lever still works. It goes up and down. It spins fine. So. It's just like it's plastic on the armrests, right? It's like the armrests are completely plastic. I would prefer if they were comfy, like some kind of padding. The back is like you've got that felt whatever feeling, but it's not like made to be particularly comfy, just kind of tolerable. And the seat's the same way. So I think I'd like a change. So like I'm probably gonna go upgrade bed, mouse pad, chair, get some practical stuff done.
Mouse pad, especially like you go to Etsy or Redbubble to have it printed.
I just haven't decided on. I mean, I want a big mouse pad, one that goes under the keyboard as well.
I mean, that's what I got.
I need that.
Lightsaber workshop pad.
Mine, as it is right now, pretty much slides around with my mouse, and it's like, I can't play games like this.
I had one like that too, and it got wet in the corner, so the foam started to curl up in the corner. It was aesthetic.
Yep, it's curling up.
Yeah. I think they're called mats. Gaming mats are the ones that have your keyboard and everything under them. That's what Michaela got too. She has a big mat. Also, back on the topic of potential games to play, I've been listening to a lot of Star Trek lore videos, and it really makes me want to get back into Pulsar Lost Colony.
Yeah, Pulsar was fun. I liked playing a role. I didn't.
Yeah, you have a role, and then every time you beam down to a planet, like it's always a different thing going on. There's like, it always feels like there's a different theme. Like, oh, this one's a horror one, or oh, this one we're helping new colonists, and there's like, it like captured the Star Trek feeling like perfectly. It felt like an episode of the week sort of thing. Like that one time we were like, we were going through the asteroid, and like something was gonna explode. It was like down to the minute you were like blasting, you were piloting, and we were like trying to blast stuff through.
Ah, yes.
We were trying to do something, and it was like very like down to the wire cinematic, and we like pulled it off before we all died.
I probably have it somewhere in my VODs.
Yeah, it's probably recorded. That I love playing that in VR. Just like the whole like bridge through experience where you're like at your station doing your thing. But yeah, this Forewarned looks kind of similar, except if Pulsar was horror and Egypt themed. I sent you a link, by the way, on Messenger.
Yeah, I was looking at what it looked like, and I'm a sucker for Egyptian tombs.
I told Steven that. He was like, he's like, I'd love to play this with you, Michaela, and Kyle. And I was like, okay, I'm sold because it's VR and a multiplayer game. And I was like, Michaela's probably going to be down because she also likes, darker, it has a cool vibe. And I was like, as hard as it always seems to sell Kyle on stuff, I'm like, this is ancient Egypt. So, like, of all the games you've ever recommended, like, this one's probably going to be, Kyle will probably be interested in. A good Egyptian-themed multiplayer tomb Indiana Jones style game sounds fun. Especially for only, $8. Not that, it looks like it's actually not that expensive when it's not on sale. It's only $13 normally, so. Even if you picked it up later, it's not going to be super expensive.
Yeah.
I have another a puzzle game called what's it called? Dark Room or something. It's a VR game where it's kind of like Myst, where you're in an environment and you're just solving a bunch of puzzles. But that also has the entire theme, like what the mystery you're solving, deals with an ancient Egyptian artifact. So the first puzzles you're solving are all over, like London, Egypt section in a museum, all sorts of stuff like that. But I'm at the point now where you actually get to go to Egypt. Now I'm solving puzzles in Egyptian tombs just like this, and it's a very, very good graphics thematic game that captures the antique Egyptian archaeology vibe very well.
I tend to get worried that my perception, I really like this ancient Egypt stuff, is this appropriating or what? I mean, I'm interested. When the actual historical stuff I've seen, I don't really know much about it, but it's awesome. It's interesting. I don't know that much about it, but it's
I will say the Hollywoodification
Yeah.
of ancient Egypt. You know, like I actually had stopped playing that VR room, escape room style puzzle solving game because like I'm at a point now where like there's scary mummy sarcophagus. It's like I don't want to play that in the dark by myself. But it's like in real life, like that's not, you know, scary Egyptian curses and stuff weren't. That's not what actual Egyptian tombs are like.
But it's like I think if you know that, it's not like I'm going, oh, this is completely accurate or anything. I know that it's not
It's
accurate.
always a touchy subject too, because it's like the culture. You know, Egypt's still a country, but like the culture of these kingdoms is, you know, it was a real civilization, and their
Yep.
existence should be respected. You know, their artifacts should be, you know, in their home countries and stuff. But like you can separate that from the Hollywoodification, you know.
You just have to be smart enough to do that.
Yeah, you separate from the stylized stuff. It's not to compare human cultures to something as frivolous as this, but it's kind of like where like I enjoy Jurassic Park's depiction of dinosaurs, even though I know that actual dinosaurs would not behave or look like the dinosaurs in Jurassic Park. It's like I recognize that there is a distinction between what the movie is portraying, you know, to make them more cinematically appealing, versus the reality of what dinosaurs would actually be like. Granted, the movie has an out by saying that the dinosaurs are not real dinosaurs; they're clones. But I feel like it's less of a touchy subject than some other, you know, versions of like, hey, this is currently an actual culture. Can we stop like making it seem like they're some mystical tribe of blanks?
Yeah.
Or even, you know, I've heard a lot of people take issue with the way Wendigos are portrayed. And part of the reason for that is because the way Hollywood portrays Wendigos, like, is absolutely nothing to do with the actual story. They're just using the word because Wendigo's a cool word. It's like, that's not what
It's a cool word.
It's like, you're just, yeah. So it's like, yeah, that's not, you're not really, it's like, at that point, a lot of people are saying, like, if you're gonna make up your own creature, then just make up your own name. Like, don't use the name of an actual Native American legend, because what you're depicting is not that. Just make up your own thing.
I heard someone say that the most accurate depiction, at least that they know of, that they've seen, is Fallout 76's depiction of a Wendigo. But I don't know if that's accurate either.
The Wendigo we faced in Fallout 76 was very similar to the Wendigos in Until Dawn. And like Until Dawn was also a very Hollywoodified. I mean, they're more accurate than a lot of ones because like they don't add the antlers that everyone adds for some reason. It's like they don't have antlers. They're literally just people. You know, Wendigos are just people.
The timing was great.
It's like a class. Like you're labeled as a Wendigo, and there's an actual like lesson to like what you become when you become a Wendigo. You know, you'd have to look into it. I'm not versed enough to fully recount the whole story, and I believe different tribes have different, you know, interpretations on it too. So it's one of those things that's like, it's such a thing where it's like, yeah, just make up your own monster. Like, just stop using Wendigos. It's not. You know, it's a cool word, but you can make up your own.
Like creepy forest monster.
Creepy forest monster, yeah.
I'd love to get a chance to actually name a creature and make a creature.
Yeah, I mean, cryptids, like the whole cryptid culture, like I actually like, from an entertainment standpoint, cryptozoology. Obviously, it's frustrating because when you're running around in cryptozoology circles, almost everyone else in the community is like, they're in it because they think the cryptids are real. But like from a modern lore standpoint, like there's not a lot of room in this world for mythology. So when like something like Mothman pops up, it's like obviously fake. You know, the stories are completely fabricated, or people are seeing a barn owl. But like all mythology is fake. You know, it's just cool that there's now like modern, you know, modern creatures of myth still being invented, but now they're being molded by modern times. Like, what are the myths that people come up with now? And it's like, that was the whole
Slender
flying
Man.
saucer tree. Yeah, I mean, Slender Man falls in that. Obviously, it feels more jokey because it originated on the internet, but that's just as much a product of its time as, again, the flying saucer craze in the 50s, you know, that entered the public zeitgeist due to media, and it became a craze. You know, none of it was ever real, but it's still like a fascinating, you know, legend, sort of.
Those 10-foot aliens that attacked the Miami Mall.
I was gonna say, yeah, but that's different because it was TikTok. But like, I need to realize that TikTok is also.
It was on a lot of things.
Yeah, but I obviously started on TikTok.
I don't know. I don't have evidence for that, but.
Well, after watching enough Milo videos, just going on TikTok and finding just what the average archaeological video looks like on TikTok, and it's like, if this is the average, like, we are like.
Well, you'll be happy to know that Biden's destroying it.
That's why I sent the meme where it was like, TikTok is the largest mass containment site in human existence. Where are they gonna go once it's
They're
gone?
gonna go to
Where
Twitter.
Yeah, it's the whole thing.
The top Twitter video time is just like, it's almost like 2 minutes. They're gonna succeed.
It's like, at least when they're on TikTok, they're on TikTok. Like, they're at least staying there. All their insanity is kind of contained. I mean, that's not entirely true, but I mean, in addition to that, the whole TikTok thing, like, that's there's still potential that that's not going to happen. For one, they have a good chunk of a year, and if they show that they're actually actively trying to sell themselves to another company to acquire them, they could get up to a year of time. In addition to that, they're going to obviously TikTok has the money to hire lawyers to fight it in the courts and say, like, look, you're violating. I think they're going to go for the freedom of speech rights. I think is what they think they have the highest chance.
My freeze peach.
Yeah, you know, to operate in America, it's like, it's not an American-based company, but the branch that operates in America could argue that it has the rights of an American company. So we'll see how far that goes. I've heard a lot of people say, like, yeah, TikTok's not going anywhere anytime soon.
Well, sometimes it can be funny.
Yes.
I've laughed a lot at my fair share of the Tiki Talks.
It would be disingenuous if I said no. It obviously, like, with billions of users, like, some content's going to be good. Milo himself, you know, has TikTok videos.
Who is Milo? Are we talking about, like, the
archaeologist? Yes.
Oh, him. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I was like, who's this? What Milo are we talking about?
Sorry. Well, I'd shown you, you know, screenshots of, like, him.
Right. I watch his YouTube. You know,
yeah.
I don't think
he does his counters on YouTube Shorts, so that's still a seed.
Yeah.
So he'll pull a TikTok video of just the most insane people just spouting very confidently something. I mean, he did a whole. He actually got to talk at, I forget which university he got to have a talk on misinformation, and his existential dread at what TikTok is doing to every discipline, not just archaeology, but mainly archaeology. Because he was like, he's like, you know, here's a video talking about something that here I'll demonstrate clearly fake. You know, he's talking about this clearly debunked hoax. He's like, here's an individual just making a quick video where he talks about it very confidently like it's real, you know, and it has 300 million views. It's like,
I don't, but there's so many different places to post video. Twitter, YouTube. I mean, what, like,
yes,
I don't.
The something about TikTok has made it to where obviously the views are way higher on TikTok for one. But the content on TikTok that circulates is the ones that it's weird. It's the ones that just brazenly say something that's completely inaccurate. And it's like, that's what's going to be, you know, he's like, look at how many followers this guy has. He's like, I can, as famous as he is, he's like, I will never compete. You know, the video I make debunking this guy's video will be like a fraction of 1%. You know, we will never be able to counter this amount of misinformation. It's you know, exasperated. You know, he pointed out YouTube. He's like, YouTube obviously already had this problem, but then when he showed the numbers on TikTok, it was like, oh, like it exploded on TikTok. because it's that sort of like quick, a ton of channels who are like, here's what they don't want you to know, and it's like obviously that's always been popular, but on TikTok that's like, not only that, but the demographic on TikTok is the younger generation, the kids who are now going to formulate, they're very impressionable. They just want to listen to this guy, and he's talking very confidently, and it's like he's like the guy making this video, doesn't know anything about archaeology. He's just saying what he's heard on some online article. He's like, I'm confident that these people like he doesn't, if he knows he's wrong, he doesn't care. He's just making a TikTok video because he's a huge channel that gets sponsors.
That's a problem that I often run into with like Elder Scrolls lore tubers and stuff. I'm like, okay, well, making videos on the lore is exciting, but when you make it your livelihood, you're gonna be stretched so thin with content and ideas that you're gonna have to push the limits on what you're willing to talk about to the point where you're just gonna be spreading mistruths all the time.
The people that get big on TikTok, complete sellouts. Like they're literally farming their audience. They will do whatever will get the most engagement. And the thing is, the audience members, like Milo was saying, like there's no reason to hate them. Like there's Netflix documentaries, very famous. The Joshua Graham, whatever the pseudo archaeologist is, he got a whole Netflix series on a conspiracy about an ancient civilization that predate that racist theory that there's a progenitor civilization that every other civilization comes from. Extremely debunkable. Milo has a whole series debunking it. But it's like a 12-part Netflix series. Like, this guy got funding from Netflix, and it became a big hit on Netflix. This guy's a pseudo-archaeologist. Everyone in archaeology hates him. But he got a Netflix series where he can spout his, it's like Ancient Alien, his theory doesn't involve aliens. But it's that level of, like, everybody in academia knows it's fake. But now it's out there on Netflix as, like, a big popular series. And he's like, people all the time will come to him and he's like, yeah, me and my bro, we were just getting high on the couch. We love archaeology, and so we just started watching this. And like they're like, we didn't have any reason to think it was fake because it's on Netflix, and we just want to get high and watch archaeology.
Everything's believable when you're high enough.
Yeah, he's saying like the people that are watching this stuff, when they come to him and tell him stories like that, they always talk about the reason they're watching it is because they're curious about archaeology. So he's like, all these people that these charlatans are leading astray are good people. They're interested in the topic. They're like, I love archaeology. But unfortunately, the content that always floats to the top of their stream are the people who are like, I was kicked out of academia because I'm telling you the truth and everyone else is lying to you. Here's what the man doesn't want you to know.
It's always
that's always the most popular content. So if you're into archaeology and you don't really know left from right, you're always going to come across that sort of stuff first.
It's the juicy stuff. It's like, this is weird, and there's a plot behind it, and it's always that stuff that interests people.
Yeah, but if you're just starting out, you're kind of interested in it, you're always going to you're going to be radicalized before you even know that there is a side radicalizing people. Because you're just going to assume that it's on Netflix. Why would I not trust what's on Netflix?
Why would I not trust what's on TV?
It's the same thing with TikTok. It's like, here's, I just doesn't, and it's an endless stream. It's like, there's one conspiracy, and none of them, all these conspiracies are debunked, but it's like, it doesn't matter, because like more will pop up, and the ones that were debunked keep getting circulated anyway, because like, oh, this could have been debunked in the 60s, but my audience doesn't know that. I can talk about it like it's just fresh news off the press. They don't care. Half these people are just making up their own theories. They're just you can just say whatever you want, because that's how all these things get started anyway. Someone just makes something up. So why don't you just do that yourself? You'll never run out of content that way.
I could do that. I wonder if I just made an Elder Scrolls lore post on Twitter that was completely false. But it's like who would stop me? Would anyone even would a lot of people even know a lot about the subject I'm discussing that would call me out on my bullshit?
That's why. Well, what's important in cases like this, this fact will never be driven home to the average human at all. But it's whether the sources are cited. Whether you can accurately, you have that little Wikipedia thing with a little number to it. When you click it, it goes down to a peer-reviewed paper.
Sources are nonsense.
You can say whatever you want, provided that you can back it up with sources. And these TikTok videos don't do that. You just talk for a long time, and then people scroll to the next bullshit video. So that's what's scary about TikTok is you can be just radicalized so quickly because it's just so quick. It's just the next you just process it, and you don't have time to question it. You're not sitting there like, what's the sources? Why is he saying this? Is this actually true? You're literally just kids will just fill their days with just hours of video, and
But
none of it's sourced.
What's going to stop that? It's the internet.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's particularly okay. So we know TikTok is popular because they hacked, they found the perfect formula for addiction. Video engagement. Like this is the perfect format to keep people hooked on watching videos.
And
That's why
they
TikTok
filled the
works.
void when Vine left. That was
Yeah. Vine never got to this point because Vine was more strictly comedy focused. It was way shorter, 9 second.
Oh yeah, you couldn't transmit this much information. That would be pretty interesting.
TikTok's goal, is specifically designed to keep you TikToking. So that's why everything that gets big on TikTok is always weird, and it's like it was. I can go into like which trends have become big on TikTok, and it's always like, why is this happening? Why is this thing? And it's always because like that's just how you hack human psychology. Like it's whatever algorithm they have is perfectly tuned to. Brainwash sounds 1980.
And I was gonna say this sounds a little bit like 1990s.
No, it's
like
more,
people sharing. Did you hear that? D&D is secretly.
It's not a psyops. No, it's not a psyops. But social media in general is obviously social engineering. Like they understand, what will keep people engaged. Like they're studying that. That's why the videos are short form because attention spans. You keep things short. So
But is TikTok producing the content?
They're encouraging it because that's what it's kind of like YouTube, where it's like, yeah, but YouTube could shut this down. It's like, but they won't because that's the biggest. Like,
why would TikTok shut down someone talking about crystal healing? What's the reason for it?
Well, if it's spreading, harmful misinformation, a lot of these archaeological conspiracy theories are not only, incredibly false, but they become gateways, as most things are. Most conspiracies are gateways to radical alt-right circles.
I can't think of any social media platform that cares.
No. So the social media platforms won't care. That's why I would not care if TikTok gets shut down because it's like social media in general is always the alt-right always finds a way to turn it into a pipeline. To find whatever works for the most people to get the most people to slowly, kind of get brain jacked without even realizing it. So yeah, it always starts with the like, here's what they don't want you to know, a man's line, like those sort of things, and then it always leads to like, oh, the Jews, it's the Jews doing everything. Every conspiracy theory finds a way to eventually have that at its core. Specifically in archaeological conspiracy theories, it always has to do with a secret ancient civilization. Always happens to be Aryan and white, and it's like, oh, this is just what the Nazis were trying to find evidence for.
Do you think that these are founded by people that believe in them, or people that just want? They're like, oh, hey, we can make people believe in our ideology if we make up a mythology.
The conspiracy theories definitely are. The people making videos about them on TikTok are just vehicles for the pipeline. Like they're probably doing it unwittingly. They're just like, I'm gonna make a cool video about an ancient lost civilization, and it's like, yeah, but if you look up that ancient civilization, as some of your audience is liable to do, like they're gonna go to some really questionable Reddits. Again, Milo's you can watch his deconstruct. I've already known about this as a big issue in conspiracy circles. Archaeology as a discipline just lends itself to a lot of conspiracy stuff, but any conspiracy circle always leads back to stuff like that. There's never a conspiracy that if you follow it all the way down the rabbit trail leads to like, oh, we should all love each other and everything's great. It's like, it's always like, it's the same thing every time.
Well, I mean, especially if you're following like, even if they don't see them as conspiracies of so you can't convince someone something's a conspiracy very easily. Trust me, but like even if you're doing that, it's like get to the a lot of times when I'm talking to people about this, it's like get to the root of it. Like what is it saying? Does it sound like knowledge or does it sound like propaganda? You know, it's like very rarely do these conspiracies just end with and that's how this civilization, you know, made stone bricks. Instead, it's always like that's right. These people are humans or something. And it's like what the fuck? You can tell which one's which pretty easily.
Yeah, there's always some big overarching, and again, the narrative is always you're being lied to, sort of thing, and it, as innocent as that seems, that then that wires people's brains to view everything through a lens of like official information is deceit. Like if something is official, that means it's the lie. That's what they're trying to make you think. But it's always, you know, they're always, you know, all the scientists that were questioning COVID, you know, they all lost their jobs. Why'd they lose their jobs? It's because they're firing them because they know the truth that COVID wasn't an actual disease and that it was all a hoax. You know, it's like,
it's true. It didn't exist.
Yeah.
I definitely did not get it.
Yeah.
It was all in my head.
No, I don't even want to get on that rabbit trail. It's like I've heard 60 different, like you talk to 60 different conservatives and they've all got 60 different things. It's like, so it was real, but it wasn't real, but it was also a population control hoax, but it was also that the disease was real, but how they were telling you to cure it was the hoax because the vaccine was dangerous, but you need to take, you know, these horse pills. It's all very stressful. It's like, or maybe just the doctor, like, let's just listen to the doctor.
My advice for anyone that's interested in conspiracy theories, if you're interested in like a secret truth about COVID, or if we really went to the moon, or if the Earth is flat, or if life is a simulation, or you know what are in chemtrails. If you're obsessed with any of these mysteries or whatever, and you want to scratch that itch, don't do it in real life. Get into Elder Scrolls lore. Just you'll be trying to figure stuff out until the end of time. I assure you, you will never run out of content.
I'd rather someone get into Coda than.
No, okay. Well, no, hold on. No, hold on. Hold on. I didn't say we should.
Oh.
I didn't say we should get into the unofficial content.
Let's not lose our mind.
Okay, I'm official content. Get into because
I had a t-shirt idea that said Coda, not chemtrails.
We'll do something with that concept. But I don't want to talk about that. Elder Scrolls has enough official content and mysteries that
what I'm saying
that
is
you don't
if
need
they
to.
want the taboo of uncovering knowledge that people will tell you isn't true, but you know is true, I'd rather they do it with a fictional thing like Coda.
Yeah.
Where, like now, people like you will be like, "That's a conspiracy. Coda's not real," and they're like, "I know you're lying to me." It's
not something that it's something that I.
No one's gonna shoot up a pizza shop over Coda versus official canon.
I know, yes, but obviously you know very well that I just despise it.
It could save lives, Kyle.
It could save. I mean, it's not necessary. It's not necessary. I mean, it's kind of like that's, you know what, that's a good point. People really get into like a lot of like the unofficial stuff in the Elder Scrolls, and they're like, it's interesting, but it's like there's just so much in the official stuff that's interesting that they probably don't even know about because they just don't want to look at it. They're just like, oh, this is weird, but it's like there's plenty of weird stuff that you just don't know to look for, and so that's annoying. It's like there's so much mystery in the official content that you don't need to worry about digging at any unofficial stuff. Stuff that I'm still trying to figure out, you know, people are still trying to figure out for 20 or more years.
Yeah, that's interesting mysteries. I don't think it's ever going to get as weird as Coda. Like, if people just want instant gratification from, like, did you know that this and this and this? It always turns out to be Coda stuff. Anytime you see a Reddit post where, like, did you know?
I don't.
And, like, some insanity that follows.
I don't get it.
Unless it's talking about the Wild Hunt, it's probably something from Coda.
I don't get into it. I just, you know, I don't look into it that much because I don't like to delve into that portion of the fandom.
It could be worse.
What?
It could be worse.
but it's
You know,
it's not
you have the
necessary.
peace of mind. You have the peace of mind. Yeah, it's not necessary, but there's at least the knowledge that the official Elder Scrolls lore, as set by Bethesda, you know, sometimes goes out of its way to occasionally take nods to Coda. They're playing nicely with it. I'd never at any point, you know, no one in the story group has ever said like, "Would you guys just fucking shut up about Coda? It's dumb." You know, they kind of play coy with. It's almost like Star Wars Legends versus canon. It's like they'll, you know, anyone that says, "Oh, Legends is the true canon," obviously I'll be like, "Well, you're wrong." But like, I will also acknowledge that like the people telling the canon stories do like Legends. Like they'll occasionally drop little nods to Legends in there. You know, Legends isn't canon until canon makes it canon. But you can still like enjoy Legends and just wait for what you like about it to become canon. Just don't pretend like it is canon when it's not. You know, you don't have to hate Coda. Just when it's like Elder Scrolls Legends.
I'm not gonna get into it, but I did have someone who, because I was taking lore questions a couple times this week or last week I guess, and I had a lot of questions. One of them was like, how come like we don't see the Siege of Alinor in ESO, even though the Siege of Alinor broke all of time and you see it through all the eras. And I'm like, that's just not official canon. You know, that was something that I don't even know what the source was, but there's no official source for it. And in official like sources, pretty much all it says is like, it's like, I believe it says the Numidium like advanced on the Somerset Isles. I don't even really know if it talks about the Numidium interacting with Alinor at all, but I believe it does sound like things got pretty messy there. It's more like, I think it's implied, but I don't. The information about the attack on Alinor, I don't think there's any official record of that to my knowledge. But it sounds so much like Kirkbride just be like, "That's right, this attack on the city displaced time and sent mages through time bubbles that went into the 5th era. What the fuck is going on?"
It does remind me of the Starkiller base blowing up the Hosnian system and them having to come up with some lore reason why you could see it on Takodana, and then they had to come up with the thing where like, oh, it's through the God, it's hyperspace, some concept in hyperspace. I forget what's the There's actually a ton of physics behind it. They wrote a ton of like the kinds of matter involved and the.
This is essentially this is their Dragon Break that they're doing right here.
Well, essentially it was that the effect of it, the light from it, was being you know, you can see it on through the sky in a ton of different worlds because of hyperspace, what it's doing through hyperspace. Obviously, when that scene was written, the idea was just like, oh, Hosnian Prime is just in the sky, you know, in the same system as Takodana, but it's like,
right.
You wouldn't.
That happens sometimes.
J.J. Abrams did the same thing with Vulcan, Spock being on that icy planet and being able to see Vulcan being destroyed from the planet, and it's like you wouldn't be able to see another, like when you're standing on Earth, you can't see Mars. You know, it's like it's not. The planets aren't that close to each other.
Yeah,
at least I remember Pablo Hidalgo had a Twitter thread on like them sitting down and they're like, okay, we gotta make this needs to make sense, so let's at least make it something cool.
So in the Elder Scrolls, they had to make a concept with it that, you know, they were like, our explanation of how this is possible, we have to invent dragon breaks, and that was like. Good idea, very clever, and it's incorporated. It's incorporated in. I get it. Like I get that it's really backfired because some people don't even understand what it is. But like, it's
I would
really.
say they could have done a better job.
It's cool though. I mean, the way that they incorporated it is flawless.
Yeah,
it's flawless to the point where I didn't even know when they invented it.
They couldn't have had hindsight. You know, hindsight's 20/20. They couldn't have known that making that particular lore would have resulted in what.
So, but like what they did was they're like, okay, so it's like, okay, well, we made Daggerfall, and Daggerfall has all these different endings, and then we're gonna make another game, and it's like, well, what do we do? How do we how did that end? Obviously, because you can pick whatever ending you want. So, Morrowind released 4 years later. God, 4 years. It's crazy to think about. And they wrote. I don't know if they wrote any like Monomyth lore before Morrowind, like in Redguard, but I don't think so. Maybe, but around that time, between Daggerfall and Morrowind, they had written this whole thing where they're like, okay, well, we're gonna invent a timeline where we're gonna create the Dawn Era, which is, you know, the time before a time, and they're like the Dawn Era is pretty much anything goes in every single way you can think of, because there's no strict timeline. Everything happens, and eventually that era does it does run out. It does end, in quotes. And so it's like, okay, well, this era ends. And they decide to use the concept of the Dawn Era and have a Dragon Break be essentially taking a little one of those little like paint Doppler things where you like just kind of like siphon out the Dawn Era, and then you just kind of like drop it into the timeline, and you're like, that's what happened at the end of Daggerfall. It was a Dragon Break. So essentially everything, each ending happened, and then it all just kind of went back into, you know, a bottleneck. And so they wrote, like, they essentially got away with writing like Elder Scrolls lore, like the creation stories, etc., and then solving the Daggerfall problem at the exact same time. Unfortunately, this concept got to be so confusing that people didn't understand what a Dragon Break was, and they still don't understand. They think that it's a solves all problems idea, when in reality, there's only been like a few.
Level.
What?
When someone starts talking on the surface level, when someone starts talking about a Dragon Break, obviously the first thing you think about is, so this is how they, you know, make it so that every choice in the game you make can be canon.
Yeah.
Because everyone's minds have been trained on multiverse media for so long now. You just think it's another multiverse. You know, you're like, this is the story team. This is just what they're calling their multiverse.
Right.
And that's mostly people's media literacy being shot because of how stories are told now. So I can understand why, because obviously, like, that's what you would think, right? If you were fresh and someone started talking about Dragon Breaks and how it's multiple timelines in a game where, like, you can make different decisions and have different endings and outcomes, you think, like, okay, so these are all Dragon Breaks. Every time I make a decision, it's like another universe splits off. You know?
I was very impressionable, yeah. I probably would have thought that. I don't think I was smart enough to understand what it was.
It's just like, it's exactly the same part of people's brains that misunderstands quantum mechanics, where they're like, it's Schrodinger's cat, I understand, it's alive and dead at the same time, and it's like, that's not... I can understand why you would take that away from a surface level, but, like, if you keep listening, there's more to, like, the dynamics. That's not how it's working. The cat is not actually alive and dead. That would be impossible.
Right. The answer is a little less satisfying, but also less complicated. Because it's just like in reality, it's like, we don't know if the Dragonborn did this, and it just kind of becomes a little bit more like, it's just up to what you want to do. That's just how it works.
Yeah.
It's like, we don't know if the Dragonborn.
Same thing, and like Fallout doesn't have Dragon Breaks. You know?
Yeah, Fallout's a lot more static. Where Fallout's like they choose. It seems like they choose endings. I'm not gonna.
From what I'm aware, they do the thing that Elder Scrolls sometimes does, where they just don't say. You know.
Right.
They'll reference, you know, like, I think New California is talked about in Fallout 4, but they never tell you, like, how Fallout New Vegas ended. You know, they'll never say, like, Caesar's.
But I mean, I haven't seen the show. I've just heard people talking about how I think they pretty much confirm an ending.
Okay.
But I don't know anything about the game, so I can't tell.
All I heard was that Todd Howard had to make a comment that Fallout New Vegas is canon to.
I heard he said that it was canon. I saw him say that it was canon. Then someone commented, "Todd will give any excuse to hate on New Vegas." And I'm like, what is happening? He just says like, "Yeah, it's canon," and then someone goes, "He hates it so much." And I'm like, are people like it's social? Like, how is everyone's
They have the
social
comments
life
typed
so
before
bad?
even- It's like you have the comments typed before he even talked.
But essentially, because it's like, how are you getting that idea from what he said? Like, how are you receiving that message from
the
his?
hate Todd narrative.
Yeah, I don't know. He seems he's very happy with the show, and he seems to care a lot about the franchise, and he seems to like New Vegas, and New Vegas is definitely a thing that, for all I know, is just at least referenced in the show. So there's that. So, I mean, I know very little, but yeah, Fallout, and sometimes Fallout's like, oh, this is the main character. They have a backstory. Like Fallout 4, you have a backstory. Elder Scrolls tries to avoid that for the most part.
Yeah. Other Fallout games, you know, like you saw the beginning of Fallout 3, like you play the son of a doctor in the vault. Like, yeah, you'll have, it'll be a little bit more open-ended as to what your character is. Fallout 4 definitely did kind of make it like you can't really have a lot of wiggle room for your character's past.
The most Elder Scrolls did with that was probably Elder Scrolls 2, where it's like your job is you're an agent, right? It's like, oh, you're an agent for the Emperor. That's your thing. So you're not a prisoner, right? So like every other game, you're like a prisoner, but you're not.
You a blank slate. And I understand that for a fantasy franchise, that makes more sense because you want wish fulfillment. You want to be, you want to have your character be whatever you want them to be. Whereas Fallout can be a little bit more narrative. Where, like,
Fallout's like, tell me what to do, I'm scared. Tell me who I am.
New Vegas was more like, kind of like what you were saying, where like you're an agent, but you can make up the rest of your story from there. New Vegas was like you're a courier, so your character is someone that's tasked with like being a mailman, delivering important things. But other than that, you can be whoever you want. You can be Crazy Jim, an old guy who like fought in a war.
Yeah.
Everything else is up to you. The other Fallout games didn't really do that. Fallout 4, it's like, okay, your character pretty much, you get to decide what they look like and what their name is, but like, you know that they're married, which was already a big thing people had a problem with, because they're like, what if I'm gay? Like, I need to have a wife now in Fallout 4.
Yeah. On that note, though, that I can't help but think about how interesting it is that Skyrim deliberately ended itself in a bind on two fronts, whereas Oblivion is very consistent, where it's like, the hero of Kvatch, Mantle Sheogorath, it's like that's a thing that happens, and Hero Kvatch saves Cyrodiil, right? He saves all of Tamriel, right? Assists Martin Septim. It's like that's a thing that happens, but like, what about Skyrim? Skyrim's interesting because I haven't done any Dark Brotherhood in Skyrim, but I know it it gets to the level where like you assassinate Mead, don't you? Titus Mead?
Yeah.
Like that's like, yeah. But so it's like you have that.
I remember doing that. I'm like, are we gonna go all the way to the top? And it's like, I get that that's cool that they were like, we get to do assassinate the president sort of a vibe.
Right. So it's like you have that, and then you also have how the Civil War ends, and it's like that's two different things. Where it's like, how are you going to confirm? They might just do it where it's like Titus Mead was assassinated by a mysterious assassin. You don't know if it's the Dragonborn or not. They could probably just do that, right? They'll probably do that. So it's like we don't know who killed him.
No, it's easy to just not reference it. Set it either far enough in the future to where you never talk about it, or just never talk about it. If he didn't appear in Skyrim at all, you wouldn't even know he existed.
That's not entirely true. Lots of people like keeping track of their imperial history. It's like what happened to this emperor.
There are. I mean, yeah, maybe there's books and stuff, or maybe a line of dialogue that talks about the current emperor at the time of Skyrim.
I think that for the best part, they could just have Titus Mead get assassinated and just not clarify who it was. Like, it could be you, it could be not.
What if you don't assassinate him?
But that's the thing, though. You don't have to. It would have been someone else.
Well, again, there's plenty of times in the Empire's history where you don't know who the Emperor was or what happened to him.
I know, but I just feel like I don't know if I could see them just kind
Sure.
of not.
I mean, again, if he wasn't in the game at all, it wouldn't even be an issue. Like, you wouldn't think twice about it. It's just like, I wonder who the Emperor is at this time. They're not going to tell me because I'm all the way up north.
But what would the wiki say? It's like Titus Mead. I mean, in fact, I don't even know what it says now. It's like Titus Mead, like potentially assassinated by the Dragonborn, or what?
I don't know what it says now, but if they didn't have that quest line at all, they would just say, you know, there's an Emperor. who
Right,
runs
but
the Empire.
but now it's like so let's see here. What Titus Mead? What is his? Oh, he's the second. Titus Mead the second. Let's see. Some reports claim he was assassinated by the Dark Brotherhood, although conflicting reports state that the Dark Brotherhood was wiped out before they could have a chance. Right. Okay. So it's like this just makes things more complicated.
That's where you're gonna have a problem, because it is the Dark Brotherhood that kills him, whether it's the Dragonborn or not. You know, it is the Dark Brotherhood that's contracted. But you have a conflicting option to where you can wipe out the Dark Brotherhood before they have a chance to start any of that quest line.
Right. I mean, like, have here the specifically it says that he died in 4th Era 201, and then it says in parentheses player determined. This is weird. This is not something that I can see anywhere aside from, like, top of my head, Daggerfall. You know, it's just like, what are they gonna do here?
You'd understand, yeah, if you played. But I mean, I guess you already.
I mean, it's all the information's right here, just flat out. So it's like.
Well, it's probably a dragon.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to say that they're going to do a dragon break. It seems like I've told people it seems like it might be overkill, but
again, Fallout never has this problem. It's like, what did was the Brotherhood of Steel's faction in the Commonwealth destroyed or not? It's like, well, by the time of the next Fallout game, no one's asking that question because you're playing in like Louisiana, and it's like, you're dealing with a different branch of the Brotherhood, and it's like they just won't talk about it. They just won't confirm one way or the other. That way you can have your story.
Fallout sounds a lot less interesting to me. I mean, the more you talk about it.
So the thing about a choose your own adventure game is that like you choose what happens. So like Fallout is very much like you choose what's happening. You choose who wins, which side you're helping, which side you're hurting, just like a D&D game. And the next campaign, if they can't acknowledge or honor what you did in the last one, which, they can't reasonably be expected to... This isn't like Mass Effect, where they can code the game to know what you did in past games. So the next best thing they can do is just not confirm one way or the other, And that's pretty easy to do when you're in a post-apocalyptic setting in a different state, playing Fallout 4, I never once thought about... whether or not, like, what happened in Fallout New Vegas, because it's like, I'm on the other side of the country. I'm way later in the timeline. Did Caesar win, did he not? It's like, I don't expect them to... I've got my own story happening right now. It's like, you don't... In real life, it's like, if there was a game that took place in modern day, it's like, they don't need to talk about, like, who won the Napoleonic Wars. Was Napoleon killed in this timeline? I gotta know. It's like, just don't talk about it.
But that's just not how I work, It's like,
well, you dealt with everything else not doing that in Elder Scrolls, so it would be kind of weird now at this point.
I mean, like
I'm just saying, Fallout's gotten around just fine without having like dragon breaks or excuses for why.
But that's just fucking annoying. As like a historian, it's so annoying. It's like, I mean, like, I would prefer a dragon break than just kind of like, we don't know, we're not going to talk about it, because this just sounds so boring. I mean, sounds so.
Be a fantasy history. It's
and I'm into fantasy history, so I guess I just lose interest.
Yeah. Well, as a setting, everything's a mess anyway. It's like it's all just communication would be shoddy. It's like not gonna be super. There is obviously history. There's canon to Fallout. Tons of stuff. Like there's stuff that you do in Fallout 3. You first meet the Institute, and since in Fallout 3, it's just a random throwaway quest, and then they become the main story antagonists in Fallout 4. It's like the main driving thing is the Institute and their synths. And you think, if you played Fallout 3, you'd be like, oh my god, like there was a visitor from the Commonwealth, from the Institute, hunting down a rogue synth that escaped all the way to the Capitol. So like stuff like that does happen. You meet... the guy that's leading the branch of the Brotherhood of Steel that goes to the Commonwealth in Fallout 4, you meet him as a kid in Fallout 3. and obviously, you know, children are unkillable in Bethesda games, so it's not like, oh, but I could have killed him in the previous game. So, like, there's no issue there. So there is, like, continuing stuff. You can see stuff in future Fallout games that relates to the old ones.
I'm not saying
It's
I'm not saying that there's no canon.
Yeah, it's just whether or not, like, oh, was this town nuked or not? You know, because I had a choice where I nuked that town and I nuked it. Are they gonna say if that town was nuked, or are they gonna go with the timeline where I didn't nuke it? It's like they just won't talk about that town. It's a random small town. Who cares? I mean, what are they supposed to do? You know, the Elder Scrolls has the same problem. Did the Dragonborn assassinate the Emperor or not? Stuff like that happens all the time. There's tons of conflicting things. It has to happen one way or the other in Elder Scrolls.
Yeah, I mean, and there's smaller things they leave up to chance where it's like you don't know. But if we're talking about the assassination of the Emperor, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, but they're not going to ever answer who won the Civil War.
I don't know. That's kind of what I was getting at, though. That's what I was setting down.
It's clear that Bethesda's philosophy is that you want to respect your players' previous lives that they lived in the other games, and to do that, you just let them, you know, you present them with a reality where what they did in the other games is true. No matter what they run into, they'll never be contradicted and have a sort of cognitive dissonance where you have to be like, well, in my game it actually was different.
They give a lot of flexibility, but
you know, if you choose to kill Parthenax cannot be a character in Elder Scrolls 6.
Yes.
And the reason why Parthenax cannot be a character in Elder Scrolls 6 is because they know there is maybe one or two players that chose to kill Parthenax.
The point here is that the level of assassinating the Emperor is going to be more documented than like an assassination of a dragon in the middle of nowhere.
The thing is that not necessarily. The Empire can have gaps in its records all the time.
Yep.
Elder Scrolls 6 will probably be set way, hundreds of years later.
Probably.
They'll just say you don't know what happened to the Emperor. The thing is, you just don't have a character talk about the Emperor, and you don't have a book talk about the Emperor. It's very easy to just not talk about what happened to the Emperor. The game's got its own fish to fry. There's going to be plenty of stuff. They'll probably talk about the current Emperor. They'll say the Emperor is this. Maybe there won't be an Empire. Maybe the Empire will have fallen at that point.
Again,
it's not hard to just not talk about something.
But no, I'm pairing the assassination of the Emperor along with as a very odd choice alongside the Civil War, which is also not confirmed, and they did that on purpose. It's like it's an open-ended choice, just like Daggerfall, the only Elder Scrolls game that I can think of that does that. If you say you play Morrowind, you kill someone that you you can kill someone that you're not supposed to really kill. You can do that, but it says that you've severed the strands of fate and you have to live in a doomed timeline. And it's like, okay, well, it's like this is not how the thing goes, and so it's like in Skyrim they deliberately give you a Daggerfall-esque ending, and Daggerfall ended with a dragon break. And it's huge. The assassination of an emperor and a civil war in Skyrim I feel like has to end a certain way. I don't feel like that can be like, did the Dragonborn do this or that?
The thing is, it obviously has a definitive answer, but it's kind of like, it's the cat alive or dead. It's like, obviously it's one or the other, because quantum mechanics don't work on a macro scale. But, the thing is, they just won't open the box. That way the player can believe that, the Emperor won or the Stormcloaks won.
But then how does that dictate Skyrim's society? At the end of,
think about it, when you're playing Skyrim, what do you know about what's going on in Somerset?
There's an entire book series about it. It talks about how the Crystal Tower fell.
Pick an example that drives the point home, Blackmarsh. When you're playing Skyrim, something happened in Blackmarsh. It happened one way or the other. It's definitely something's definitive happening there, but they don't talk about it because you're not playing at Blackmarsh. So if Elder Scrolls 6 is set in Blackmarsh, it is it would not be surprising if they just never talk about what's going on in Skyrim.
As someone
that
studies history and I watch each event interact with another event. What you're saying here is essentially a very unorthodox void between events where you can't connect things, and it's very strange.
There's time.
Yeah, no, I know.
What happens in Liberia isn't affecting me right now. I mean, it is in some, unforeseen way, but I don't know who the president of Liberia is. I don't know what happened in Liberia 300 years ago.
But say you were someone that studied just world events as a whole, and you're like, oh, this is happening in Liberia because of something that happened in America in the 80s.
When you study Elder Scrolls history, that is distinct from what happens in the games, because what's happening in the games is an experience for the player. What you're doing is you're picking up all the lore that they provide to the player and taking all those puzzle pieces and breadcrumbs and forming a picture out of it. And what I'm saying is that since the main goal is an experience for the player, it's just very understandable if they just don't put that puzzle piece down. It's the same modus operandi that they've been doing with Fallout. And I feel like when they put those story decisions into Skyrim, their mentality was like, we'll just do what we do in Fallout and just not talk about it. Elder Scrolls 6 will be set in Akavir, 700 years after Skyrim, and nobody's going to talk about whether the Stormcloaks won 700 years ago, because who would be talking about that? Who cares about if the Stormcloaks won 700 years ago? We're in Akavir 700 years later, just like they're not going to talk about what happened. It's going to be a complete...
Oh, you did that on accident?
Yeah.
Damn it. No, if we're talking real talk, there's a type of book called a history book that talks about things that happened a long time ago.
It's not going to say everything. All the books.
This is the Skyrim Civil War. This is like it's not the biggest deal, but it's a pretty big deal. You have the provinces split in two. You've got a dragon invasion. You've got the aftermath of the Great War.
Just like every civil war on the planet, it seems like a big deal to everyone who's living in the nation. If you were
those people still write books. I know they're Nords. They write books.
The lore books in Elder Scrolls games are they don't cover everything.
I feel like no reference. Oh, that was weird. Not referencing the Civil War.
Here's the thing. Well, it would be possible for them to not reference the Civil War. That is a thing that could happen. It wouldn't people's heads wouldn't explode. But they could reference the Civil War. They just don't need to reference the outcome, the result. They could say, in the year such and such, during the Skyrim Civil War, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, they can say that there was a civil war going on. They just need to refrain from discussing the outcome. Just like I can say, the American Civil War, this individual was born during that time.
The outcome's a big deal, though. Just like with the assassination of the Emperor, it's a pretty big deal. That's why I'm saying, the killing Parthenax.
Yeah, but there's not
is probably not going to get. I mean, a lot of people you're not going to go to the Jarl of Whiterun. He's going to go you killed Parthenax. He doesn't even know about him. Probably. But it's this is a big deal that influences a lot of people, and it's very high profile.
Things are only a big deal given their location and their time. And Elder Scrolls 6 will be set in a new location at a new time, and at which point the events that you're concerned about will be easily glanced over. Just like every other event in some other part of Tamriel.
You could have said this when Skyrim was releasing about the Oblivion Crisis. I don't know. It's if
you want to use that as an analogy, the Oblivion Crisis, only has one ending, so that was easier to handle. But if it had multiple endings, they could have characters talk about the Oblivion Crisis, and just never, obviously the way the thing about the Oblivion Crisis is its resolution affects all of Tamriel. If the Oblivion Crisis was not resolved, if you help it happen, obviously Tamriel would look very different in a future Elder Scrolls game. But if for some reason, like, say there's two endings to Oblivion, but both of them deal with you resolving the conflict. Say, on one hand, you help a cult that destroys the Oblivion Crisis, and on the other hand, everything plays out the way it's supposed to. In either event, the Oblivion Crisis is resolved. You know, Tamriel is saved. All the Oblivion portals are shut down. So in Skyrim, you would just have characters talk about the Oblivion Crisis. You know, they can reference that it was resolved. You know, you can still even have that guy, you know, that is trying to restart the Oblivion Crisis. All that stuff can happen, and none of the characters have to say which side stopped the Oblivion Crisis.
But the reason why it's not equivalent is that if you, in your scenario, the Oblivion Crisis ends either way, and it's just like, oh, we don't know how. However, in the idea of the two different endings of the Civil War, those would end up very different. You know, we're talking about political climate and
to an outsider, to someone in Elsewhere, it doesn't matter if the Emperor rules Skyrim or if the Nords rule Skyrim.
Everything matters. I mean, like, we're talking about a massive political scale here.
It's only massive to people that live in Skyrim.
But also, those people make records. I mean, like, what they could do, as I talked about with other people, is that they could just try to appease both by having...
I didn't know he was still here.
Oh, I thought that was you.
No.
They could appease both by having you, like, oh, it's like, oh, the Stormcloaks won, but, like, for a certain amount of time, and then the Empire had sent reinforcements. There is a card game, I think, or a board game that references this, interestingly enough. It references, like, Ulfric winning the war and then, like, reinforcements coming from Cyrodiil, which is very odd. But I do remember reading that. I don't know if I can find it, but it's like...
If I had the game, I'd be like, no, he didn't. I chopped his head off. Like, you know... that still doesn't work. But when I was playing Skyrim, at no point did they talk about who the ruler of Elsewhere was. Right? There's no lore book. There, you know...
I actually don't remember if there is.
They could add lore in Elder Scrolls 6 that talks about that at the time of Skyrim, there was another civil war going on in Elsewhere. And if they do, I wouldn't be like, well, then why wasn't there a book in Skyrim talking about the Civil War in Elsewhere? That sounds like it's a big historical thing that should be in every history book. All the, you know, it's like, that's not how books work.
But there wasn't one.
What
about, like, but the information about what happened in Elsewhere we have, the Void Knights. It's like, well, we've got a book on the Void Knights, we know about that, but that's that's in Elsewhere. And it was a long time ago.
Was that happening at the same time as Skyrim?
It was. It was between. It was at the beginning of the Fourth Era, but, you know, between Oblivion and Skyrim, and it's like, it's a couple hundred years, but it's like, oh, hey, we know about this, even though it's you know, it's like well, take this for example. Why would we know about the Void Knights at all? I mean, well, granted, the Void Knights would be visible from everywhere in Tamriel, but it was very important to. You learn about it in context of the Khajiit because it's important for them the most. Yeah. But, like, so...
Why don't I know what the Argonians' opinion on it was?
So essentially, you learn about it, but it's like, well, why am I learning about the Void Knights when that happened in Elsewhere forever, like, a while ago? And also, it's the other side of the continent. Why is it important? It's because that's directly connected to the Aldmeri Dominion and the leverage that the Thalmor are taking over various races. It's all connected historically. These things that don't seem like they would be, like, it's like, oh, this is culturally important to the Khajiit, and I'm learning about it through a historical connection.
Oh, what was happening at Blackmarsh then?
Well, no one knows what happens in Blackmarsh. But I'm saying
why isn't that the end of the conversation? Like, can it just be like, well, then that means that, like, obviously there are some historical events that you just will not know about.
This is something where if you think the writers are just going to be like, we're not going to tell you how the Civil War ends when people have been waiting since Skyrim's release, if we want to get a little bit out of universe for you, then you're being ridiculous.
When I played Fallout New Vegas and there was a huge similar conflict. Just as pertinent to understand, like, okay, so which side won? wasn't relevant in Fallout 4 at all. Never came up. At no point was I like, I gotta know what happened in California, 100 years ago.
Fallout just sounds disappointing. I don't know. It's just like the more I hear about it.
I'm playing Fallout 4. I'm not playing. I'm not sitting there wondering, how things shook out. It's a different game. You're playing a different character. There's a time difference. There's a location difference. If Fallout 4 took place in Nevada 100 years later, then I'd be like, yeah, the world should look different, really different, depending on which outcome happens.
Does Fallout have books, or does it just have dirty notes you find next to rotten skeletons?
There's logs. No, there's tons of computer logs. There's history that you can uncover. It's environmental storytelling. You come across stuff to learn about stuff.
Are there libraries?
Books. There's books. There's notes you can read. A lot of it's done through computers rather than books, just because of the setting. But when I don't get to know what happened in New Vegas a long time ago, that doesn't bug me, because again, I equate it to like, well, I don't know what happened in Liberia 200 years ago. You can make an argument that like, but it technically affects everything through chaos theory.
As a historian, you see a lot of stuff that influences tons of things.
So
like
if Elder Scrolls 6 is set 600 years in the future, I would think it would be unrealistic for them to talk about the events of Skyrim, because then I'm like, it's 600 years in the future. Nothing is relevant 600 years later. The only reason you're talking about who won in Skyrim is because players want to hear about who won in Skyrim.
I think your assumption that it's not going to be important towards anything that happens in the modern day of Elder Scrolls 6 is an assumption.
Depending on how far in the future it is, a random civil war is easy to just like gloss over. Like, civil wars happen all the time. It's like, it seems big to the country that it's happening to in the time that it's happening, but it's very possible to have an entire game take place where they just don't talk about it.
I think that it's possible that there's more going on with the Third Aldmeri Dominion that a lot of people are noticing, and that might be important towards Elder Scrolls 6, because we've got a few things.
You know what? That's actually another option I didn't even think about. Well, I did think about it, just to bring up. Another way out of situations like this is to create a scenario in Elder Scrolls 6, in the current game you're playing, where it doesn't matter who won, because something happens that renders that outcome null and void. So, regarding the Altmeri Dominion, they could talk about how there was a civil war in Skyrim, and then the Altmeri Dominion stepped in and took over after. Like, so
they're already. I mean, that's essentially an empirical victory, though. I mean, they're working together,
Yeah, but they could that historical sentence could work even if the Stormcloaks won, because you would just say like, the even if Ulfric thinks he won, then the Altmeri Dominion stepped in.
Well, I mean, that's what I said, though. Find a middle ground.
So, but the thing is that sentence is still vague. So you could still say, yeah, but I need to know who won. They should put down whether Ulfric won, and then because
it doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be like ultra detailed to the letter, because a lot of things aren't. But
well, that all I'm saying is that, but with an additional step. A lot of things aren't super detailed. So just say there was a civil war, and then don't say who won. Like,
because
you can put that in a history book. Because
I think that it could be. I think that it's very possible that the Thalmor are going to be important in Elder Scrolls 6. I can't say that as a fact, and I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist. But
I would think it would feel kind of like a wasted build-up if, like, because they barely. I always felt in Skyrim, it's like, okay, these guys are here. They feel really important, but really that's it. Like, they have their embassy, and they really don't do much.
They don't do much there.
Yeah.
But.
Well, I mean, obviously you can hear about what they're doing, but like, you, as a player in the game, you kind of feel like they feel like a big force, but you don't actively see them doing a whole lot. So I feel like you would get some payoff if they made them bigger in Elder Scrolls 6.
I mean, because they could just be a one-off, It's possible. I think that some people would be disappointed, but I wouldn't be that, because, again, if there's a huge time jump, then I would be like, yeah, you know, and Aldmeri Dominions come and go.
Yeah, you can put a ton of schemes, like, oh, in the time before Elder Scrolls 6, sure, they did a bunch more stuff, but then they, you know, this.
But I do think that it's going to be Hammerfell. I mean, I think that everyone knows that. It's kind of like an unspoken truth. I'm pretty sure Hammerfell is so, because like people, I was kind of somewhat on Team Akavir before they confirmed earlier this year that it will be in Tamriel. So
yeah, I never. Well, the thing about Akavir is it never had any evidence for it. It's just one of those theories that sounds exciting.
I liked the idea of Akavir because I thought that they would really enjoy making a game based on a map that was undefined. You know, like, well, there's no canon map. There's so much fresh lore that people would be going into.
Which, you know, they're not unable to do that further in the future. It's just like maybe I could see where they're coming from, where they're like, yeah, but at that point, like, people want to be in Tamriel when they play an Elder Scrolls game. So
yeah,
let's save that for.
You would probably be dealing with so many different races and stuff. I think that it would be a risk.
You'd be the fans who are like, what? Like, I've waited this long, and you're not even going to set it in Tamriel.
I mean, I had a theory that they could like try, like the vibe would be, Thalmor are too powerful. The Empire stretched at its limits and attempts to redo the expedition to Akavir that was done previously, and that went horribly previously, and then they like try to resettle the old imperial cities of Ionith and Septimia.
Yeah.
And I thought, okay, it'd be cool, because then you could have, like, imperial citizens, right? Like, you could be a Khajiit, an Argonian, a Breton, whatever you want. And then you can interact with like, the Kapotun or the Kamal.
Yeah, and you can make your backstory open-ended, because, like, you're an immigrant from Tamriel.
Right, so I thought that could be an idea.
Yeah, I feel this is one reason why it would be nice if Bethesda made more than one Elder Scrolls game every 11 years. Like, back when they made spin-off games, you know, like... I guess they did Blades and other stuff, but, you know, like, if they made an Elder Scrolls game that wasn't, like, another big, like, Elder Scrolls 7, like, just make an Elder Scrolls game.
I mean, I'm playing ESO.
Do something like that, yeah. That would be a good place to do. Kind of like when, in Ahsoka, it's like, they go to a whole nother galaxy. It's like, that's like, a big deal, but, like, it's in a show like Ahsoka, it's like, you can't. It's not like it's in a big movie where people will be like, oh, I'm in a Star Wars movie. I paid to go to a Star Wars movie. And they're not even in the Star Wars galaxy. It's like, you know, they could do something like that where, like, set a game in Akavir that's, like, not a mainline game, so people can't really bitch that much about how they're not in Tamriel, but you can still do big ideas, like go into a new continent.
I will be lucky enough to get another mainline game.
Yeah, that's kind of where we're at.
I mean, like, back in the day, it was like, Arena to Daggerfall was 2 years. Daggerfall to Morrowind was 4.
Well, then they did other stuff, like they did, you know, Battlespire. You know, that's not a main.
Yeah, that went well. I'd like them to. They do spin-offs. They're doing Castles. Do I like Castles? No.
Oh yeah.
The first non-canon Elder Scrolls game. Hooray! That's a good first step, isn't it? I'm not nervous at all. So
at least it's open.
So with Elder Scrolls 6 potentially being in Hammerfell, the idea is, okay, well, what's around Hammerfell, like the Iliac Bay area? That's where Daggerfall takes place, in like northern Hammerfell in southern High Rock, and so it could be that, honestly, it kind of seems interesting that the towers of Tamriel seem to be slowly falling. It's true. You've got White Gold is now defunct.
Suddenly, Pat Robinson, the 700 Clubs. It's true that America is falling. It's true.
It's true. Well, the towers are falling. I mean, you've got White Gold Tower defunct. Red Mountain is defunct. Crystal Tower is defunct. It fell over. Orkalk is gone somehow. Walk Brass defunct, and so like we're running out of towers. Like over time, they start to fall apart, and you've got Snowthroat, which potentially still exists. Snowthroat's very unknowable and kind of like iffy, and then you've got Greensap, and then you have adamantine, and adamantine's the big deal, like the big one, Tower Zero, and it's just north of Hammerfell. It's in the Eliag Bay on the Isle of Balfira. Now, it's where, if you start ESO, it's where ESO put its new tutorial, and they have a new design for it and everything. They made it like 3 years ago, and I find it cool that they made this cool new design. It almost makes me wonder if they wanted to include it in another Elder Scrolls game, and Bethesda was like, "Here's our new, like, this is gonna show up, and we can't have it look like white gold. We have to have it look original." So they're like, "Here's our new model." And I don't know, that's just a theory, but adamantine is the most mysterious and important, and there is a theory that's, again, I'm gonna, in bold theory, also underline theory, that it's an old one, that the Thalmor want to destabilize the towers, because they think that the towers are destabilized, the foundation crumbles, and everything gets undone, and they return to godhood. I don't know if they assumed that mankind would not, because mankind's, like, corrupted, or the Thalmor are just trying to figure out their way to, essentially, like, we want our divine spark back. However, like, studies on the towers falling seem to imply that instead, reality would fall to oblivion, which I think makes a lot more sense. But it could be that the Thalmor are like the Covenant, right? In this way, where they're like, everyone's gonna die, but they don't think so. They're just, like, obsessed with this idea. Again, big theory. It's just a lot of theory, but it just seems weird with what the Thalmor are doing. The Thalmor are like, oh, we want sections of Hammerfell, right? That's what they wanted specifically. That was part of their deal with the Empire. They were like, we want Hammerfell. Why did they want Hammerfell? What's the big deal? Some people theorize it's a strategic idea. Like, maybe it was a strategic point where they could boss around Skyrim, boss around Cyrodiil at the same time. So they wanted Hammerfell. It did not work out for them. The Great War happened, and the Empire was like, okay, fine, we yield. We're going to make a deal with you to stop this war because it sucks. And so the deal was, we're not going to worship Talos anymore. That's a no-go. Fine. The blades are now gone. The blades, we don't have blades anymore. We're putting them away.
It sounds like a Trump speech.
The blades, we don't have blades anymore. they're
We're putting them away. We don't have
them. They're sharp. Talos, we don't like Talos anymore. So, and then they were like, sections of Hammerfell. I think the Empire said, we'd like to give it to you, but I don't think they could, because I think they seceded at Hammerfell or something from the Empire, and so the Thalmor had to take it by themselves. Like, the Empire was like, we can't give it to you because we don't have that power. And so the Thalmor were like, well, fine, whatever. You know, we got a little bit. You can't worship Talos anymore, and the blades aren't a thing anymore. So we can now, like, we can take apart, or we can take over your empire, and all we have to do is kick the Red Guard's asses, and we've got Hammerfell. And so the Thalmor go into Hammerfell, and they're like, we're here, and then they get destroyed. The Red Guards just put them away, and eventually it has to lead towards the second Treaty of Stras M'Kai, I think, and it's really clever the way that the Skyrim writers wrote this lore, is because it's supposed to serve as a counterpoint to people who say that the Stormcloaks could never beat the Thalmor. It's like, well, look at the Red Guards, they did it. Because the Red Guards, like, stood up for what they believed in, and they got away with it. So it's kind of like supposed to be the Stormcloaks could be the same as the Red Guards, and so it makes it seem less unrealistic. So, but here's the thing though: is like, if Elder Scrolls 6 is in Hammerfell, is this Thalmor 2 Electric Boogaloo, or is this gonna be would it be something completely different? Do the Thalmor want Hammerfell so that they can get close to the Adamantine Tower? Would they just sail to Adamantine anyway? I don't know. I honestly, it's just kind of like, would they even really need to get close to the Adamantine Tower? Because Adamantine is under control of an Altmeri clan anyway. Do the Dureni not like the current Altmeri Dominion? There's a lot of questions I'm not sure about. But if we want to go with that theory, that could explain, like, oh, they want... The Thalmor are going to be important towards Elder Scrolls 6, so therefore it's like we need to know all the information about how Skyrim ends, because it's like, that's going to be important towards what might happen in the future. But it's a big... Because some Elder Scrolls games are close to each other. Morrowind's close to Oblivion. And, I mean, like, think about this. Like Arena, Daggerfall, Morrowind, Oblivion, Uriel Septim VII. This all happens to him. I mean, like, well, he's at least involved with it. He gets put away by Jagar Tharn. He has to send the Agent of Blades out, to Daggerfall. He doesn't really do much in Morrowind. I think that he just sends you over to Morrowind, and then obviously he dies in Oblivion. But it's all during his lifetime. It very well could be that Skyrim takes place not too long after, Elder Scrolls 6 takes place not too long after Skyrim. And they might specifically want to make it close because they're like, we had a big time jump last time, we're gonna just cut it this time. So it could be that it's just like 20 years in the future. We don't know.
Still short where people could forget about a whole Civil War.
It's still too short. I don't think so. I think that, like, I'm not saying that they couldn't. I mean, they could very well literally just say, we don't know what happened. But I'm just thinking from a writing perspective and from, like, everyone waiting since 2011 to know what they want to do. Maybe that's why Elder Scrolls 6 is taking so long. They're like, oh shit, what did we do?
There is no Elder Scrolls 6, they're just stalling.
What did we do?
There's no way to win this.
Oh god, that's a lot of points. I'm still curious about Snowthroat, though, and, like, what it even is as a tower, because we know so little about it. We know more about Greensap, we know more about Adamantine. Snowthroat is so vague. It's like, yeah, this is the tower, and then when the devs was asked, well, what's the tower's stone? I think someone just said, oh, I forgot who it was. They said, like, it's a cave. I don't know if that's an official response. I don't know if, like, they had that in mind when they were writing it. It's never referenced in canon to my knowledge, but that's what one of the devs said, at least. It's very odd. I mean, maybe someone gets it and I don't. But, yeah. Our test lore. No. I'm leaving that. So let's see here. Snowthroat, or Snow Tower, is represented in the Throne of the World. Its apex is said to be only half there, also unofficial. Its stone is thought to be a cave, unofficial. It was here that many significant historical and mythical events for the Nordic people took place, not the least of which is Kind purportedly creating mankind at its summit. No, unofficial, no. So, yeah, it's... Let's see. The prophecy is shown on the right-hand side of Alden's Wall in Skyhaven Temple, where the Snow Tower is depicted as a cracked mountain. Dude, what if the stone is the time wound? I don't know. I mean, it's something that's up there.
Just asking questions.
But here's the thing, though, is like the wound seals itself in Skyrim. And it's like, stones for the towers don't always have to be there. They can come along later, but so it's like it could be like, I don't know, but I don't know what a cave means. It's thought to be a cave. Is cave the same as wound? That's it. I don't know. They're not too totally different. A cave and a wound. But
It's like a whole.
it's like a hole, yeah. I mean, I've never thought of that before. If the time wound at the top of Snowthroat is the stone, and now the stone is gone because the wound gets sealed. And I mean that happens in Skyrim, so it's like if that's the case, then Snowthroat's gone. And so we have green sap and we have adamantine, and they could very well between Elder Scrolls 5 and 6 just say that green sap's defunct, which I don't really know how that would work in of itself. It's pretty complicated, but they might find a way to do that. Or Elder Scrolls 6 is in Valenwood. I don't know. That would seem pretty rude. I'm just gonna be real. I'm just gonna be like if Elder Scrolls 6 isn't in Hammerfell, what are you even doing? Because like ESO doesn't give Redguards that much love. I know, but I don't know. Bosmer don't get that much love either. But there's like you cover all of Valenwood in ESO. The Redguards get so little. They got a game, I'll admit, but they just get so little content, and their culture is so rich and exciting and interesting. It would be so insulting if Elder Scrolls 6 was not in Hammerfell, because it's like, where else are you gonna put it?
I would reserve judgment. Like you say it's insulting now, but you might hear about a different location and then go like, oh, that makes sense.
Well, I'll admit that we haven't had an elven location since Morrowind.
Sure.
Like Cyrodiil's mostly men. Skyrim the same.
Well, still being in Tamriel, it could still be a new location.
Like what?
They pulled off High Isle. Well, I mean, like High Isle was a location that is in Tamriel, but was a new location, so you could do something like that.
But it's also that it's just that the Redguards don't get any attention. Like specifically, I mean, like
they did have a game.
They had a game, but it's called Redguard. You play as a Redguard, and it takes place in Stros M'Kai. And you get like the crowns and the forebears and stuff. You do get their lore, but in terms of like a lot of attention, like ESO has Hughesbane and Alakir Desert and Craglorn. I guess you have Bane Karai and Stros M'Kai, I guess, but like they deserve more. And I mean, like if I was in charge, I would have jumped on that years ago. But I think that Hammerfell is a prime space for Elder Scrolls 6, and I think that if they want to do a gimmick like the Thu'um, then they will do Shahai. I think that that would just be cool. Like, I think that having the idea where it's like your character, whatever your hero is going to be, like, I don't know, the last Ansei. I doubt it, because you were just the last Dragonborn. But I don't know, the legendary Ansei or something, and you can pull out like this sword using your mind. It's your soul in your hand, and you can like hit people with it, and they fall to pieces, and then they, I don't know. You can summon storms with it or whatnot. Because Shahais are just so underutilized. There's just, they're underappreciated. This idea that you can put your soul like in your hand and then like break mountains with it. It's pretty cool. And I like the idea that sword singers aren't necessarily like able to use Shahai. Like, sword singers are really good with swords, but to have like a fully formed Shahai in your hand is like top tier. That's like the top of the ranks. Because like a lot of people, even if they're skilled, they try to summon a Shahai in their hands, and it's like a deformed mist, because they just don't really know how to do it. They're not experienced enough. So like, I mean, that'd be kind of cool to like, maybe as you like level up or something, your Shahai starts to get stronger, and it goes from like a weird deformed glowy stick to like.
You can already do bound weapon in Skyrim.
Yeah, and I've often thought about, it's like, oh, bound weapon, you can summon a weapon using your hands. That's this is a completely other ballpark. A bound weapon is literally just, instead of having a physical sword, I have a magical one. A Shihai is a totally different thing. We're talking about people potentially shattering continents with these. The things that you can. What?
If you could shatter, I said that sounds like a hyperbole, because if you could shatter a continent, that means someone's done that before, and that means we should know about a continent that was shattered by a sword.
Yeah. Yakuta.
Okay.
I mean, so the sinking of Yakuta is mysterious. I'm not going to say like, oh, we know for a fact what happened there.
Yeah, that just further sounds like a story.
But there's so much evidence towards a Shihai busting Yakuta and sinking it.
Well, then if one person did it, then shouldn't people? That means
it's incredible. It's like when there's an overpowered character, it's not that everyone is overpowered. It's just like this person was really skilled, right? So imagine if like your character in Elder Scrolls 6 could be like that level, but I mean. So like there's just so much talk about what happened to Yakuta. You have what were they called? The Heridirge, I think, which were like a group of sword singers that stayed on Yakuta after the other sword singers left and settled in Hammerfell. And they were like, I think they hated what's her name, Empress Hera. I guess that's why they were called that. And if I recall correctly, they dabbled in the dark arts of the Shihai, and they dabbled in like these techniques that they should never have touched. Let me see if we have a page for that, if I'm getting that correct. Let's see. Ansei Shrine, Ansei. Do we have Heridirge anywhere here? Dirge. No. Oh, here we are. I was spelling dirge wrong. Okay, so here we are. Sometime after Hunding's departure, Yakuta sank into the sea. Legends blame the cataclysm on a rebel band of Ansei called the Heridirge. The Heridirge were said to be masters of stone magic, and when they were defeated during the last civil war, they took their revenge on the nation by using forbidden techniques reputedly capable of such devastation. Indeed, the Celestial Warrior corroborated this legend when he claimed the Shihai of a first-rank Ansei is what sank Yakuta. Now, that's an ESO. During the Helra Citadel, when you're doing the final boss, you're fighting the Celestial Warrior, he just straight up claims that happens. This is an unofficial account right here, but I always found it kind of interesting. Further, some accounts claim that this forbidden sword stroke was called the Pankrata Sword, a maneuver that could destroy the very laws of nature. That's unofficial, but it does interest me. But I mean, the Heridirge is a thing. But also, this is interesting, everyone's always thinking about this, like, oh, what happened to Yakuta and whatnot. So interestingly enough, in 2020, during the Dark Heart of Skyrim storyline, I guess we're going to be talking about that, but I've probably mentioned it before. The main villain is Rada Alsaron, who is actually a Yakutan. He's a vampire, so he lives forever, right? So he's ancient, and during his fight at the very end of the 2020 story, he let's see, let me try to find it here. Okay, there we go. During the well, hold on. Interestingly enough, oh wow, okay, so I'm learning something new here. So I remember this being a thing, but I guess they removed it. It's a line that they removed. So Rada Alsaron mentions, "Shall I show you the cut that sundered Yakuta?" And it claims that this line was removed in Update 28. but it was in the PTS before they removed it. And then he had a line where he says, "Allow me to show you what my soul was worth to Molag Bal," and they cut that right before Necron's release. Why did they do that? That's so weird. I don't know if this is true. I recall hearing this line in game. I recall hearing this line actually in game. But it sounds like they like didn't want to confirm anything, so they cut the line about the cut.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But I recall hearing about it in game when we were doing the fight.
Not in PTS.
But it was I don't do PTS. But this is one of the reasons why I don't do PTS, is because if they have a line like this, I would have been going crazy, and then like as soon as it was removed, I wouldn't have even known. This is why I don't do PTS. But I remember hearing it. But it was 4 years ago, 3.5. Am I gonna have to do the entire? If I want to hear this,
I would ask around first and see.
If I mean, like, this is
find out why, find out who made that entry, and then find out what their source is for it.
Well, I mean, I know the source has to be the final fight, but it's like,
yeah, but like who's determining that it was took out?
Let me see. Let me go into the history for Rada's page. Let's see here. Oh, here we are. Rim of the Sky in March added a post about cut dialogue. Let's see. I think it might have been Rim of the Sky who added this. It sounds like it. Wait, hold on. Here's another section back in June about cut dialogue. Huh. I'm gonna look through the notes. I'm gonna look through the notes to see. No. Okay, hold on. Here's something. Reliable people confirmed he says this, and the line is also in the data mine. Oh, I know that might not be it. But it's probably talking about the Pancrata sword. Assuming. I don't know. I can't figure it out right now. But I'm gonna do research into it. I'm gonna like, in the future, I'm gonna be looking at people's playthroughs on YouTube and everything, and if I can't find anything, I'm gonna have to do it by myself. Because I recall hearing that line and going like, ah, shit, that's intense, you know. But I could be wrong. I could be misremembering. But it is interesting that they took it out, though. I mean, that's a distinct, like, oh, we're going to take out this reference to the Pancrata Zord or whatever. But why? I mean, the Celestial Warrior mentions it. He says, like, he just straight up says Yokuda was sunk by a Shahai. So, like, why cut out a line about Rada saying the same? Maybe it's, you know what? It might be because like he doesn't actually do it. I mean, the line is, let me show you the cut that sunk Yokuda, and he never does it. But like, people could be like, that was it? It's like that's like 18, I don't know, it's like 1,000 damage. Let me show you the move that sunk a continent. And it's like, ow. I don't know, maybe that's why they removed it? Because he doesn't actually do it? It's possible. But it just sounded so badass. I don't know. Because, I mean, the Celestial Mage pretty much says the same thing. Sorry, Warrior. Either way, I feel like Rada might know about it anyway. But I'm still going to figure it out. I'm still going to figure it to see if he says it. But yeah, I mean, like, the Shahais are just cool, and definitely not bound weapons. It's more like a Keyblade, I guess. I don't really know what all Keyblades can do, and I'm not going to do research because I'm.
I refuse to elaborate further based on my limited knowledge.
Well, I mean, like, from what I know, Keyblades are like, they're like your heart, right? I think, and they connect. They're like you. That's why you can summon them, is because they're like a part of you. I'm pretty sure. I have never actually played Kingdom Hearts. I've just watched it.
No one has.
The registrar still won't see it.
But I mean, like, it's just like that. It's you. It's your soul in your hand.
We're going to lose our entire shipment.
I need popping off soon. It's about 1:45.
Okay.
All right. Good night.
Night. Bye. I bored him. Did I bore you guys?
The registrar still won't see us, and our guar steaks are beginning to spoil in their
You have
carts.
to wait your turn, Sarah. The line forms to my left.
You haven't heard the last of this.
I'm very curious about that line, though. I could have sworn I heard it. I don't do the PTS. And I mean, it's kind of it's very rough. Like this time of year is rough. Like all of next month is going to be very hard on me because I have people who are coming to me like, "Oh, did you do the PTS? It's crazy." I'm like, "No." I think if I did though, I'd be like, "Oh, this is a lore problem. You gotta fix it."
I must finish this.
But yeah, as I do more research, you know, there's nothing that really says that that non-red guards can't use a Shahai. I mean, I can't really find anything that is like, oh, you know, you're an Argonian, you can't use a Shahai. I think that they could very well make you a hero. They'd be like, this hero, no matter what their race, you know, is able to use a Shahai. I think that they could probably get away with that. Alright. I was going to swap to Overwatch for a bit. And do some of that before ending. I will be back after the break. Oh my goodness. 4.5 hours already. I am back. Just give me a second. There we are. I shall spectate until Minty is ready. Everything is not rendering. His ass is not rendering. Nice. Good right click. Good focus. Oh yeah, Mystery Heroes, that's right. Ah! Oh my god. Oh no, the connection did not make connection. I don't think so. Good cover up. Nice shot from the Zenyatta midair. Well, there's no way he's getting away. Oh! Yeah, Mystery Heroes, you gotta be less conservative with your ult, because if you die, you've lost it. Alright, they couldn't make it.
Whatever awaits us, I am prepared.
Really close with the concussive missile.
on mark.
Good focus. Have you guys seen those tornadoes in Nebraska? Like, I can't stop watching the footage. It's so crisp. Like, it's so wide. No obstructions. No trees getting in the way. They looked intense. I don't know if we have the scale. I think I heard one was an F3. I mean, you might notice that they don't, like, as a tornado is happening, they can't give you the scale. I mean, like, maybe, like, after a while of it being down, I don't know. But they can't give you the scale, like, on the fly because it's, like, it's, about the damages, right? So it's like, oh, wow, nice shield. But he also took damage from the remake. Great boop. That might be play of the game right there. So, like, a lot of times a tornado's, you know, tornado's got to be finished, and they have to gauge the destruction that it had before it's given a rating. Advice I give: just listen to your networks. If they say get out of there, get out of there. Don't brave it. There's my advice. Yep, here we go. I'm not saying you can't, like, take things with you, you know, especially if you have a good warning. You know, you can take things with you, but get out of there. Nice. I think what was also great about, like, the storm chaser footage that I saw was that, like, they found a semi that was in the path. The tornado had just gone across the road and the semi was on its side. The entire thing. Trailer, cab, and it was just, like, blocking a lot of the road in the middle of nowhere. And they go up to it because that's what chasers do. They're like someone's here, they need help, and they've got like a med kit with them. And they're like, get the med kit out. He couldn't need help. He didn't need help. He seemed to be fine, and he was like he could handle himself. I really hope he wasn't just, like, in shock. Because a lot of people in shock, they'll dismiss. They'll be like, I'm okay, because they have no idea what's going on. But, I mean, it really helps, you know, if you're like a storm chaser finding someone on the road.
Every soldier needs a cause. The Martins has put their necks on the line protecting you from Vishkar. I only hope one day to return the favor. If they ever need help, we're all screwed. We should begin. Hello. Hello. We will not lose this battle if we fight as one.
They got a Pharah. Alright, well, that's my job. For mercy. Hooray! Ow. Guy broke me through the map. Or at least my camera. Head in the game, let's go.
If I'm still standing, I'm still fighting.
Are you shitting me? I couldn't get her. Why did it have to be a Pharmercy? I just wanted to play soldier, man. Alright, focusing on her again. I hit her 3 times. Just fuck me, man. No! That weave, dude. That weave. Get off of me! I just got ulted again! I need support, guys. My feelings are hurt. Oh my god, I just can't get her. Why did it have to be a Pharmercy? I just wanted to have fun. No, please! Jesus fuck. Come on, come on, we can do this. Just need a little bit more. Just need a little bit more. No, 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 no! I'm gonna wait before I endorse anyone. Well, these people seem happy.
Justice reigns from above.
Wait, no, yeah, that was the Farah. No wonder she's happy. That was probably my support game of the night, or sorry, DPS game of the night. Like, what do they have to be getting another DPS game?
Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
It's time for tank, hooray!
Why seek answers when we do?
I cannot believe what I'm seeing. I'm watching more of the Nebraska footage. I cannot believe what I mean, it's sped up. A lot of this is sped up, but I just cannot. Oh god. It's the cleanest footage I've ever seen of a tornado. It's so clean. Oh. Alright, they're already here. Hi. Ah, fuck. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it, wait! I missed. Bad news, bad news, bad news, bad news. Well, I didn't get the hit I wanted to, but whatever. Great Suzu! I honestly cannot be mad. Can't be mad. Great kill. I see you. Yeah, there's a sniper, all right. If we can get the Bastion down, we're good. We're in a good place. Good job, good job. Sorry. Actually, hold on. I can replace that. That's better. I almost went in front of the shield. She said hi. Nice one. I should have eaten that. I let my guard down. Great. I kill him to Zen. There's only one support left. It's the Moira. She's also taken out. I do much better on tank, but, you know. Clean. I like how I have my eyes in my hands. I'll admit, it was too cool of a skin to pass up. I can give Hog a try. It's risky.
I do not wish to be feared, but to be left alone.
I'm almost to know if you kept up with the sword.
I swore never to read the name again.
I'll tell her you're thinking about picking it back up.
She's just like, Like, I can't tell her that. I completely forgot. I mean, that's not a good sign. Well, there goes my plans. Holy shit. That charge, though. He's a little bit scary with those. Are they not pushing? No, they are. At least they didn't die by falling off. I think it was kind of obvious what I was trying to do, though. Oh my god, you made such a mistake. Okay, I gotta swap. Nice, good tree. What the fuck? How did he get me with that? What? Wait, it looked like he was aiming at the tree. What the hell? That was weird. Oh my god. What the hell? What is with this guy? He sent me across the ocean. Oh! That's frustrating. That's really frustrating. Was he left with a support? I forget. Yeah, I think he was left with Yari. No? Actually, no. I got her. Never mind. Either way, it doesn't matter. They're stuffed. Nice, good cage! Force too thick for bro! Oh, okay, nice. Alright, well. I'm gonna back up. Wow, I'm really good at backing up. Way better than I thought I was. Okay, I'm gonna have to protect myself. I'm gonna take a lot of damage because they're gonna try to set me off. I've cooled down. I'm okay. I've cooled down. Can I swap to a Orisa? And then out of nowhere... Where's she going? Okay, well, we've got something going on at least. We want to fight. We want to fight. I have a positive KD. At least it's not much. Nice. We got the Mercy when she was trying to res, I think. Thank you. Ah, no! What? No, 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 no! Who's left? Who's left? This is Junkrat. Ah! What? No, he survived! What is happening? He fell into it! He fell into the trap and died! What is happening? He says XD. Maga might be a good choice here. I mean, one cage match and we're gonna struggle. I'm close. Hold on, guys! He might have Blade. That was a very risky res. He might have Blade. Into the pylon! Cage match is in and I'm pulled out! Full up on the Illari! Here we go! She's probably got her jump. She did not make it! Oh, come on, man. The pylon's been pulled into the air. What the heck? Enemy pylon pulled into the air by the flower. I didn't even know you could do that. That's a pretty crazy idea. You could even carry your own pylon, I'd assume. Shit, 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 backing up, backing up. God, I thought I was so close to having shield, I was so close to having... No, no, no! I was like a second away. It just wasn't happening. Alright, I focus on both supports. Let's see what we can do here. We have the spawn advantage and their supports are down. I've almost got Shatter. What do we got? We're gonna have tree. We're gonna have tree. We're not gonna have tree. Oh my god, that is gutting. Ugh. Ow. I had him. That was, I mean, man, my leg's kicking, you know. That was rough. We were so close. I almost had Shatter. It's just that Pharah, she's such a pain to deal with. Junkertown attack. Okay. Actually, let's do Tracer for old times. Hi! I'm someone that really wanted to be a Tracer main back in 2016, but instead I ended up becoming a support and a tank, because that's just how it worked. And then roll queue happened, which helped me become a, like, I got the ability to play Tracer. But that was so late into my development that I suck at her now, but at least I get to play as her. Cause like before roll queue was a thing, I could not play DPS, right? Because I could never have the chance to play DPS, because before roll queue, you had to, you know, choose, and I never wanted to be another asshole that was like, oh, I'm gonna be the Tracer and then we'll have no supports. So I was always tank or support. And then roll queue happened, and I was like, wait, I can choose to be DPS, and then we have to have supports. We have to have tanks. And that made it easier for me to make the choice. And I got, obviously, better at DPS. Not by much. I swear I can't do that. I still can't do that. I made that easy on her. Is that Bob? Man, I'm not even paying attention. He's not even getting much support, and I just can't take him out. Come on, I can do this. I can do it! He could not do it. I'm not good. I gotta be careful. I gotta watch that payload. Come on. Come on! Nope. Nothing. Zip. It's just zip. Absolutely. Ah, Jesus. This Venture, look at their damage. 8.8k. 21 limbs. No deaths! What? Someone's in a group with the Mercy. Or does it still count? Nah, but the health still. It's a lot of healing. I was playing with Rix the other day. I can't say I usually encounter people I've already played with before. That's honestly, like, all these years of playing Overwatch, I don't usually go, oh hey, I remember seeing them yesterday. You know, even during the Overwatch drought days when it was like we were getting like no maps, you know, the player base was significantly smaller. It was very rare for me to like run into anyone that was like, oh, I played with this person the other day. So it's weird. Jesus, I forgot how sensitive that is. That Matrix is gonna really, I mean, I can't get, you know, a lot of support. I'm okay. I'm good. I'm gonna go with the Kiriko first because their Suzus are pain. I hate this map. I hate this map so much. Let's go, let's go. I know you're there. Wait, no, hold on. We haven't taken the lead. What the heck? The heck was happening there? And the lead is almost ours. Lead is ours. I should have waited until that Matrix was down.
Okay, let's take things up a notch.
Good work. Got her. She's down.
We're about to lose the lead. Still not dead.
Let's go, robot.
I'm back. I'm gonna try to watch that Matrix. When it drops, I'm gonna try to use my cardiac blast. I forgot what it's called. Okay, I'm actually gonna do it now.
Barricades on the move.
I'm gonna try to tank it. No! That's right, there's no escape. Oh my god, they're taking the robot! Hey! Well, shit.
Things are getting interesting. I got your back. If you got mine.
Both supports are down. Farm the tank for health. Make sure it doesn't get eaten. Nice! We gotta follow this up. It got cleared! It got cleared via Suzu! Man, we're giving this everything we got. Nice! Great supports. Damn it! I think it was bait. Ah, shit. Ah, shit. Oh, no. I'm always gonna fall for the bait.
Till I say it's over.
You're not leaving this spot. No, why'd you get close? No! I want to keep my Genji here to protect my team. She got close. No.
That was embarrassing.
Yeah, kinda.
The barricade is on the move. Let's go.
Vengeance. Suzu is out. Let's burn. Excellent. Excellent. He didn't last long. I'm sorry, Bob. Well, shit. I was actually taking quite a bit of punishment there. Oh, it's too much! Too much for me. Okay, Zuzu's out. Lucio went the long way around. I don't really know why. I probably could. I could have used the heals, but it's okay. Come on! Faster, legs! Faster! Oh, I got here at the end. Fantastic. Sephiroth. Let's go Zen. Good old fashioned.
Mission readiness protocol engaged. I'm good to go.
You ended up getting Mercy Mythic. Nice. You thinking that you actually played Mercy the most out of all your options? Came down to Sig, Mercy, and Kiri. Mercy's a good one. I don't have it yet. Can't wait to get it. The fuck? I'm disappointed in myself. Oh man, she's so low. That was almost my head. Twice? Pantera Surge! Oh god. Ah! I was hoping she didn't see me. She went looking for me, man. Play the game right there. Ugh, and it ends with me getting absolutely destroyed. Oh yeah, Discord lines now. They're actually aiming for her. Nice. You love to see it, but you don't love to see that. Are you shitting me? Another? What the hell? We are letting this Orisa get away with way too much, man.
Let the Kitsune guide you. Objective captured.
Orisa's damage is 7,229. Like, what the hell? What the fuck is happening? Ah! Spare me! What is the hell? Two Terror Surges, like it was like one a fight.
Does everyone know the plan? Everyone well rested? You got your rations? Rope? How about healing potions? Scrolls? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Capture the objective.
I like heal equals donate damage to Orisa, and he healed 2.3k. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking, like, what was stopping her from just generating ult charge on the hog? Whoa. Okay, we've got a Zarya now. Those hidden turrets, man. Discord, Discord. What does anything fucking matter anyway? What does anything matter?
Failure is acceptable. Giving up is not.
Terra Surge is gonna be any second now. She might be waiting until I'm done. Come on. Come on. Nice. She's probably waiting until I use trance. Incoming. We got nothing that can eat those. I wonder if we're gonna have a DPS that can. Oh no! Hey, I wasn't given a warning. Shit! Why? Come on! Like, just tell people like that you're gonna use it. You know. Yeah, I'll keep my eyes peeled. They know they have the time. Nice! Play the game by Reaper. Thank you, Reaper. Okay, yeah, this is gonna get intense here. They're gonna go after me! Shit, 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 I fell! Barely made it there. She's mad at me. Blah. Don't res, don't res, don't res, don't res, don't res, don't res, don't res. I don't think we can afford it. No, 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 no! What did I even do, though? This is so messy. But we got it. And all the coconuts come in. Yeah, I did pick off the Moira. Yeah, you're right. I panicked and found a target. Minty got it into the basket. I've like never gotten into the basket. Well, I did once, but it was a total accident. I wasn't even trying. And it was probably like when I was playing on PS4, I think. Maybe? I don't know. But it was years and years and years and years ago. I have never done it since. I can't do anything. I don't know if anyone's noticed. I can't do shit. Good kill. Mitty got a basket. Knocking the basketball, or I guess in this case the coconut, into the basket. Put the coconut in the lime. Wait, no, hold on, that's not right. Big, huge. She said she's got it like a couple times before, but it's still a big thing. I haven't. I mean, I haven't gotten it since that accident back in the day. You can get it 100% of the time on tour, most others you can't. I think I like kind of stopped trying because I feel like if I'm off stream, I don't try. Because I'm like, I want it to be recorded when I make it because it's a big deal for me. But it still hasn't happened. You know, kicking this Orisa's ass feels really good. Just gonna be real with you. What? No! Got dramatic there at the end, but... Please be Reaper. Do not be the Orisa. Please. HH. Satisfying to watch. HH everybody. HH is in the chat. Hoodhaim. Look what Minty's saying. Hanawaka. Really? Okay. I've been practicing a lot with Yari. It's time to show you my real power. Wait. Hold on. Yeah, what a way to show you my real power. He had nowhere he could go. Y'all ready? What the hell? What is happening? Oh, we already got him. Kill him, somebody! Kill him! Thank you. Ow. Here you go. That took a while to work, but I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. She moved. She moved. That shot, though. Good work, good work. Decided to up your little final battle over there. It's like the Dragon cinematic, Hanzo versus Genji, and then Yari just kind of shows up. Boom! I realized what I did wrong. Oh man. Yeah. I'm a monster, man. I'm a monster.
Life protects life.
Sniper ahead. Be careful.
Ah, my god. You know, I don't know why I did that. I don't know why it had me. I don't know. It's like you can swap spawns and go backwards. I was like, okay, well, why not? It was easier to just not do that. Motherfucker.
Let vengeance consume you!
We will take this area together.
I'm here just in time to not do anything. He's trying to spare me. Why would you? I'm a monster. Oh, wow. That was... Yikes. Oh god. Whatever, I can fly. That's all that matters. You! She's dead now. I got you. Couldn't reach it. But we're supposed to be over here, so I don't know. We almost have Rampage. That's okay. That's okay. Just a few seconds. Come on. Come on. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm gonna die. Made it! We made it! We made it! Oh my god, no, no. No, 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 no! It's always the Widow.
We are outnumbered. Take heed.
What am I missing? You haven't seen what I've Apagando las luces.
Come on, hold on, hold on. I'm dead. I'm just let me die. That's okay. That's okay. We're still in a good place. Get the Sombra off my ass. Yeah. God, I just look at them and I'm 4 HP. Fuck this. People complain how fast Hanako games are, but you literally hold mecha base in the same time. No, this is an average time. I mean, sometimes they go for 15 minutes. That's like a good flashpoint time. Congratulations, good job everyone. I did nothing. I was owned the entire time. I don't feel like I contributed at all, but okay. With that skin. Okay. Controls are similar in speed is what you're saying? I guess, I mean, I think they're a little bit slower. I definitely pause more in control maps than I have a Clash match. Alright, we're gonna give it one more go then.
We will crush them. They say you're a good shot. Hope you don't mind that I'm better. I know more than anyone that a head that big is an easy target. I'm ready for anything.
Hello. Damn. Thank you. I had no idea what I was up against. No! Fucking May. Isn't that a problem as old as Overwatch? We gotta focus the supports. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. We all, like, I want to go with everyone else, but I can't. Like, they need to be 100% with me at all times. If they're not with me, that's it. Like, good hack. Swapping. We're not gonna make it.
Caught your stream last night, Bonita. You're not bad at those games.
Not bad. I'll stop you even with your hack.
Fine. I'll be sad when I'm thinking it.
I want to see Ana heals. Ana fucking heals. You don't deliver, I don't fucking tip.
If they want this point, they'll have to go through you.
Why did you walk in there? We're all over the place.
They're counting on me.
I want to see aunties on the Malga. I don't know the last time I saw one. Alright? If I'm not seeing purple over his head, then we're not going to be getting anywhere. The last time I saw purple over Malgra's head was like the goddamn Ice Age. Mythic Prisms. Which are probably just going to go towards the Mercy skin. They have to point out what they are. Which I guess makes sense, they are new. New spray. Victory pose. I guess it does look kind of good with the skin. It looks good. Dragon Genji, credits, Agent Kolamar. What are they called? Name cards. Junker design. This is for Symmetra. We got 200 coins because we're getting coins. I mean, hey, that times 5. That'll get you a battle pass. How many times does that occur in this? So far, none. But no, wait, hold on. But so I'm at 400. So I got 400 so far. I don't know what tier it is though. Like, do you get this if you're playing for free? I don't know. If you do, that'd be pretty sweet. You could buy a whole pass if you're getting these on the free tier, but I'm not sure. Agent Kolamar skin. $800 in total. That's not bad. Of course, it just falls short of a pass, but it's not bad. All right, so we're gonna be rating. Oh, hold on. We're gonna be rating. Let's do Terwin. We'll do Terwin again. Thank you guys so much for being here. I'm probably gonna be live around 7. Yeah, it's like 7 or 8 p.m. Central Time. Probably doing Minecraft and maybe Fallout with the family. At the earliest, it'll be 7 p.m. I don't really have anything to do today, so I don't see why it wouldn't be. We're going to be going to, I said Terwin? Alright, thank you so much for being here. It's appreciated. I will see you next time. Ugh. Bye. Have a good night.
Bye.